I'm saying it. America deserved 9/11.
Only thing I know about the song that I think is really funny. What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Literally lying. What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley liar, dude. What a fucking holy fucking
What the fuck?
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is Dawson. I'm broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today's a very special day. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, very special day for all the very special gays. That's right. The fuck is that blasphemous hat? The blasphemous hat I'm wearing is actually Noah Colwyn's hat. He left it here, so it's my hat now. I don't particularly care for the Knicks, but I'll wear it. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, big day today, very special day today. You might be thinking to yourself, oh, is it because you're going to be interviewing Elon Musk's estranged daughter, Vivian? No, that's not the reason. I mean, that is a pretty good reason. Is it because I'm interviewing a doctor from Cuba? No, that's not the reason. There's a different reason why it's a very special day today, and I think many of you already know why it's a very special day today. It's always a special one because it's Friday.
Here, right?
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, it's freaking Friday.
It's Friday.
And you already know what it is. You already know Friday is very special because our forefathers fought long and hard for all of us unconditionally to enjoy the weekend. If you like the weekend, thank a union, thank a trade unionist, thank a communist, like a socialist. And this is a time for every American, or everyone around the world, as a matter of fact, to be able to celebrate life. Celebrate living, celebrate feeling like a human being, celebrate a sense of autonomy, a sense of purpose in your life. And that's why we celebrate Fridays regardless. And this Friday will have immaculate vibes as well. Freaky ass Friday, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Mufasa. It's Friday. It's Friday, Dan. Anyway, there's a lot to talk about today, but before I get to all of the news, what am I supposed to do? Well, I'm supposed to cover what's going on in my personal life. It is 3/28, almost the end of the month of March. How fast the time flies. How crazy. It's the end of the month of March Madness. The madness of the month of March. I don't know what I'm saying. All right, listen. Oh my God, I'm tired. Okay. Not gonna do a lot of drama, hopefully, today. I really hope we won't be doing some drama. I got some really solid interviews lined up, as a matter of fact. So, personal news-wise, Kingdom Come Deliverance. That's all I've been playing. That's all I've been doing. Watching Sakamoto Days, catching up with Sakamoto Days. Aside from all that good stuff, this morning I woke up early. I worked out. Upper body push day, Pikamoto days. Okay, I wouldn't say it's peak, but it's good. It's good. It's a good anime. I really like it. Have you had any game breaking bugs? Yes, there are a lot of game breaking bugs in Kingdom Come Deliverance. As a matter of fact, the wine carafe service mission that I have right now, not going to spoil it, unironically had a game-breaking bug. I was able to get through it, luckily, but it's great on the deck, though. It is fantastic on the deck. It is kind of shocking how good it is on the Steam Deck. But yeah, Manual Denims Raid. Thank you, Denims Raid, Denims Raiders, for coming on. But is that cough medicine you're drinking? Yeah. No, it's not. Hassan, before the stream starts, I'm sorry to bring this up, but you've acquired a new thing that you do since Trump got into office, and it's these deep groans, moans, and sighs into the mic every so often, and it's getting annoying. Please spare me. Thank you. I like that this person knows that they're being annoying, and they just still are like, look, I know I'm being annoying. Like, I know, and I'm just gonna be fucking annoying. It's like, all right, dude, good luck with that, you know? I just said I don't want to get into drama, and I feel kind of, my brain feels tired. Okay, and you just got to come in here and piss me off. So we're not doing that. We're not doing that at all. We're not doing that today, because today is Friday and the vibes are supposed to be immaculate. Oh my god. Yeah. Also, it's hard for me to not sigh and groan, because how can I not do that? I mean, look around, okay? I worked out. Oh, I did the Vox podcast that I listened to. That's right. That's what I did. That's what I did this morning. Remember the Vox podcast that we listened to on the show, and then they called me out? Yeah, it turns out they had already reached out to my management before they did that call out, and it turns out I had already said yes to that. So that Vox podcast is going to come out soon. So yeah, hopefully it was good. I feel like I didn't do my best. Sometimes I do media hits and I'm like, could have been better, you know? Megaphonics, I think you should keep spamming that Ben Stiller is a Knicks fan, and that this is a Ben Stiller's hat, and that I should watch Severance. Like, that will, I hope you understand something very important. Every time you tell me about Ben Stiller or Severance, you're extending the time period that will take for me to inevitably watch Severance. I'm just letting you know. Chinese levels of enthusiasm for trains happening in New York right now. I love that. Watch The Pit instead. What is The Pit? I don't know what that is. It's the One Piece effect. Yeah, but it's just like annoying me so much that I'm just not going to watch it for now. Stop spamming peace. Okay. Yeah. Greenland receives J.D. Vance. The Economia por Trump. Greenland receives J.D. Vance. Interviewing a Cuban doctor later about Cuban healthcare, and also talking to Elon's estranged daughter, Vivian. Get in now. There's also a major earthquake that took place that was incredibly violent and horrible and horrifying. We'll talk about that as well. Have I watched Mo on Netflix? No, my brother loves the show though.
United States of America.
Anyway, yeah, JD Dunst is taking questions in Greenland right now, and we'll cover that right now. We'll go to JD Jedediah Vance right now. As I blast off, you can let the people know, but here we are.
Do you see specific threats coming from China and Russia, things that you did not know about before? Are we talking battleships, icebreakers, any type of military equipment, or is it economic?
Well, I don't want to get too specific, but yes, we know that the Chinese are very, very interested in this island. We've seen some of the economic pressures that they've tried to place on Greenland. We know that they're increasingly engaging in military training and military interest. Certainly, they've started to describe themselves as a near Arctic power, and I think part of that is justifying taking a further...
Where's the suit, bitch? Why aren't you wearing a suit? Disrespectful, showing your titties like that? Who the hell do you think you are? He thinks he's Zell Disney, bro.
It's a beautiful place. It has incredible people. It has its geographic placement makes it very important for the national security of the United States, but for world security. What we have to recognize is that if the Chinese and the Russians are going to pursue their national interest, we need a president who's going to pursue the American national interest, and that means ensuring that Greenland is safe.
When can we expect an update on the internal investigation into that Signal chat leak? Has that investigation concluded, and what are the findings?
I think we'll get an update soon. Look, we take it very seriously. We all accept that a journalist should not have been invited into the chat, and members of the administration, including my dear friend Mike, have taken responsibility for it. I find the American media's obsession with this issue very, very interesting, because I happen to remember about 4 years ago when American military leadership made a catastrophic error that got 13 innocent Americans killed in Afghanistan and had about $80 billion of military equipment turned over to one of the worst terrorist organizations in the world. And for years, the American media
Our best soldiers, Chad.
ran cover for a Biden
It killed our
administration,
best
or refused to
soldiers.
fire
No
any
one-
generals, or even
no better
launched an
soldiers
internal
than the ones that they
investigation
killed.
that was meaningful and substantive about what happened. And now the same American media that covered for the Biden administration after the untimely death and the unnecessary death of 13 brave Americans is really, really interested in forcing
67 brave American warriors in Afghanistan were killed under the Trump administration, only 13 under the Brandon. I'm going to go ahead and say maybe pulling out was the right idea, you know?
You've got another thing coming. President Trump has said it on Monday, on Tuesday, on Wednesday, on Thursday, and I'm the vice president saying it here on Friday. We are standing behind our entire national security team.
Can I just ask you about
Yeah, go ahead.
the tariffs? There's been some retaliation, some signals at least in the media that Canada's going to respond, some of these others are going to respond to the president's tariffs. What's your message for Americans that are going to see costs increase on auto manufacturing, new cars, that kind of thing? Is it Buy America, or what's the message going forward there?
Well, let me say a couple of things. First of all, for the Canadians, and we have many dear friends in Canada, and of course we love the Canadian people, but the Canadian leadership threatening retaliatory tariffs against the United States, as President Trump often says, they just don't have the cards. There is no way that Canada can win a trade war with the United States. What President Trump has said is that he wants to level the playing field. For decades, Canadian leadership has forced American farmers and American manufacturers to play by an unfair set of rules. All President Trump has said is that we're done playing by an unfair set of rules. If you're going to do something to our industries, then we're going to do something back to your industries. That's how you protect American manufacturing, and that's how you protect American jobs. Now, what I'd say to the American people is look, the president ran on this, and he said very clearly that we're done being the piggy bank of the entire world. For 40 years, in the same way that our European friends, I think, have neglected international security, for 40 years, a lot of our friends all over the world have used America as a piggy bank. They have used us to absorb all of their excess economic production. What does that mean for Americans? For Americans, that's meant manufacturing jobs declining. That's meant middle-class wages going down. That's meant whole towns that have been hollowed out by empty factories, and that means an America that is less safe because our manufacturing isn't as powerful now
You know what's
as it was 30
ironic?
years ago. I've got all these brave
He's not
Americans
wrong
in
about
front of
this
me
point.
and a few behind
I
me.
hate that it's these guys that are making this point, because he's literally not wrong about, I mean, he's angling it with like xenophobic, hyper-nationalistic, isolationist attitudes, but he's not wrong about manufacturing being shipped overseas and what that did to the middle class. It's just that this administration is directly antagonistic to labor as well. It's not like they're anti-business and pro-labor, and they're framing this not on the virtue of like bringing jobs back to the United States of America so that we can have a robust labor movement here, so we can have American workers succeed financially with one job like it used to be in the greatest days, in the glory days, in the post-World War II boom in America. But instead, it's just like, we need to punish these allies. We need to punish them for the deals that we signed with them at the behest of our capital owners. And we're still going to do a downward pressure on labor regardless of what we are doing with manufacturing. As H. Bizzle is chirping about in the chat, this admin is doing obvious, directly antagonistic things against labor unions, which is expected. I mean, this is going to be a very anti-labor administration. H. Bizzle screaming in the chat, going, he's a boomer. That's the reason why he uses all caps. Will you be discussing the largest attack on organized labor in U.S. history occurring last night with Trump stealing bargaining rights from over 1 million federal workers. This is yet another great example of like what the Trump administration is doing. Yes, I acknowledge your chat. We will talk about that as well. He just robbed like 1 million plus federal workers and their right to engage in work stoppages, expanding on like key sectors and and their ability to do collective bargaining.
But he's talking about taking over Greenland. But your rhetoric today is more about encouraging the Greenlandic people to vote for independence. Do you think the rhetoric has changed about that, or what's your message there?
No, I don't think it's changed at all. Look, the president said clearly he doesn't think that military force is going to be necessary, but he absolutely believes that Greenland is an important part of the security, not just of the United States, but of the world, and of course the people of Greenland too. It's very simple. I think the president's been very consistent here from his State of the Union, from his inaugural address, and every public statement that he's made. This territory, Greenland, really matters for the security of the United States. It's extremely vulnerable right now, and if the people of Greenland were willing to partner with the United States, and I think that they ultimately will partner with the United States, we could make them much more secure, we could do a lot more protection, and I think they'd fare a lot better economically as well. This has to happen. And the reason it has to happen, I hate to say it, is because our friends in Denmark have not done their job in keeping this area safe. They just haven't done it. It's very simple for all of our friends in the American media.
Dude, it's awesome. I love this shit. Oh, where are you at now, libtards? Go ahead. Tell me how. Go ahead. Tell me how this is different, you know? I mean, I like this because personally, they just say it out loud and they do it in such a stupid way. But like, this isn't all that different from the exact same rhetoric you would hear from the Biden administration either. Like, obviously, they wouldn't talk about like annexing Greenland. You know, they move the needle in the rightward direction even further. But, you know, the messaging is identical. It's like, oh, we got safety concerns. We're going to defend them. They clearly can't defend themselves. Safe from what? We are the #1 violent country. What do you mean safety?
Through self-determination to become independent of Denmark, and then we're going to have conversations with the people of Greenland.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! I said exactly the method that they were going to utilize and the messaging that they were going to utilize. Literally, what, 3 months ago when they first said this? Remember when they first talked about annexing Greenland? I told you, like, this is exactly point by point what they're going to say and do. We are going to liberate Greenland from the colonizers.
You spoke about economic interests, how the U.S. could develop Greenland more economically. Could you speak a little bit more about that? I know Secretary Wright is here. Have you guys spoken about energy? Senator Lee is here as well. Just wondering what those discussions have been.
No, my point actually is that other countries have explicitly gone after Greenland, and I think with a mind towards economic exploitation. Sometimes asking Greenland to get itself into terrible economic debt traps that would make the people of Greenland not self-determined and sovereign, but to mortgage their future to hostile foreign countries that don't have their best interests at heart. That is not what the United States of America wants to do. What we want to do is to protect the security of this territory because it matters for us and it matters for the people who live here. All right, guys, thank you all. And let me just say one more final word to the Guardians, the Airmen, the other service members gathered here. Thank you. From the bottom of my heart, it is incredible to be a vice president who has served just as our NSA, Mike Waltz, has served, to know the sacrifice that comes along with it, and to see that there are still incredible young Americans willing to put on the uniform and serve this country. You make America a better place, and you make an honor to serve as your vice president. God bless you guys. Thanks for having me.
How sad do you think Mike Waltz is that he had to unfollow one of his favorite Twitter accounts, which is like Big Dick Homosexuals or whatever it's called? Like, how sad do you think he is? What is the account that he follows or used to follow until Dan Cohen called him out for it? Mickey Waltz. Oh, Big Dick Bottom. Big Dick Bottom. A man of culture. A man of culture. Okay. And yes, if you want to understand what these psychos are, if you want to figure out whether or not these psychos are being sincere when they say they want to take Greenland, here is the Donald Trump ad that came out about invading Greenland.
Cold silence of the tundra, a bond was born, not from treaties or trade, but from blood and bravery. While Germany controlled Europe, the Nazis set their sights on the Arctic. Greenland became an unwitting combatant, and the United States stepped in, not to conquer, but to protect.
You know what's funny about this? Like, well, one, obviously Trump is a Nazi. I mean, they're doing Nazi ass shit, right? Ironically enough, including the annexation of Greenland. And it would be really funny if the reasons why they were doing it was not to become like not to use it as like an unsinkable aircraft carrier against China or Russia or whatever, but instead also for the same esoteric neo-Nazi reasons that Adolf Hitler wanted to go, like, I don't know, find Santa Claus in the North Pole and then somehow tie that back to like this made up Aryan mythology. Donald Trump is also doing expeditions in the North Pole so he can find fucking space portals that he can associate with this fake American mythology. Very cool. Very cool. They're just, you know, everything that's old is new again. Sick. Ay, ay, ay.
In 1943, nearly 1,000 American soldiers with 4 chaplains set sail from New York to Greenland.
Yeah, Donald Trump is restarting the search for Thor's hammer. By the way, this is not a joke. Like, there were a lot of, like, this is not, Indiana Jones didn't make up the concept of Nazis actively doing digs to find ancient relics, specifically to tie back to some completely made up like Aryan history, or you know, they were very interested in doing these sorts of digs specifically so they could find artifacts that they thought had tremendous power. Yeah, the occult Nazi operations were very much real. A lot of weird occult archaeology. Hello, is AOC coming on stream today? No, what? Do you think I just have AOC on every day? What do you mean?
Carrying with them hope, duty, and a quiet fear. But their ship was torpedoed by a Nazi U-boat, and the frigid waters of the North Atlantic became a grave. Those 4 chaplains gave up their life vests, giving their lives so that others might live, to protect America and Greenland. Their sacrifices helped win our freedom, and we will never forget. Together, America.
Okay, if Nazis are hitting American boats and killing chaplains or whatever, and that requires us to fight them, what do we do about Israel? Like, I guess we should annex Israel then militarily. Like, what is this statement here? That's 4 chaplains. I mean, I'm not even like, even outside of USS Liberty, okay, Israel's killing American civilians at a rapid clip with regular frequency. So what do we do then? I guess we have to annex Israel now. I guess you can't really annex. It's like saying we need to annex Mississippi, you know? Like, I don't know why you would annex a country that is already a vestige.
Americans and Greenlanders stood as sentinels at the top of the world. But today, Greenland faces new threats from Russian aggression and Chinese expansion. Our shared legacy lives on in every joint mission, every Arctic patrol, every partnership forged in the shadow of melting ice and rising tensions. This is not just history, it is destiny. Now is the
manifesting it. I'm manifesting destiny. Yeah, cool. Yeah, based.
Time to stand together again.
Yeah.
For peace, for security, for the future. America stands with Greenland.
Based. Oh, yeah. It's common sense. We gotta take them. Common sense, chat. Not so common. But it's common again. Yeah. That's sponsored too. My man took out a straight up ad, dude. What the heck is going on? Holy moly. If I know anything about the Macy's, probably put that DW video. Oh, damn, he missed it. Okay. Well, I got it in here.
Vance and his wife Usha Vance on a visit to Greenland as President Trump insists that its territory should become part of the U.S. Our senior national correspondent Terry Moran is on the scene there for us in Greenland. Good morning, Terry.
Good morning, Lindsay. Well, Vice President Vance arrives at that American Air Base this afternoon, and people are rattled. A lot of people laughed.
What is going on, man? What is going on? They ain't got internet out there, bro. Let him be. They don't even got internet, dude. Let him be, bro. Leave him alone. What are we doing? Oh, my Lord. God. Hassan, stream quality. How dare you, dude? My stream quality is excellent. Everything about this is stupid. I don't know what to say, where to begin, how stupid this is, how awful this is. It's just every part of this sucks. What is this? Let's go, Knicks. I don't care.
Declared that the U.S. will take over Greenland. Now they know he's serious, and many see this trip as anything but friendly. This morning, Vice President J.D. Vance and the Second Lady will touch down in Greenland for a trip that's seen here as far more than a friendly visit. Vance's trip to a U.S. Space Force base in the far north of Greenland comes as President Trump makes clear the U.S. aims to take control here.
We need Greenland for national security and international security. So I think we'll go as far as we have to go. We need Greenland.
Greenland is an independent territory within the Kingdom of Denmark. Rich in rare earth minerals, the island is also strategically positioned to counter rivals like Russia and China, who have both been building up a military presence in the Arctic.
The world needs us to have Greenland, including Denmark.
Yeah, the world definitely needs us to have Greenland. Yeah, the world is aching for Donald Trump to militarily annex Greenland. Everyone's like, man, this would be so much better. They're looking at Greenland going, it would be so sick if America invaded. Yeah, it's cool. They're crying for it. A child crying in the store that their parent won't buy them a toy. Dude, I think we are going to see stuff like this way more frequently. I'm Danish and there's no way y'all get Greenland. Big Dong can't just keep repeating it to make it true, Lamau. He's going to look more and more like a loser for not getting his way. We'll see, man. I don't know. It's just like, the problem is at a certain point, and I've said this before, when soft power falls apart and it's all hard power, people are going to turn around and say, okay, this seems a lot like you're militarily invading us. Security partnerships, 800 military bases that have been crafted through security partnerships will turn into 800 different military invasions. That's unsustainable. That is unsustainable. So the more they do stuff like this, there's gonna come a point where people say, enough's enough. Okay, we're done. We're done with this. They are going to try and do everything they can to stop this from happening. All I see in the future for American foreign policy and in general is just is more instability, more global instability.
Denmark has to have us have Greenland, and we'll see what happens. But if we don't have Greenland, we can't have great international security.
Trump has repeatedly raised the possibility of purchasing Greenland or taking it over, quote, one way or the other. The Danish Prime Minister firing back, saying Greenland belongs to Greenlanders. Greenland's Prime Minister adamant, saying we are not for sale, and calling today's visit by the Vice President highly aggressive. Here in Nuuk, Greenland's capital, you can hear the concern about what all this might mean. Do you think this is pressure on you guys, though?
Yeah, it's very much. Yeah, for everybody.
Second Lady Usha Vance had at first planned to attend a dog sled race and promote cultural ties, but those plans were dropped as the criticisms mounted. Many people here do want to see a deeper, enhanced relationship with the U.S. There's a lot of resentment against Denmark, but an American takeover of Greenland, polls show and conversations confirm, most people reject that. Rebecca?
All right, Terry, some big questions there. Thank you.
Vice President J.D. Vance left the U.S. to visit a military base in Greenland, an important part of America's missile defenses. He is traveling with his wife after her plan to visit another part of the territory changed. Holly Williams is in Greenland asking locals about President Trump's vow to take over the island. Holly, good morning.
Good morning, Adriana. The original plan was for the Second Lady, Usha Vance, to come here to Greenland's capital, Nuuk, on a private visit, including watching a dog sledding race. But that was scrapped after Greenland's outgoing Prime Minister called it, quote, highly aggressive and
This is amazing. They couldn't find one person to even let Usha into their home. That's hilarious, dude. According to Danish TV2, representatives from the USA have been going door to door in Nuuk over the past few days to find Greenlanders who wanted to be visited by Usha Vance. After they failed to find anyone, the visit was canceled. Amazing. You couldn't find one person? That's crazy. What happened to the MAGA hat wearing homeless people or whatever? The random people that they gave MAGA hats to be like, hey, stand right here in front of Charlie Kirk to talk about how much. Where's that one guy? There's the one like the weed dealer guy who's like a MAGA influencer. What happened? I thought there was one hog in all of Greenland. I thought they found one hog in all of Greenland. He doesn't have a home? I guess, yeah, homeless implies that they don't have homes that Usha could visit. But the one influencer, I don't think he's homeless.
provocative.
Greenland's always been a quiet place, but has now been swept up in the noise of US politics and President Trump's territorial ambitions.
How long have your Inuit ancestors lived on this land?
Thousands of years.
Kuno Fenker told us he's proud to be Inuit, the indigenous people of this land. He's also a lawmaker in Greenland's parliament.
Who should decide the future of Greenland?
The Greenlandic people.
But as the US and Russia vie for military dominance in the Arctic, President Trump says the US needs to take control of Greenland for security reasons. And he's refused to rule out using economic or military.
No, you guys don't understand. Someone has to take it, okay? We can't leave it to the Greenlanders. God forbid, okay? You don't understand. Someone has to take it. It's real estate, man. Someone's got to take it. And it's got to be us. It's got to be us.
Military force.
One way.
Dude, you can't. America has an insatiable, unyielding appetite for more conquest. And we must try to consistently dominate other countries. We've run out of options. China is dominating the global south with their favorable trade deals. We don't like that. So we just got to go to our allies and dominate them further. We got to go to the allies that we have, specifically Europe, Canada, maybe a little bit of Mexico too. Mexico's in the middle though, because they're also kind of Chinese aligned, you know? And we must do everything we can. I think the only thing holding this loyalty pledge to America right now is the rather cynical view that European leaders have that stems from Orientalism against China. They are just still, I think, more fearful of China in general and more fearful of even the aesthetics of socialism in general. Even if China has made no inferences to spreading ideological socialism around the world at all, that like they're just like, yeah, we got to keep staying the course with America no matter how much they bully us. And that's it, you know? It's Russia, bro. What? Okay, it's Russia, bro. What? Great fucking talking point. Who's more pro-Russia, China or Donald Trump? I mean it seriously. Like, the Chinese government is aligned with Russia because Russia is seen as like is seen to be attacking Western interests, right? But Donald Trump is outflanking everybody on this process and being like, no, Russia is awesome. Russia is killing it. We love Russia, don't we, folks? We need to put an end to this Vladimir Putin. You know? Check Twitter. Is it nuked for you? No? Oh my God. Kaya is fucking snoring right now.
Any other way gonna get it?
For now, Greenland's a semi-autonomous part of Denmark, one of America's NATO allies. And 85% of people here say they do not want to be part of the United States, according to a recent poll. Many Greenlanders we've spoken to are suspicious of President Trump.
I'm very lucky to be born here.
A rare exception to that is Jorgen Boesen, a bricklayer.
I ordered it on the internet.
Got it online.
They found him. Got him. Why didn't he open his home to Usha's Usha's advances. So why is Trump getting close to Putin when they're allied with China and North Korea? I don't get this shit. OMG. Yeah, but Russia is a big ally of China, isn't it? I don't understand. Trump moves to Putin because of it. Yeah, I can't understand that. I can't give you a good answer for this. I'm sorry. I don't understand it either. I think it's this like forced reverse Sino-Soviet split where the American government will side with Russia and use Russia against China in their minds, but I don't know how valid of a plan of attack that is. Because the main enemy here is not Russia, it's China. That's the real scary enemy. So I think they perhaps believe that if they give favorable deals to Russia, then Russia will play ball and be in split from China. But I don't think that people who still remember the dissolution of the USSR and what came afterwards, even if they made out like bandits because they were Western aligned, I don't think those guys are going to forget what Western powers did anytime soon. Even though Russia itself is obviously a capitalist kleptocracy. They're not Soviet. They're not communist, socialist at all. Wait, what? Foreign policy shifts regionally. When Dems are in power, we partner with China and hurt Russia. When reps are in power, we favor Russia and harm China. No, that's not true. Democrats do not partner with China. Come on. Democrats have not partnered with China since the Obama era, where like Obama didn't even partner with China necessarily, but was just not as xenophobic as everybody else. There's never been a moment, I think, since Chinese global dominance where the American government hasn't treated China as like the number one vector of evil. They both hate maybe killing UE. They both hate EU more than anything, I guess. We're so fucked with capitalism. Dude, I can't even hear myself think because of how loud this bitch is snoring right now. It's crazy. Okay, man, Twitter is bricked for you. It's fine. Who cares? You're not on Twitter. You're on Twitch, okay? No, I'm not going to open up the noise gate.
Boason told us he was Donald Trump Jr.'s guide when he made a controversial trip to Greenland in January.
What was the point of his visit?
I think it's a statement to China and Russia and say, stay away.
Well, it was a political statement.
I think so.
The Vice President will meet with U.S. service members later today at the Bidufik military base, which is about 1,000 miles north of here. But that... Listen,
my statement to the Inuit Greenlanders, okay, to the indigenous population of Greenland. I know that, your major city is called Nuke, but that's not enough. You must get nukes instantly, immediately. You will never have autonomy and sovereignty without a standing military, but more importantly than a standing military, a nuclear arm, okay? Maybe multiple. You must get nukes immediately. This is my warning. Look at Ukraine. They gave up the nukes. Look at what happened to Ukraine, okay? Get nukes ASAP. Trust me, you're cooked if you don't get nukes. Get nukes immediately. Never give up those nukes. Otherwise, you are cooked. I promise you. I know how we operate, okay? Americans are parasitic. Our foreign policy is parasitic. We will take over. We will lie to you. We will gaslight you. We will make it seem, we will keep telling you over and over again that we're doing this for you, actually. You gotta get nukes or you will get dominated, okay? Yeah, I will do a fundraiser in the future to get the Inuit population of Greenland a nuclear armament immediately.
Base is critical to America's defense because if Russia ever targeted the U.S. with ballistic missiles, the shortest route would be across the Arctic. Gail.
All right, Holly Williams reporting from Greenland. Thank you very much.
Hey guys, how we doing? Please, at ease. At ease. Good Lord, sit down and eat. Sit down and eat. Don't let the Vice President stop you guys from getting your chow here. How we doing? It's cold as shit here. Nobody told me. Well, thank you all for everything.
God, he's such a lame ass, dude. He is like, yeah, oh, I said shit. Hey, don't let the Don't let the vice president stop you from getting chow. Hey, you know me. Once a Marine, always a Marine. Am I right? Oh, God. He is so lame. But that's so are many of our active duty service members. So I think he's trying to be nice here, though. No, this is marketing, man. This is him. This is no different than, oh, you're going to get shit for that one. What? It's true. People always think that like active duty service members, there's many of them in here, okay? Yes, y'all are a bunch of fucking nerds. It's true. I don't know why people automatically assume that like if you're a veteran or if you're active duty service member that like you have to be held up to a different standard. Like look. Yeah, there's hella nerds and lame asses in the military. What do you mean? It's America's largest jobs program. It's going to reflect broader American society. It's going to be very diverse, and it's going to have a bunch of lame asses. How long have you served? ... Okay, good. Yeah, I haven't. I'd rather serve crack, okay, than serve this nation. Fuck you mean?
Everything you do, and thanks for having us. So please sit down, guys. Please. I wish you'd eat your food. Usha and I are thrilled to be here. It's a really beautiful flight, actually. You fly over some pretty cool spots. I've never been to Greenland. Apparently, I'm the first vice president to ever visit Greenland, so that's a pretty cool thing. But we're looking forward to hanging out and getting to know you guys and understanding what you do. So I think what do we have? So
only thing I'm serving out here is looks and the top of the hour ad break, which used to come at the top of the hour. It no longer comes at the top of the hour, but I still urge you to subscribe if you would like to support the broadcast. That's right. You can subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get one free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster who is against the annexation of Greenland. Your subscription revenue will not be going to a nuclear armament strategy for Greenland. Okay. It's also 35% off gifted subs right now on the platform. So you can gift to your heart is filled with joy by allowing others to also be subscribers. They get badges. They get the opportunity to be able to send me links. Anyway. Also, isn't one of the reasons why you came to the U.S. for college to avoid mandatory conscription? No, that's not the reason. I just wanted to come to the United States for college in general. But that is just an extra benefit. Get a LeBron hat. Take my Knicks off your head. If you're a Knicks fan, shouldn't you be excited that I'm fucking wearing the hat? Throwing bagels at the wall. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Doc Wormelon. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Zin. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Musashi 42. Thank you for the 5 gifted. All right, let's see this weirdo try to be human around people. Barry Balls, thank you for the 10.
Mike, we're going to talk to the command and some of the Guardians about what exactly the base does and all the
Left Coastline, thank you for the 5. Not the real Chris Evans, thank you for the 5.
ways it contributes to national security. We're going to get a briefing, of course, about what you guys do every day. And then we're going to talk just about, as you've heard, we have some interest in Greenland from the Trump administration. So we're going to talk a little bit about that with our friends in the media. But I just want to say thank you all. Thanks for having us, and thanks for being here. Thanks for doing what you do. The colonel told me that this is a 1-year unaccompanied duty station. When we were flying in, we were wondering whether you guys were allowed to bring your families here. So I know it's a lot of sacrifice to spend a year away from your families, but the mission is really important. The Trump administration, the president is really interested in Arctic security. As you all know, that's a big issue, and it's only going to get bigger over the coming decades. So thanks for doing what you do. What's the plan here? So I thought I was serving food, but it looks like everyone already got their food. What's the plan from here, guys? I'm sorry? Okay, we're going to get some food here too. Good, okay. All right, we're sitting right there? Fantastic. Great. Thank you all for having us.
Gifts are 35% off. Gift subs are 35% off.
Good.
Yeah, so he did that thing. He did the dang thing, okay? But that's not all. Here, let's watch why no one wants to meet U.S. Vice President Vance in Greenland from DW News.
President J.D. Vance has left for Greenland with his wife, Usha, on
The German broadcaster Deutsche Welle is not holding back on its commentary against the J.D. Vance charm offensive. It's kind of funny when you are trying to annex a country through peaceful means at first, and you send the most annoying loser there. Why? Like, do you really feel like people in Greenland are going to see JD Vance and go, oh, that's a guy who I want to lead my country. That's who I want to be in charge of here. Like, you couldn't find one guy. You don't have anybody that's like more fun. Send Pete Hegseth. Let him do some push-ups and, you know, brave the cold with his beer blanket. Be like, hell yeah, I'm here in Greenland. I'm Pete Hegseth. I'm not drunk right now. Let me tell you, okay, we're doing OPSEC here. I'm going to do some push-ups, okay? I'm going to fucking do push-ups with the Inuit population, and if I win the push-up contest, then Greenland is mine. OPSEC is clear. Over and out.
A trip that will now only be stopping at a US military base there. Their trip to the semi-autonomous Danish territory was revised after initial plans caused an uproar in both Greenland and Denmark. Leaders had called the planned visit a provocation following President Donald Trump's talk of US annexation. Here's more on the reactions to that.
Greenlanders have made it clear. President Trump's threats and overtures aren't welcome. An announced visit by the vice president's wife, Usha Vance, to a popular dog sled race was seen as an attempt to pile on even more pressure. That sparked furious reactions from Greenlandic leaders, including outgoing Prime Minister Mute Beia. He told local media that the very aggressive American pressure against Greenlandic society is now so serious that the level cannot be raised any higher. Denmark's Prime Minister also criticized the trip.
This is clearly not a visit that is about what Greenland needs or what Greenland wants from the outside right now. And therefore I have to say that it's unacceptable pressure that's being put on both Greenland and Denmark in this situation. And it's a pressure that we will resist.
After the outcry, Vice President J.D. Vance announced he would come as well, but said that the visit would be limited to a remote U.S. military base.
Mr. Wife Guy, he's like, oh, you guys don't want my wife? Well, guess what? I'm coming now, and I'm way more annoying than she is, okay? I'll show you. Is U.S. invading Greenland grounds for Article 5 being used against us is such a funny question because NATO is America. It's an expression of American might. It is an American security agreement. It is, in some ways, supposed to keep you protected from America. If you drop that, there's no Article 5 against America. NATO's not going to create like a military resistance against the United States of America. It's so funny. No, that's not how this works. The entirety of the European continent is functionally a vassal for American interests.
Hey guys, it's JD Vance, the vice president, and you know there was so much excitement around Usha's visit to Greenland this Friday that I decided that...
No, literally the opposite. The opposite happened, and that's why he's there.
I didn't want her to have all that fun by herself, and so I'm going to join her. I'm going to visit some of our guardians in the Space Force on the northwest coast of Greenland and also just check out what's going on with the security there of Greenland. As you know, it's really important.
This is where the Vances are set to visit.
He's going to check it out. He's going to check out the security situation. He's going to check out the security situation, okay? Let me tell you. Excuse me, I have a very urgent, important matter to ask you about the state, authenticity, and journalism on your platform. Please name 3 players on the Knicks without Googling. I can't, and I don't care. I've never said I was a Knicks fan. I'm just wearing my buddy's hat who left it behind. Also, I wear t-shirts that have bands on them too, and I will not. I refuse to. It's a cool hat. I don't care about the Knicks at all. I don't know ball. I don't need the know ball. I don't care. There it is.
Visit the Bidufik Space Base. The U.S. military has been stationed there for decades, with radar arrays here forming a vital part of America's early warning system against nuclear attack during the Cold War, and still today. The U.S. has long regarded the vast, sparsely populated island as strategically important, thanks to its location. Greenland sits at a crossroads between the U.S., Canada, the European Union, and Russia. But it's climate change and rising temperatures that have turbocharged Washington's interest. On Greenland itself, melting ice is presenting the chance to exploit the island's massive untapped natural wealth, including minerals critical to the green transition. Warming waters around Greenland and in the Arctic Ocean beyond are also opening up new shipping lanes and new areas for gas and oil drilling. That's attracted Russian and Chinese interest as well. Denmark welcomed the news that the Vances would only visit the airbase, seen as a de-escalation. But it's unlikely that Greenlanders have heard the last about U.S. interest in their territory.
Marcus Valentin is a journalist from the Greenlandic Broadcasting Corporation, KNR, and he's joining us now from the capital, Nuuk. Welcome, Marcus. Can I ask you, how do Greenlanders feel about this?
Just by vibes alone, I don't think this guy is on board with America invading and annexing Greenland. I'm just looking at his fit, and it kind of feels like he's not going to be on board with America doing military conquest.
This visit from the U.S. Vice President.
Well, the initial reaction was a shock if this was an escalation attempt.
Like, he looks like he would be a part of like a revolutionary communist party that now has a social democratic slant and is anti-immigrant but pro expanding the social safety nets only marginally. He looks like the average European leftist guy. I'm joking. I don't know what his background is at all. I'm just memeing, okay?
But as we've seen that he will only visit the Pituffik space base, there's been a sigh of relief among the population up here because the demonstrations are now called off. It is also, there is a feeling of proudness that all the hard work from the different Greenlanders wanting to make mass protests and the politicians trying to get Trump to back off his plans and J.D. Vance to back off his plans has finally in some sort of way worked where they are de-escalating the conflict.
Keep being racist, bro. That is such a racist and misogynistic take. Keep being racist, bro. Standing ovation. Wait, misogynistic? What? What are you saying? Like, I'm being an anti-Danish racist, but also simultaneously misogynistic. What simulation are you seeing through, man? I think you gotta... White racism is racism. It's true. As a white man, I'm a anti-white racist. Why did you say I was being misogynistic, though? Bro, you should see, not through the simulation, but you should look and find your lithium prescription and take it to the nearest CVS instantly, okay? I think you ran out.
At least in the short term, because when I talk to international experts in international politics through the Arctic, they say that this is sort of an escalation also in the long term.
There are reports of US officials going door to door in Greenland to try and find some residents who are prepared to give J.D. Vance and his wife a warmer welcome. Can you confirm that that happened?
I can confirm that happened. I have some sources that was planning the visit, that was trying to set up some visits and have gotten rejections from everywhere. And we have also heard from different vendors here in Nuuk that people came up to them and said that they wanted to make a PR stunt. They wanted Usha to come and have this beautiful visit where they said, well, she can enter as a guest and pay a ticket just like everyone else. And as far as I have heard, they weren't interested in that.
All right. Do you know if there was any outreach?
Like, I know the Greenland population is not massive, right? But you couldn't find one person. Like, that's kind of crazy. I mean, it's awesome. Holy crap. Like, but you couldn't find one person. Like, there's 31,000 people in here, which is, I assume, close to, like, if not half of Greenland's population, maybe the same size. I don't know what Greenland's total population number is, okay? But I'm sure there's one person, even in this community right now, that would host J.D. Vance at their home. Like, and not even on some, like, weird shit. Like, they would do it because they're a fan enough of the prospect of having J.D. Vance in their home. That's amazing.
by the US, any attempt at all to coordinate this visit with the Greenlandic,
They couldn't find one person who they wanted to show. They definitely found freaks who would hurt them if they revealed. No, this administration doesn't care about freaks, dude. Are you kidding me? They already did that with the freaks. There's that MAGA patriot who was wearing the Thug Life Trump t-shirt. There's that one MAGA Greenlander. They don't care. I don't think that guy has a house. I think that's the problem. I think that's the issue. They just did, like, the only people that were down with the whole Trump regime, the Trump annexation, simply did not have housing.
or Danish authorities at all?
I'm not aware of if there has been any official talks. Up here in Greenland, we know that there are some people, American citizens, that has worked alongside the administration to invite them to Greenland as a private visit. But as far as how much of an attempt they've had in cooperating with the Greenlandic and the Danish government, it's hard to say. But we know from the Greenlandic politicians, at least, that they are not. They have expressed to the U.S. officials that they are not welcome in Greenland because a coalition government is still in the talks, or were still in the talks. It is now being presented later today here in Nuuk, a new government. But it is seen as, from the Greenlandic perspective, as.
It's because JD is trying to meet with the libtards in Nuuk. He can't roll with the hillbillies down south in Qaqortoq or Qasigiannguit. He gets seasick. I tried to say those names. I'm so sorry. Our GeoGuessr wizard in here knows more about Greenland than I ever will. And I apologize to the Greenlanders for butchering the way to say those places. Wait, those are real? Yes, Emhud definitely knows. Emhud 100% knows Greenland inside and out. If it's on Google Maps, he knows it, okay?
Not a good move from the US to come when there isn't a functioning government.
Right. I mean, Greenland's acting prime minister apparently called this trip a provocation, a demonstration of power, and asked the international community to step up. What do you think he's expecting from the international community? That's
very, very difficult to answer because, as we've seen so far, there's been harsh rhetoric from the Greenlandic side, and also the Danish Prime Minister, Mette Frederiksen, has chimed in on that and has amped up her rhetoric. We know that the Danish government has been in UN in these couple of days and also talked with other state leaders. And we know in Denmark that they are working as much as possible to get a solution on this and trying to talk, especially with the European.
How she missed that shot, bro. That was the easiest shot of my life. Terrible pool player.
Partners, but just what it is that the Greenlandic politicians want the other nations to do and actually show in support of Greenland is not very clear as of yet. But when the new government the new government coalition is signed later today in Nuuk, and a new government is soon formally formed, I think we will know pretty soon what it is that the Greenlandic government will expect from the rest of the world.
Mm-hmm. Donald Trump says the US needs Greenland for its national security. He said, quote, America will go as far as we have to go to gain control of the island. And then we've got the Danish Prime Minister saying Greenland is part of the Danish kingdom. That is not going to change. What do the Greenlanders say, Marcus?
There's hardly any Greenlanders up here that wants to be part of the U.S. There is a minority of Greenlanders that want to have a closer ties with the U.S. And a lot of Greenlanders up here, especially up until recently, wants closer economic ties with the U.S. both in minerals, mining, natural resources, but also in fishing and other trading goods that Greenland can provide. Because Greenlanders have this saying, we are open for business. They don't really discriminate against who they want to work with and trade with. And they see U.S. as a huge trading partner and a huge possibility to have more trade with the U.S. But in the last couple of
It's not my mic that's popping, it's their mic. It's Deutsche Welle's mic popping.
weeks, as far as how that will change now, as of Donald Trump saying that he wants to annex the country and will go as far as he will, as far as he can to annex the country. This can change, but we're all waiting for the new government to be formed and to see what policies they will implement afterwards.
Marcus Valentin, journalist in Nuuk, Greenland. Marcus, thank you so much for
Yeah, that's that real sock them audio right there. China's economy czar invites EU trade chief to jointly resist tariff threats. Ooh, using the never let an opportunity go to waste. When your enemy is making a mistake, do not disrupt them. China's coming in hot. Chinese century of prosperity. China rising. Both China and EU have seen their relations with the U.S. sour over President Donald Trump's tariff policies. Since taking office in January, Trump has imposed 20% additional tariffs on all Chinese imports. It's conspiratory to think that the Republicans believe in climate change, but say they don't because they know they can profit off of it. What? Yeah, you can say you don't believe in climate change, but then still recognize that the climate is changing. You know, that's what's going on. They are, after decades of denying climate change and saying it's a Chinese Chi-Com conspiracy, they are going, oh yeah, the Arctic Arctic ice is melting. It's going to open up new pathways for trade. We need to take advantage of that. There's new opportunities to drill, baby, drill. It's like Florida. You can say the climate is not changing and that's woke and gay, but like, what are you going to do when your house is underwater? You know what I mean? Like, you can't deny that your house is now underwater. Do you understand? It's just like you can go, oh, how did this happen? Who could have foreseen this? But your house is now underwater. You know, you can say, oh, it must be DEI, but your house is still underwater. You recognize
The old
it.
relationship
Anyway, here's Carney saying Canada's old relationship with the U.S. is over.
we had with the United States based on deepening integration of our economies and tight security and military cooperations is over. President Trump again imposed unjustified tariffs on our nation in violation of our existing trade agreements. We will respond forcefully. Nothing is off the table to defend our workers and our country. And our response to these latest tariffs is to fight, is to protect, and to build. We will fight the U.S. tariffs with retaliatory trade actions of our own that will have maximum impact in the United States and minimum impacts here in Canada. It's my solemn promise that when President Trump threatens us again, we will fight back. We will fight back with everything we have to get the best deal for Canada. We will build an independent future for our country stronger than ever. The road ahead will be long. There is no silver bullet. There is no quick fix. And I know and I understand that many are feeling anxious and worried about the future. Fundamental change is always unsettling. But I have every confidence in our country because I understand what President Trump does not. That we love Canada with every fiber of our being.
They're already looking to reduce reliance on America. I mean, good, great. They should. It's the correct method. I don't think this guy is, I don't know if he fixes Canada's problems in general, but yeah, I am fully in support of a BDS movement against America. As an American citizen, as a content creator in the United States of America, okay, I am fully in support of doing a boycott, divestments, and sanctions movement on the United States.
Begin with breaking news for you on a powerful and deadly earthquake. It's in Southeast Asia. And take a look at these pictures. They really tell the story. It was 7.7 magnitude quake.
Oh, boy. Whoa.
Caused at least one tower you see under construction to collapse right there on the spot. This was in Bangkok, which, as you know, is the capital of Thailand. Oh, boy. The earthquake was centered just across the border in Myanmar. Anna Corin has the latest for us. Anna, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Gail. That video, absolutely shocking. You can only imagine the terror felt by the people there in Bangkok. Thailand's defence minister says 3 people are dead, 90 are missing, but it is obviously feared that death toll will rise.
Disbelief turned to sheer panic in the streets of Bangkok as a 30-storey skyscraper under construction suddenly collapsed following a powerful earthquake which sent people in Thailand's capital running for their lives. Officials say the 7.7 magnitude quake hit in neighbouring Myanmar, hundreds of miles away, with the epicentre located near Mandalay, the country's second largest city, on Friday afternoon. There, a mosque was reduced to rubble with worshippers inside, while Mandalay's university was engulfed in thick black smoke. Myanmar's military junta has declared a state of emergency and has made a rare appeal for international aid. Back in Bangkok, eyewitness reports of violent shaking lasting for up to a minute in a city that's home to 17 million people.
7.7 is a crazy magnitude. Also, as I've talked about with Turkey, with both my own personal experiences in Turkey and the recent earthquakes that took place in Turkey and northern Syria, 7.7, especially depending on what kind of ground it's on, but more importantly than that, what kind of infrastructure you have, can be it could be super devastating. And obviously, especially in a place like Myanmar, where I suspect the infrastructure is not designed or built against that sort of thing, that's the reason why you see way more casualties.
Many who live in high-rise buildings and felt a 6.4 aftershock just minutes later. Nearby at a shopping centre,
immediately there was screaming, there was a lot of panic. I just started walking calmly at first, but then the building started really moving.
Video from inside an apartment building shows chandeliers and other household items swaying. People terrified of more aftershocks choosing to wait outside. Water could be seen from the rooftop pool of Bangkok's Intercontinental Hotel gushing out from over the sides as it shook. It's unclear how many people are dead or injured, but officials say dozens of construction workers were believed to be on site of the skyscraper the moment the earth violently shook.
Now, the fact that this earthquake was so shallow, only 6 miles deep, is why it was so violent and felt so far across from Thailand to Myanmar. We haven't heard an official toll from the military junta on deaths or injuries, but the fact they've asked for international assistance is incredibly unusual and perhaps a sign of how desperate the situation is on the ground. Tony.
Dramatic pictures. We'll keep following it. Anna Korn in Hong Kong for us. Anna, thank you very much.
A massive 7.7 magnitude earthquake rocked Southeast Asia today, followed by a powerful aftershock. It happened near Mandalay, Myanmar, which is the war-torn country's second largest city. That quake reverberated across the region, from Thailand to China. Now, in Myanmar, state TV reports that more than 140 people are now dead, with 730 injured. Buildings were seen swaying, with bridges, roads, and places of worship collapsing. NBC News International correspondent Ralph Sanchez joins us now. Ralph, just tell us more about the damage and the victims. How bad is it?
It's bad, Joe. Myanmar is suffering what is basically a 1-2 punch here. You have a 7.7 magnitude earthquake, and then just 12 minutes later, 6.4 magnitude aftershock, as you said, rocking the country's second biggest city. The military regime in Myanmar is saying 144 people are dead, 730 injured, but that there may very well be worse to come. And we also saw destruction across the border in Thailand, at least 9 people dead in Bangkok. And at one building site alone, there are currently more than 100 people missing. And I want you to listen to the accounts of some of the survivors from the quake in Bangkok. Take a listen.
I felt myself swaying a little bit, so I thought, okay, this is not quite normal. And just as I was about to start taking things, the shaking was really intense.
I was turning to my boss and I was like, do you feel the same thing? And she's like, yeah, I thought it was me. And then the light started to fall off the floor, the ground, and then we ran down to the building on the fifth floor.
So search and rescue operations currently underway. We are expecting the toll to rise on both sides of the border. And Joe, the USGS is saying the ultimate death toll could be in the thousands.
And Raf, one of the reasons it's been hard to get information out of Myanmar is that it's been tied up in a civil war for the last 4 years. It's controlled by a military government. How are they dealing with this disaster?
So far, they have declared a state of emergency across much of the country. As you say, there are big questions about whether the authoritarian nature of Myanmar is going to hamper the relief effort. So far, the military regime is saying it is accepting help from neighboring countries, including India, that it's opened up its borders in order to get more aid in. They are applying for, or appealing rather, for blood donations. But as you say, there's an ongoing civil war, especially in the Rohingya region. Questions about whether aid is going to reach.
Why are chatters saying that there is no military mobilization in Myanmar? I don't know what's going on here, but there is. There are still warring factions in parts of the country. It is a military junta, one that is aligned with the Chinese government. They mentioned India, but not China, I assume for that reason. Like, this is true. It's not a false statement. But yes, there are other countries in the region that are also, I suspect, immediately offering aid.
Each areas that the government doesn't control. And we're waiting to see, Joe, whether they will let journalists in and whether they will be transparent about the full scale of damage. Jeff.
All right, Raf Sanchez, thank you so much.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about.
Aftershock forecast says 40% chance of a 6+ in the next week, 90% chance of a 5+. No, you're wrong. China's position on Myanmar has been historically neutral. China, depending on the immediate needs that China has, will oftentimes either arm the militancy against the military junta or directly support the military junta. It's not that's not to say that they're neutral is incorrect. They definitely support the current government. Having said that, I don't think that has a lot to do with like the aid. L-Take, you're wrong. You're out of your element. Top bozo takes against you. Thank you.
Implementing retaliatory tariffs. You said if that were to happen, that you would be responding with large-scale tariffs. Will you be following through with that promise?
Well, absolutely. But we had a very good conversation. Mark called me today at 10 o'clock.
China in neutral amount. China is never fully neutral. China is just pro-China. They certainly don't. Their engagement with countries as within the region are definitely. I mean, they definitely engage with countries in the region a lot more, but their interference in the affairs are way more hands-off than the United States of America is across the world. But that doesn't mean that they don't interfere in the affairs of regional powers, whether it is to maintain stability or have favorable trade negotiations or maintain some kind of a barrier of security around itself. China still certainly interferes in the affairs of countries in the region.
We put out a statement. We had a very, very good talk. He's going through an election now, and we'll see what happens. But we have Liberation Day, as you know, on April 2nd, and I'm not referring to Canada, but many countries have taken advantage of us, the likes of which nobody even thought was possible for many, many decades, And, that has to stop. We're going to end up with a very good relationship with Canada and a lot of the other countries. Some we probably won't. It won't be so pleasant. But I think most countries are agreeing with me. They actually, many of them have actually apologized. They said, look, we have taken advantage. And
bro, this guy is living in La La Land. Like, he's just living in his own universe, dude. He's just living on his own. He's living in his own planet. Yeah, everybody loves it. Everybody loves what I'm doing. The market loves what I'm doing. Breaking, over $1 trillion in market value has been lost from the S&P 500 so far today. Hey, man, I'll have you know, we don't care about that anymore because that doesn't make Trump look good, okay? I think you forgot to download the new talking point, which is that it's okay. When it's up, it's great. The great economy lover Donald Trump has fixed the markets. When it's down, we don't care. What are you, fucking woke? It's woke to The stock market is woke, dude. It's DEI. Like, what are you talking about? Look, see? Nobody cares. It's money from the 1% mostly anyways. It's down like -2%. These headlines are silly. As I've said time and time again, the top 10% of wealth in the United States of America own 90% of the stock market. And as it stands, as it happens with everything under, liberal capitalism and in the United States of America, the gains in the stock market are privatized, kept in that top 10%, but the losses in the stock market are socialized, so you definitely suffer when the stock market is tanking. But hey, guess what, dude? He's going to fix it all one day, I promise. When we deport the perfect number of Venezuelan dudes with like autism awareness tattoos who teach autistic teenagers how to swim. You know, when we get those guys out of here, all of a sudden everything's going to be better. One day. We just need to deport like another youth soccer coach. There's a perfect number out there. When we arrive at it, you'll see America truly will be great, okay? You know what it is? It's because we're not sufficiently pro-Israel. I just realized. Because I'm just judging by what the Trump administration cares about, and it seems like they care about, dominating college campuses and making sure that everyone is saying the right things about Israel, which is that, Am Israel Chai, we love Israel, that sort of stuff. The moment that every single person is flying the banner saying Israel is wonderful, is the most moral democracy, then magically everything will be solved. And in order to get there, we just got to keep deportations up. Also, there's a perfect number of tariffs that we need to arrive at too. Once we do that, still mad about deporting illegal immigrants? He's giving us a chance to buy the dip. Dumb chatters. This guy. With what, you dumbass? Yeah, I didn't realize you had a couple spare multiple millions, in your bank account that wasn't tied to the stock market already that you can use to buy the dip. Yeah, you'll buy the dip one of these days. You'll get in on the ground floor. I bought the last 2 dips. It keeps going down. Please help. Yeah. Warren Buffett, dude. Yeah. Buy low, sell high. Duh. Come on, dude. Don't you guys understand? It's pretty simple.
Every single person in this room and the overwhelming majority of people that you know are
here. Yeah. I wanted to highlight this, of course. One of the classic cases here. Also, is this good? Chat. I'm new to this day trading business. Is this good? Because it feels like maybe the tariffs back and forth is not looking too great. I don't know. Have you said thank you yet? Have you said thank you once? Oh my Lord. It's so funny because I got a bunch of friends who are like agnostic to Trump, and you know what that means, right? Like I know a bunch of people who are agnostic, or even know some like people with crypto, and they are screaming bloody murder. At first they were like, nah, Trump is going to bring about a crypto boon, okay? And even on the crypto side of things, everything is falling apart as well. JD Pandan is short the stock market, or his cronies are. Yeah, I'll be at this LA rally too, obviously. After 86,000 attendance for the last swing, AOC to join Bernie Sanders rally in Los Angeles Grand Park on April 12th. I'll be there. I'll definitely be there. Hassan, you loser. Before he fixes things, it needs to get a little bad. It's only darkest before the dawn, brother. Stay strong. Yeah, that's what it is. Guys, stay strong, loyal patriots. Anyway, like I said, I only take my notes from what the Trump admin is saying and doing. And what the Trump admin is saying and doing is very important. Let's see what they were saying here.
It's only going up
the fuck? Two objects that are the same? Oh,
watch the stock market.
I got owned. I got owned by the fucking
The stock
bot.
market is the only sign of life, and it's only going up because everyone thinks Trump is going to win the election. You can't really watch the stock market.
We all saw the stock market soaring post-election. It reached an all-time high today, 82,000. Optimism everywhere. Just ignore the sky is falling reports in the regime press. Tune out the breathless reporting about market gyrations.
I'm excited about the economy. Look at the stock market. Our rocket ship is getting ready to take off in our economy with President Trump. We were probably overbloated with the stock market here for a while. We went up quite a bit.
Yeah, stock market went up too much. It's not supposed to always go up. It's supposed to go down sometimes. Everybody knows that. Okay? Stock market's been too hot for far too long, which, by the way, ironically enough, I mean, I can't believe I'm saying this, but like, yeah, he's not even entirely incorrect. It's just funny for him to say that right now, you know?
A bit.
You guys want to start with good news? The market's up 25% since you won. You tweeted this out that nobody in the media brings it up, so I said, you know what, I'm going to bring it up tonight.
Forget the stock market for a second here, and I have said on this program for years, it's never been my indicator in terms of the health of the economy.
Yeah. Dude, everybody turns into Robert Reich. All of the entirety of regime press turns into Robert Reich. You know, it's not a real indicator. Everybody knows that the stock market is not an indication of a healthy economy, okay? Everybody knows this. What are you guys talking about? Fantastic. Thank you.
The market always knows. So the market already started to kind of have this sort of rally, this sort of Trump rally. It's an energy, it's an electricity. We have to be very, very careful about all of this and the notion that we have to react as Americans.
Dude. How long until someone on the regime media side turns around and says it's actually domestic terror? Liberals are engaging in an act of terrorism by explaining the normal market conditions in a way that is damaging, with hopes that investors will lose confidence and keep selling and will plummet the stock market further. This is an act of economic terrorism. We need to send more people to El Salvador. How long until someone says it is illegal? It is illegal to short the stock market. It is illegal and an act of terrorism. It's very obvious to me that these liberals, these elitist liberals, want our stock market to plummet because they hate Donald Trump. They have Trump derangement syndrome. They want the economy to perform poorly. And that's why they're demanding that the stock market fails and plummets. That's why they're engaging in illegal trades, such as shorting the stock market or selling off their stocks in general. And that we have to prosecute these people and we have to deport them. Stop giving them ideas. Come on, dude. I'm not giving these guys ideas. I'm just telling you what they're going to say inevitably. What? Oh, yep. Jimmy Kimmel tacitly endorses domestic terrorism, celebrates stock market turmoil, dehumanizes Elon Musk. Just wait. I mean, that's a 14-like tweet. That's irrelevant, but just wait. I'm telling you, someone on Fox News is going to say that.
Every single person in this room and the overwhelming majority of people that you know are one word away. It didn't matter if you're 13 years old when you said it. You're one word, you're one statement, you're one retweet, you're one like away from destroying your life. There are kids in America that have had their admissions to a college revoked.
That's why I, as the Secretary of State, will protect students who are criticizing the apartheid state of Israel that is doing a genocide, right? Surely that's the clip. That's the clip,
there are now
right?
certain things that you're not allowed to say on a college campus.
Mr. Secretary, a Turkish student in Boston was detained and handcuffed on the street by plainclothes agents. A year ago, she wrote an opinion piece about the Gaza war. Could you help us understand what the specific action she took led to her visa being revoked?
Yeah,
and what was your State Department's role in that process?
We revoked her visa. It's an F1 visa, I believe. We gave you a visa to come and study and get a degree, not to become a social activist. Every single person in this room and the overwhelming majority.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, these guys have never cared about free speech. Wake up to that reality. This is something that I used to talk about quite frequently in the most heated moments of cancel culture conversations all the way back in 2016, where I was like, oh yeah, cancel culture? How about BDS? You talk about cancel culture, but try saying anything about Israel on a college campus, because they've always been on board with censorship. There's never been a moment in the history of the modern Republican Party where they haven't actively undermined free speech. They've always been anti-free speech. Wake up. And it's not just on the boundaries of Israel, Palestine either, even though that one is the most egregious, most overt restriction that the Republicans have always agitated towards. The likes of Barry Weiss or Ben Shapiro, who very famously presented themselves as cancel culture warriors, would also actively and consistently try to do canary mission style shit to any student protester that ever had anything to say about Israel. They never, ever strayed away from that. But it's not just on Israel either. These cancel culture warriors and the Republican Party as a whole have consistently undermined education, for example. Republicans have always been, at the bleeding edge, cutting edge of book burnings, basically, modern book burnings, banning books. That is a Republican pastime, and that is the Republican future. What do you think this like anti-CRT initiatives look like? Talking about critical race theory. We got to get it out of our schools. That's literally trying to manipulate education. That's a fixture of Republican domestic policy in this country. So it's not shocking to me that these very same, the very same Republican Party has reached a logical conclusion on their consistent endeavors to curb speech, to suppress speech. They've never been on board. They've just lied about it. And they went, no, using some of the edge cases of radlibs constantly being annoying and woke scoldy in an effort to make it seem like, and this was very successful, this was entirely a leftist project.
I don't blame them as much as I blame the people that stood, in this case I can say the men, because so far they've been all men, haven't they? But the men that sat right there and behind the Resolute desk, mostly the Resolute desk, you know. I don't know if you know, you have a choice of 7 desks. The Resolute is the one I like, but some chose other ones. But they sat right behind a desk right in this location, and they let our country be hurt very badly. But I didn't do that. But we had a very good talk, the Prime Minister and myself, and I think things are going to work out very well between Canada and the United States. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Mr. President, how are the talks with India on tariff going on, and what is the expectations from India? How much do you want them to?
Well, as you know, Prime Minister Modi was here just recently, and we've always been very good friends. India is one of the highest tariffing nations in the world. You know that. I know. Thank you for shaking your head, but it's brutal. It's brutal. They're very smart, and he's a very smart man and a great friend of mine, actually. And we had very good talks. I think it's going to work out very well between India and our country. Very, very well. And I want to say you have a great Prime Minister.
Mr. President, there's been a very serious earthquake in Burma, Myanmar, today, with up to several hundred killed.
Yeah.
The military regime there has asked for help from anybody.
Yeah, we're going to be helping. We've already alerted the people. Yeah, it's terrible what's happened. It's helping. We've already spoken with the country. Okay, please.
Mr. President, yesterday you asked Representative Stefanik to stay in her seat. Can you explain your reason for that? Did it have anything to do with the tight polling in the Florida district that former Representative Waltz held?
Well, I think we're doing, I think we had, as you know, we have a few elections going on. And she is phenomenal, number one. She is a friend of mine, and she was going to go to the United Nations. And I said, look, there's a lot of room for doing that or something else. But she's very popular in her district, and I didn't want to take a chance. I don't even know who else is running. I assume somebody else would have been running. But if she runs, she can't be. You never want to say can't be beaten, but I think can't be beaten.
He seems pissed today. Yeah, he sees the market screaming bloody murder. It's not. That's never going to be a good day.
She's very, very well-liked and very smart. And I said, Lise, would you do me a favor? We cannot take a chance. We have a slim margin. We don't want to take any chances. We don't want to experiment. and she polls like I do. I won her district, as you know, by a lot of points, and she also does very well there. When it comes to Florida, you have two races, and they seem to be good. It's a Trump plus 32 area. The one thing is they're spending like $12 million, and our candidate doesn't have that kind of money, spending much less than that, like maybe 1/12, about $1 million, a little bit more than $1 million. So the airwaves are blanketed, and you never know what happens in a case like that. I won it by 32 points, and it's very, very strong. It used to be Democrat, but when I came along, they liked me for whatever reason. You'll have to explain that, but they liked me, and we're way up. But you don't know what happened. Second district, who seems
They've even bricked the cameras, bro. It's over.
to be in pretty good shape, but likewise, he's being outspent about 5-1. So we don't want to take any chances. So I went to Elise and I said, Elise, do you mind? Very highly rated person, you know, she was a real leader, and she will be again. I spoke with Mike Johnson. They're going to put her in a high leadership position. But will you mind staying in Congress? Because we don't want to take any chances. And it's as simple as that. It's basic politics. It's politics 101. She's very popular. She's going to win. And somebody else will probably win, too, because we did very well there. I did very well there. But the word probably is no good. So I really appreciate her doing it. She's doing me a big favor when she does it, because she was all set to go to the United Nations, and she would have dealt with Putin and Zelensky and everybody else, and she would have been very effective. But we really don't want to take any chances because it is tight.
Mr. President,
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, sir. You and your team apprehended a top 3 leader in the violent gang MS-13 yesterday, just 30 minutes outside of Washington, D.C. What has made you and your team so effective in finding, locating, apprehending, and deporting these violent, illegal migrants?
I love this guy. I wish more people would ask questions like that. But thank you. That's very nice. I appreciate it. And they happen. All you're doing is being fair with you when you ask a question in that way. Pam Bondi and Kash Patel and all of the rest of law enforcement. And I think we have to include ICE and Border Patrol, you know, Paul of Border Patrol, the whole group from Border Patrol. They're so incredible, and it's, you know, dangerous stuff, hard stuff, and it's really an unforced error, because these people were allowed into this country. They shouldn't have been in this country. They would have never been in this country. We're getting rid of some of the worst criminals in the world. They came out of jails and mental institutions from all over the world, but Pam and the whole group, and Kash, who's here, and it's so good to have him. I see him all over. He's working 24 hours a day, but the job they've done is incredible. And they caught one of the worst criminals in the world, I guess, in terms of evilness. You don't get any worse than the MS-13 guys and the Tren de Aragua guys. It's you could flip a coin. It's a rough group. And, you know, the big thing is they have to be able to do this.
I think it's important to recognize that you could just like make a new enemy up and pump that through every orifice of media, both mainstream and independent, and basically use that to justify rounding up people with no reason whatsoever, erode due process, and overextend the Alien Enemies Act in a way that we haven't done historically to even Nazis, and just mass deport through dragnets a bunch of people to a slave labor camp in a different country. Like, think about how fast this Tren de Aragua stuff exploded. Tren de Aragua is minuscule, okay? Like, MS-13 at the very least was a serious force, okay? A prison gang of primarily El Salvadoran immigrants living in LA, living in the United States of America, that ironically enough were deported back to El Salvador without telling the El Salvadoran government at the time, that became a destabilizing force in the country, right? That then had a direct line of communication with America, like a trade route with America, that were able to actively undermine El Salvador. Like, that's not a lie. And to say that they're brutal is not incorrect. That's a correct assessment. Tren de Aragua, on the other hand, is a Venezuelan prison gang that is marginal. Like, it's tiny, it's minuscule. It's not like a serious force inside of the United States of America. It never was. They just kind of decided to make that the new MS-13, and they were able to do so. They were genuinely able to greatly overemphasize the impact and power that Tren de Aragua had, and now they're using that as a now they've expanded the vague definition of terrorism to Tren de Aragua. Okay, just that one apartment complex is seized. They didn't seize an apartment complex. This is what I mean. This is actually what I mean. It's not real. Maybe because I grew up in Turkey and I saw terrorism as a designation that the government used over and over again to silence political dissent. But I think it's very dangerous that both the Trump administration can both use the terrorism designation and slap it onto whoever they see fit, and then claim that whoever they have decided is a terrorist, whoever they've decided is like a part of this gang that is now a terrorist, can just be deported. And it was just entirely designed in such a short period of time, mind you, with no real hard evidence, just completely made up. You also against free speech and free thinking. You also against free thinking. You also aren't exactly free speech, but of course you conveniently never see my messages. You also against free speech and free thinking. Yeah, the free thinkers in here. Explain what you mean, chatter. Okay? Explain what you mean. There has never been as severe a violation against free speech in this country, as processed and as serialized as right now. Talking about re-education, oh my God, dude, you are such a fucking moron. No, you don't need to be re-educated. You need to be educated, okay? You can't re-educate someone who hasn't been educated. Like, my memes about fucking re-education are not serious policy. I'm a Twitch streamer. You know what's serious policy? The Trump administration doing this right now. Like, blackbagging and kidnapping people and disappearing them. That's real. That's what the government is doing. Oh, my Lord.
Their job. I was watching it on television like you, and I saw the home that he lived in a good area, but boy, they had a lot of weaponry in there, right? Highly sophisticated, really brutal stuff. So I appreciate the question, and I just want to thank Cash and Pam and the whole group for doing a fantastic, and the local law enforcement who's been so terrific, even first responders. So I want to thank everybody, and thank you very much.
Mr. President, I want to say, first of all, happy Women's Month. You do so much for women by, first of all, keeping men out of women's sports, and you platform so many.
That was an easy one. That was crazy.
You platform so many great women, like your chief of staff, Susie Wiles. You also have Caroline.
Just want to point out that the left warned this would happen when the Patriot Act first passed, when centrist Democrats sided with the Bush admin. Shocking that centrist Dems are doing nothing to stop this. Where is the calls for general strikes, legislative blockades, and protests? They did nothing but tweet. I know. You are absolutely correct. There needs to be mass mobilization against this stuff. And ironically enough, the Democrats, I don't expect them to lead the charge on this, unfortunately, because I have no confidence in them. But I would at least expect them to cause more of a fuss so that there's more coverage on this in mainstream press. And they're not even doing more, like, they're not even freaking out over this. They're behaving like collaborators. It's insane. May 1st, general strike, please platform it. Chatter, you can't do a general strike by just tweeting about it. Oh my God. There's already mobilization that takes years to do something like that, especially in the United States of America. It's being implemented 4 years down the line, or 3 years now at this point. Yeah, let's do a general strike 3 days from now. Holy moly.
I've doing a great job as press secretary. Now Alina will be joining as well.
Stop being a cynic. What are you saying? That's not being cynical. That's being a fucking adult and knowing. Don't get mad. 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 Yes, chatter. General strike May 1st in 3 days from now. You did it. I can't. I should not get so mad at people. Why not call for action? May 1st is a month from now. It's a month. Okay. Sorry. You're right. It's a month from now. You definitely have time to mobilize in 1 month. I apologize. It's not 3 days from now. It's a month from now. You definitely have time to mobilize. You're correct. Yeah. Okay. This is something that I've talked about a lot, and I think, there's a lot of kind-hearted, empathetic individuals who just don't understand how this process works. You can't simply call for a general strike online. You have to go to labor unions. Labor unions have to coalesce. They have to get together and figure out how this mobilization will occur. It takes a tremendous undertaking. That's not how this happens. Us chatters in here will not be able to do it regardless. It has to come from labor union leadership. It's not as simple as like putting it on your Google Calendar and just not showing up for work one day. No, it has to come from rank and file. Yes, but it has to come from rank and file all the way up to union leadership. Unions have to build coalitions amongst themselves and have enough funds to withstand the economic pressure that will take place. Many of you do not comprehend how significant of an undertaking this is. You just think it's posting. It doesn't work that way.
Democrats seem to struggle answering this question. I wanted to ask you, what is a woman and why is it important that we understand the difference between men and women?
Well, it's sort of easy to answer for me because a woman is somebody that can have a baby under certain circumstances. She has a quality. A woman is a person who's much smarter than a man, I've always found. A woman is a person that doesn't give a man even a chance of success. And a woman's a person that in many cases has been treated very badly, because I think that what happens with this crazy issue of men being able to play in women's sports is just ridiculous and very unfair to women and very demeaning to women. And that's got to be about a 94%. I read today it was a 94% issue. And I watched the other day, a congressman, a Democrat congressman, fighting for the fact that men should be allowed to compete essentially in women's sports. And I say, I hope they keep that going because they'll never win another election. That's a big deal. But
it's so funny because they're not even doing that. Like the transphobic messaging aside, like what Democrat is like, you know what? I'm gonna stake a claim here. This is my fight. This is my battle. I'm going to make sure that trans women still participate in sports. Like, that's not even a thing that they're doing. But again, what are the Democrats doing? What kind of message are you hearing from the Democrats? Are they united? Do they demonstrate messaging discipline? Are they actively talking about all of the awful things that the Trump administration is doing and how that's going to harm, or how that already is harming regular Americans, disrupting the American economy, making things less affordable instead of more affordable? Are they doing all of that? No, they're not. They're not doing it. There's not enough momentum.
Women are basically incredible people.
So when you don't do that, it does not matter. The Republicans can just keep lying about what you're doing and people will eat it up.
Do so much for our country, and we love our women, and we're going to take care of our women. Yeah.
What was your reason for pardoning Trevor Milton?
Highly recommended by many people, that was taken advantage of. He did a business deal like in Utah, as I have it, and I think he was exonerated, and then they brought him into New York. We had a rough road. I mean, he was exonerated. It was a big celebration. Again, I don't know him, but they say it was very unfair, and they say the thing that he did wrong was he was one of the first people that supported a gentleman named Donald Trump for president. He supported Trump. He liked Trump. I didn't know him, but he liked him. It was in Utah, and they went after him. They went after his family. They went after his businesses. And he was, I believe, exonerated, and then they went after him again, and they brought him this time into Manhattan, and he had nothing to do with Manhattan, and they got him, and I said, that's unfair. There are many people like that. They support Trump, and they went after him. You don't realize this is a vicious group of people that were in this office before us. This is a vicious group. They're violent. What they were doing to people, and you could go story after hundreds and even thousands of stories, and they went after this man. And when I heard about it, I said, nope, not going to happen. They destroyed 5 years of his life. He fought for 5 years of his life, and he did nothing wrong. And he's a good person. And basically, I had these fantastic recommendations about him from people that you know very well, all top-of-the-line people. They thought it was a horrible thing. There are many such cases, by the way, many such cases.
Should Americans buy cars now if they want to avoid
Please go
higher
ahead.
prices?
Thank you, Mr. President. Have you spoken with Vladimir Putin about buying weapons from Iran and from North Korea?
Not about specifically that. No, I haven't.
Well, that seems to be an issue.
Feels like that should get brought up. I don't know. I mean, it's kind of funny that that's like, look, I'm not exactly a squishy NatSec liberal, but I feel like that's at least something that you talk about. No, like, really, that's not a thing that you talk about at all. I don't know. Am I crazy? I feel like
that you want to make important is.
Well, I'm making all issues important.
He's like, yes, I don't like it. I don't like that Putin is buying from North Korea. He should be buying from me. We have beautiful artillery shell facilities in Scranton, Pennsylvania. Zelensky came and saw them alongside Biden. Those artillery facilities could be making brave, beautiful artillery shells for the Russian troops liberating Donbass. Many people never talk about Donbass. Nobody talks about the Donbass. Why are they buying from North Korea? Half of them are duds. Half of those artillery shells are duds. They don't have processing and manufacturing like we do. We make brave and beautiful artillery shells. They should be using it in LPR and DPR.
You got a lot of important issues. You also have the children issue that's important. You know, it's a lot of children are living in Russia right now. That's a horrible situation that would have never taken place if I was and the country is being decimated. But, you know, they're losing 2,500 on average young men, mostly men, almost in all cases men, actually, but young men every single week, 2,500. And they're not from our country. They're from Ukraine and they're from Russia. But it's human lives, and if we can get it stopped, and I think we're making progress. But there's a lot of ill will between the parties.
Should Americans buy cars now if they want to avoid higher prices? And then just to follow
No, I don't think so. I think you're going to have a country that's going to boom. I just spoke to Tim Cook of Apple. He's investing $500 billion in the United States, which he would have never. He told me, I would never have done it if you lost the election, and I would have never done it if there wasn't a tariff system that is a incentive for people to come. And remember, there are no tariffs. All you have to do is do your work right here. If you have your company here, if you build your product, make your car, or whatever it is you're making, no tariffs. And we're going to have, I think, Scott, I would say we're close to $4 trillion, even going close to $5 trillion. Now, we haven't had that for years. If you add up years, they haven't invested like that. And here we are in 2 months. We think we're up to close to $5 trillion of investment. They're going to build car plants. They're already building. Many of them have already started. And if you build a car in the United States, and one thing that I just spoke with John Thune about, I just spoke to Mike Johnson about, Speaker, we're going to do something that has never been done in this country before. I'm very proud to say it was my idea. And so sometimes a simple idea, they say, how'd you think of that one? It's so simple, it was never done. If you buy a car in the United States that's made in the United States, if it's manufactured here, when you borrow money, if you borrow money, you have interest payments, we're going to let you deduct the interest payment for income tax reasons. And I think that's going to more than pay for itself. I think people are going to be they've never had a deduction. You know, deductions are supposed to be for like rich people, and it's unfair to have that. But rich people are, I think I know more about deductions than any human being on earth. But, you know, the truth is that people that are middle income people that buy a car and actually have to borrow money, they're going to now get an interest deduction on their car if it's made in the United States. If it's made someplace else, that won't take place. But car companies, as you know, are already expanding and building new plants. They've already started. And I think you're going to see numbers. Howard, you're seeing it, and Scott, you're seeing it. You're going to see numbers the likes of which you've never seen before. Yeah, please go ahead.
The vice president is in Greenland right now. Do you have plans to expand U.S. military presence in Greenland? Is that
We get along very well with Greenland. We get along very well with Denmark.
Do you? It doesn't feel like it.
We've always had a good Denmark does a lot of business in the United States. We don't do so much there, but they do a lot of business in the United States. And I think they want to see, I think everybody wants to see that work out. We need Greenland, very importantly, for international security. We have to have Greenland. It's not a question of, do you think we can do without it? We can't. If you look at Greenland right now, if you look at the waterways, you have...
Dude, what is Trump? 14 minutes and 50 seconds. Virtually everything Donald Trump has said is a lie. Companies are opening up new facilities. I haven't seen it. Objectively untrue. If anything, I've only seen companies deny reports that they are increasing manufacturing in the United States of America. And I am infinitely more sympathetic to the concepts of tariffs than the average person is on the liberal all the way to the left side. And I look at this stuff and I see that the UAW is backing the at least automobile manufacturing tariffs, because I think they also think that this will lead to a boost in domestic manufacturing. I understand the fundamentals behind Donald Trump saying American manufacturing leaving, American manufacturing being shipped overseas was disastrous for the American economy, for the conditions of the American working class, for sure. I recognize that. It's true. It's a truthful statement. Of course, the reason why that happened was because of the same corporations that are backing this candidacy. The same interest that Donald Trump absolutely is on board with. So it's not like he's a pro-labor union kind of guy. As a matter of fact, yesterday he signed off on virtually all federal workers no longer being able to strike, no longer being able to engage in collective bargaining agreements. Like that right there is the most severe drawback that is perhaps unconstitutional as well. Not that this Supreme Court would ever entertain that notion. He's not pro-labor union at all. Here's the UAW president, Sean Fain, my goat. Attacks on federal workers. It says, yesterday, President Trump signed an order that tramples on the union rights of more than 1 million federal workers, stripping them of their ability to negotiate over their working conditions. The 1 million members of the UAW stand with federal workers and their union, AFGE, against the attacks on the Trump administration, from the Trump administration. When I was 12, the Reagan administration famously busted the air traffic controllers union PATCO, firing over 11,000 striking controllers and blacklisting them from federal jobs. It wasn't just about PATCO. It sent a message to employers everywhere that it was open season on the working class. The labor movement failed to act in that moment, and we have been paying the price ever since. I want to look something up real quick. I want to look at the... Yeah, if you look at total labor union density in 1983, it was still fairly low in comparison to other countries, of course, because America's always been incredibly anti-union, incredibly anti-labor in general. But in 1983, labor union density, as a matter of fact, was 20.1%. 20%. Labor union density now in the United States is under 10%. So the actions of Ronald Reagan played a tremendous role in this. The actions that the administration has taken today are many times worse than PATCO, affecting over 1 million federal employees across at least 18 agencies. These actions are just not an attack just on unions. It's an attack on free speech, on workers' rights to organize, on the very idea that people should have a say in their own jobs and futures. Our own members are affected by these actions, including hundreds of UAW members at National Institutes of Health. We have learned from the past and won't sit back quietly while unions are dismantled. The labor movement is not about party politics. We aren't Democrats or Republicans. We're trade unionists. And when you come after workers, you're going to find us standing shoulder to shoulder, ready to fight back. This is the statement from Sean Fain, president of the UAW. And I think, this is the tip of the spear, I would say, in terms of fighting back against this administration. Regardless of not being able to put together a general strike across the board, you have to understand that labor unions, especially in key sectors, still have tremendous power even as an individual union. Okay? Even as an individual union, despite the fact that labor union density has diminished, which allows for politicians to just cast them aside as a less powerful interest group that they don't have to abide by, which then undermines undermines non-unionized employees as well. But the reality of the matter is, the reality of the matter is that one union alone could shut down the entirety of the American economy, okay? Whether it be the UAW, whether it be the Teamsters, whether it be the Longshoremen's Union. You have to understand that. Labor unions are so powerful still, even with the diminished status that they have. Labor unions, if they were to decide to fight, they could technically shut down the entire economy. Of course, people will say the ILA loves Trump, Teamsters love Trump, or at least not the rank and file, but union leadership loves Trump. And I'm not going to say anything about that, friend of the show and all. And I do agree with your criticisms there. I think that they are far too friendly with an administration that is inherently antagonistic. But this kind of stuff is not ignorable. Okay, you can't just cast it aside and say, "Hey, what are you going to do about it?" And Teamsters do still have a policy of not crossing picket lines. So regardless, it would take for the UAW or the ILA or any union to strike, for the Teamsters to whatever, regardless of what Sean O'Brien's attitude is, to abide by that standard. Can you put a link to the Vivian article under your tweet and give the author credit? The author is mad you cropped her out of the screenshot. What? Where? Where did I do that? What's the... sure. I mean, yeah. I meant no disrespect. My bad. My B to Ella Yerman and photographer Andy Jackson. Here, I'll link it under, I was going to talk about the article in the combo that we're having, but what's the is this Ella Yerman? Is this the person who wrote it? Is this they're being weird and claiming you didn't credit them because they're trans? Yes. Well, I am a foe, famously. I think that chatter was baiting. No, yeah, they're joking, man. What are you talking about? This person is not actually mad. You're so dumb. God damn it, dude. Of course this person is joking. Wait, this is personal friend of Ella's here? That's a bit? Yes, this is a very common meme in the LGBT community. How the fuck do you guys still not know this? It's a year. It is a multiple years long bit now. Chatters are like, she claims Hassan viciously beat her. No, it's not. Yeah. Everybody calm down. Do not tell Hassan Abi you're trans is like a years long bit at this point. Is scaring you a part of the bit? I mean, I'm not scared. I meant no disrespect to this journalist. What do you fucking mean? I wasn't even thinking when I actually cropped this. Yeah, this is where it initially started. Chad is too autistic for the bit. Yeah, I know. It's so funny. Anyway, let's get back to the matter at hand here. As I was talking about, the Trump administration is not pro-union at all. They're not pro-labor at all. So I don't know what they're trying to do with the tariffs. Will it boost American manufacturing? It has the capacity to do so. Having said that, given their antagonistic relationship with labor across the board and the many policy initiatives they've taken so far to undermine labor union and labor protections across the board, I don't see this being a boon for the American working class in the way that Trump presents it.
Chinese and Russian ships all over the place. And we're not going to be able to do that. We're not relying on Denmark or anybody else to take care of that situation. And we're not talking about peace for the United States. We're talking about world peace. We're talking about international security. And right now, you look at it, you have warships all over the place going through right along Greenland. We're not going to let that happen. We cannot let that happen. or if it's going to happen, we have to be protective of our country, and more important, really protection not only of our country, of the world. So Greenland is very important. In modern day weaponry makes Greenland 100 years ago, less so. But also,
would you like to visit Greenland?
If you notice, also some of those, you could call them roadways, okay? They're water roadways, but some of those areas.
Yeah, peace through strength, undermining labor, pro-labor through undermining labor unions, you know, all of it. It's just bizarre world. Everything he says is the exact opposite of the reality.
Are opening up, and they're opening up icebreakers out there. They're opening them, and by just nature, they're opening up, and they're headed right into China, right into Russia, and we have no choice. The answer is he's there with his wonderful wife, Usha. They're there right now. They landed a couple of hours ago, and they will represent us well. But Greenland's very important for the peace of the world, not us, the peace of the entire world. And I think Denmark understands it. I think the European Union understands it. And if they don't, we're going to have to explain it to them.
Would you like to visit? Would you like to visit Greenland?
Iranian drones are attacking Ukraine every day.
Let's say it.
Iranian drones are attacking and killing Ukrainians every day. Why aren't you doing something about that?
Well, we're going to see what happens with that. I'm getting reports on that, and we're looking at a report. You're right. They make a lot of drones. Iran makes a lot of drones. They make very effective drones, too. They do very effectively at some things. But Iran is very high on my list of things to watch. And as you probably know, I sent them a letter just recently. And I said, you're going to have to make a decision one way or the other. And we're going to either have to talk and talk it out, or very bad things are going to happen to Iran. And I don't want that to happen. Big preference, and I don't say this through strength or weakness. My big preference is we work it out with Iran. But if we don't work it out, bad things are going to happen to Iran. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Yeah. We're either going to talk and then I'm going to bomb you, or we're not going to talk and then I'm going to bomb you anyway. Either way, you're getting bombed. It's cool stuff. Really cool stuff in general. What is the New York Times saying about this? Signal leak bared U.S. aims in Yemen, but defeating Houthis won't be easy. News analysis from the New York Times. U.S. officials seek to curb the militants' attacks on ships in the Red Sea, but the group has not been deterred by strikes in the Biden era and won't be beaten by air power alone, experts say. Now, this is a New York Times report on this, analysis on this. Peter Eves reported from Washington, Ismail Nar from Dubai, United Arab Emirates. The truth of the matter is, yes, the Houthis and the Yemeni people are undeterred. A decade of genocide and famine induced by American-backed Saudi coalition forces, UAE coalition forces, did not stop them from striking back against Saudi Arabia. And seemingly, the American bombing campaign, Operation Prosperity Guardian, did not stop them from consistently shutting off areas of trade alongside their coastline into the Red Sea. Okay, they have not stopped, and they still haven't stopped. By the way, this past week, 12 days of consistent bombing every single day in Yemen, because they have not stopped bombing Yemen, has left them as determined as ever. The bombshell publication of a group chat, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't matter. Whether it's now or several weeks from now, high-level hopes in the Signal chat, which became public after the Atlantic Shiva. This part we already covered endlessly. But the reason why I'm talking about this is because, this is the New York Times saying, you have to do more war, boots on the ground, military warfare. Middle East experts said the Iran-backed Houthis won't be easily beaten. Few wars have been won with air power alone, and some military experts say it will be no different than the Houthis. It will be no different with the Houthis. The biggest shipping companies have little appetite for returning to the Red Sea. They have found a workaround that, while inconvenient and costly, allows them to avoid those lanes and deliver goods on time. James R. Holes, the J.C. Wiley chair of the Maritime Strategy at the Naval War College in Rhode Island, said that even during the U.S. war to remove Iraq from Kuwait, when air power was at its apex, a land invasion was necessary. Defeating the Houthis might require an occupation. Get excited, okay? Get excited, everybody. Let me tell you, to everyone under the age of 35, the poverty draft alone is not going to maintain permanent deterrence in the region against our most valuable ally doing a genocide. There are other regional partners out there who obviously want to continue their appetite for blood. And let me tell you, we're going to help them out. And by we, I mean you. Oh, did you get a FAFSA? Did you get a nice little loan from the federal government to be able to go to college so you can get a shitty communications degree and then suffer in the same goddamn job market as everybody else, barely being able to make ends meet? Guess what? You're signing up for the American military, and we're sending your ass down to Yemen. Time to get your dick blown off fighting in the mountains with the hopes that Israel can continue doing its genocide in Gaza, because God forbid we tell Israel to dial it the fuck back. Sorry, you're going to war, baby. The #1 peaceful president, the most peaceful dove of all time, is going to send your ass down to Yemen to go fight to defend Israel's right to be able to continue killing as many Palestinian children as possible in Gaza. That's right. You might have to control turf to win, Mr. Holmes said. Aircraft cannot occupy territory, however valuable the supporting capability they are for armies and Marines. The Houthis may even use the U.S. military strikes, analysts say, to bolster their position in Yemen and farther afield as other Iranian proxies like the Lebanese militant group Hezbollah have suffered heavy loss at the hands of Israel. The latest U.S. strikes are direct answer to the Houthi prayers to have a war with the U.S., said Faria al-Muslimi, a Yemeni research fellow at Chatham House, a research institute based in London. He said the group wants to drag the U.S. into a larger regional escalation. And by God, we're going to give them that. Okay? Not just New York Times. Jewish Insider. VP's reluctance to support Houthi strikes concerns some leading GOP senators. Punchbowl News backs up Jewish Insider's reporting on concerns from GOP senators over Vance's pushback against Houthi strikes. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. This morning, Josh Kraushaar ran a hit piece against me in Jewish Insider, which has become an anti-JD rag. It has many problems, including 7 anonymous quotes from cowardly Republicans. But most glaring factual error is the below, which says the Houthis killed 3 Americans last January. Actually, the group responsible for the attack was the Islamic Resistance in Iraq, which is an entirely different militia group. Now, you might say this is evidence of Kraushaar being the biggest hack in Washington, and you may be correct. Another very plausible explanation is that he's the dumbest journalist in Washington. Either way, shocking an error like this could get through his vaunted editorial process. Yeah, sick him. It's so funny to think that J.D. Vance is not going to play the role of a loyal dog to Donald Trump. Like J.D. Vance, who got the position because he is the best at brown nosing, is not going to still turn around and be like, yeah, no, Mr. President, you want to fucking do troops in Yemen? I love that. I'll lead the charge for you. It's so funny. Yeah, dude, J.D. Vance himself was really not on board. Like, there is no other country on the planet that does this to the United States of America, or just in general. Like, I cannot, it's so insane that there are entire media operations that masquerade as Jewish media operations, for the record, like Jewish Insider, that just simply are pro-Israel dish rags that get to fucking bully people for not being sufficiently pro-Israel. People who are themselves very much pro-Israel, by the way. There is no world in which J.D. Vance is not fucking unconditionally pro-Israel. Like, what are we talking about? Jesus Christ. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. I mean, this is crazy. This is crazy. And he has to respond. The reason why he had to respond to that is because, oh no, God forbid. Do you guys understand how psychotic this is? I'm not alone in this, right? I hope. Like, Signal group chat leaks. You got the New York Times paper of record writing analysis on how we have to do boots on the ground warfare in Yemen. Bombing Yemen is not enough. Simply bombing Yemen is not enough. Obama did it. Trump did it first term. Biden did it. And Trump is doing it again. It's not enough, clearly. They're undeterred. We must deter them. How do we deter them? Boots on the ground. It's so crazy. Holy fuck. Like, what are we doing? This is not a country, okay? We are not a serious country at all. This is insane. Anti-Semite. Stop you Stop you. They will say you are an anti-Semite. Yeah. Okay. First of all, they do say that already. So welcome to the anti-Semitism headquarters over here. Okay. Like, are you new? I was nominated for an award. Genuine question, just can't be like Iraq, right? When we invaded, 70% of Americans believed Saddam was involved in 9/11. They would have to do a shit ton of manufacturer consent to get us to that point again. I mean, judging by what liberals say or what liberals said under the Biden administration, I'll be honest with you. I think that they don't really need to do much because the remnants of all of the consent that was manufactured for the war on terror post 9/11 in America is still very much here. So they don't need to do much. They just need to be like, they're backed by Iran. Iran is big bad. We have to kill them. They hate America. They're burning American flags, which they are, which, by the way, they should. Like, are you kidding me? They're burning American flags and Israeli flags. They're anti-Semitic, you know? What I don't understand is why no one is making the calculation of deterrence. Like, I guess they're expecting Iran and Iranian restraint to be maintained in this process, and that Iran won't actually retaliate or give the weapons to Yemen to retaliate themselves if they choose to do so, even though they have been doing that already by lighting Saudi oil refineries on fire and just causing a complete collapse of the global economy. Like, that's it. That is the weapon here. They don't need nukes. They can just like dump payload on top of oil refineries and just nuke the global economy. America is a threat to Americans, LMFAO reaching. Yeah. They don't have the capability of arming Yemen in a ground invasion. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that a permanent military occupation in Yemen will be devastating for America as it is devastating for Yemen. But it'll be especially, and I'm going to say this again, devastating for America. And in that process, they will literally fucking light half of the oil refineries on fire. They have done so in the past as a symbolic gesture before. I don't think Saudi Arabia wants that either. And if you weren't so horny to defend Israel inside of the State Department, you would have to recognize that that is a very foreseeable outcome of all of this. I don't know. I don't know why. I don't know why they're that horny. They're like, no, we have to. Because the other pathway out of this, of course, as I have mentioned time and time again, is to rein in America's attack dog and to say, you're done. You're done. It's over. You're done. It's over. It's done. No more. Okay? Enough. That's it. That's all you need to do. All it takes is a phone call. If they stop, if America forces Israel to stop the genocide in Gaza, Yemen no longer implements a blockade in the Red Sea. Okay? That's it. We already know that. They have done it. And that's it. That's all it would take. That's all. That is something that has happened thus far. So I just I don't understand how like that is such an impossible goal from the perspective of the American State Department, rather than lighting the entire region and potentially oil refineries on fire in the process.
Latest on the Trump administration's immigration crackdown spreading to college campuses as federal agents take action to detain and deport foreign students across the country. Our chief investigative correspondent Aaron Katersky has the latest. Good morning, Aaron.
Chad, did Hassan cover the anti-Hamas protests? I'm interested to hear his take, but can't see. Yes, I did. 2 days in a row after they happened.
And good morning to you, Lindsay. This is raising alarms on campuses across the country, but the Trump administration is signaling it's only the beginning. This morning, the Trump administration is targeting a half dozen international students as part of a crackdown on pro-Palestinian campus activism. The latest, Alireza Daruti, an Iranian graduate student at the University of Alabama. The Department of Homeland Security saying this individual posed significant national security concerns, though his attorney told ABC News he knows of none, and said Daruti is pursuing a doctorate in mechanical engineering. His detention followed this arrest of Tufts University doctoral student Rumeysa Öztürk. Federal agents in hoodies and masks surrounding the Turkish national, placing her in handcuffs and leading her away. This morning, she's in an immigration detention facility in Louisiana after being accused of engaging in activities in support of Hamas. Öztürk, a Fulbright scholar, co-wrote this op-ed criticizing Tufts for failing to recognize Palestinian genocide. Hamas is not mentioned.
She makes sure that she doesn't offend anyone, let alone, possibly incite violence. She is not that person. She's not aggressive.
No criminal charges have been filed against any of the detained students. Their right to free speech is protected, but the administration says their right to be in the country is not.
Every time I find one of these lunatics, I take away their visa.
The courts have not weighed in on the administration's approach, which experts say is unprecedented.
I have not seen before the kinds of aggressive tactics ICE is now taking to apprehend students in their dormitories on campus or near campus for immigration enforcement types of actions.
And later this morning, Rebecca, a judge in Newark, New Jersey, is going to take up the case of detained Columbia University graduate Mahmoud Khalil, whose lawyers say is being held unlawfully. The administration says Khalil poses a risk to foreign policy because of his organization of protests against Israel. Rebecca.
All right, Aaron, thank you.
So you got all these people coming to the country, taking away scholarships, different activities for Americans, but they're going on these college campuses and they're protesting. We see linkages to Hamas. We see linkages.
Yeah, totally. I tweeted about this earlier, by the way, and predictably every stupid person with a blue check mark responded with just incorrect information, I guess. But it bears repeating, and I will continue saying this until I guess the laws are changed. And I hope they don't change, for the record. But I said, something that gets brought up in conversation about ICE kidnapping students for not being pro-Israel enough is the government falsely claiming they support Hamas. And I want to make something very clear. Supporting Hamas is not a deportable offense. It absolutely falls under First Amendment protections. Okay? The bar for deportation or the revocation of your student visa or the revocation of your legal permanent residency status is infinitely higher than I don't like what you have to say. That is precisely why there is currently a legal battle taking place. And I don't know why. I mean, I do know why so many people just like refuse to recognize this reality. But there were so many people. They're here on visas, bro. No country would allow them to do what they're doing on a visa. This country does. It's in the Constitution, is what I responded with. They're here on visas, bro. They're here on visas. It's like, it doesn't matter. And one of the funniest ones was a dude trying to duke it out with Grok in my replies. And I'm trying to find it really quickly. I don't know if I can find it, but it was just like a guy who kept asking Grok if what I was saying was true. And then Grok being like, yes, what he's saying is true. Like, and he just kept being like, well, do they have... does the First Amendment extend to non-citizens? And the Grok was like, yes, it does extend to non-citizens. He's like, well, what if these non-citizens are pro-Hamas? Oh, here it is. This is the funniest thing. Like, first of all, I think I'm sorry, but if you're one of these guys that's like constantly asking ChatGPT or Grok what the answer is, I really have an unfavorable opinion of you. I'm going to be as gentle and as polite as possible. Just fucking Google it on your own, okay? If you're constantly asking a chatbot what to think, I'm sorry, you are dumber than the dumbest human being. You have officially become like dumber than the average person because you're like, I'm going to ask a fucking machine what to think. You're letting a machine that quite literally lies, and it's called hallucinations, okay? And it's not its own fault. It's just, that's just what the AI is. What's the difference between asking ChatGPT and Google? The difference is you're so fucking lazy that you want that shit to be soft served to you. That's the difference. Asking Google is already easier than going to the library and doing a lot of reading and doing the research yourself if you choose to see fit. But asking ChatGPT, on the other hand, is unironically dumber than Google. And Google has its own fucking AI AI tool as well, which I also despise. It's wrong. It's wrong. It has the capacity to hallucinate. Okay? You have to rely on critical thinking skills. You have to keep using your brain. I know it sounds insane that I'm saying this, but like, please. But it's additionally, you are the lowest form of human is basically, to me, this is the equivalent of asking your toaster what to do. Okay. Oh man, I have a real big decision ahead of myself, toaster. What do I do? Toaster doesn't respond, but you're like, but please respond to me, toaster. Like, this is so dumb. In any case, At Grok, does sympathizing with Hamas fall under First Amendment? Expressing sympathy for Hamas is generally protected under the First Amendment as free speech, provided it doesn't involve material support, e.g. money, training, or incitement to violence. Legal cases like Holder v. Humanitarian Law Project distinguish protected advocacy from unprotected actions. Despite Hamas's terrorist designation, independent speech remains safeguarded, though the issue sparks debate over security versus rights. Does this include green card holders? Green card holders likely have a First Amendment right to express sympathy for Hamas without criminal punishment, unless it involves material support for or incitement. However, they face potential deportation risks under immigration law, unlike U.S. citizens who are fully protected. Recent cases like Mahmoud Khalil's arrest highlight this disparity, with debates ongoing about free speech versus national security. This answer isn't very clear. Do they or don't they have First Amendment rights? Is deporting them legal or illegal? If they're deported, on what legal grounds are they deported? Green card holders have First Amendment rights, but these may not prevent deportation under immigration law. Deporting them for speech is legal if tied to security risks like supporting terrorism, though it's debated. Grounds typically fall under INA, e.g. aiding groups like Hamas. He just how are you getting owned by an artificial chatbot? You could have spared yourself this embarrassing moment. You didn't mention what kinds of support in your original tweet. Supporting Hamas is not a deportable offense. It absolutely falls under, we're talking about ICE kidnapping students for not being pro-Israel enough. Of course, I'm not talking about offering material support to Hamas. Okay? You can't do that unless you're offering material support to the IRA, in which case you can do that, and it's a favorite American pastime. One of the few instances where at least a lot of Americans were on the right side of one fucking conflict and did not align with the colonial entity there. I want to make this very clear, okay? It is already super illegal to do those things. And it's also virtually impossible to do those things. There is no way that you can offer material support to Hamas. You can't send them weapons. You can't send them bombs. You can't send them money, okay? That's not a thing you can do. It is impossible. Unless you fucking figured out like a cryptocurrency wallet or something, in which case it's still very much illegal, and the government most likely will prosecute you to the full extent of the law. Yes. Saying with your words that you support Hamas, even if you were to say that, is not illegal. No matter how much it hurts your fucking feelings. No matter how much it makes you scared. It makes you scared. Okay? Saying you support the Ansar Allah movement or the Houthis or the fucking Iranian state is not illegal, no matter how much you want it to be.
To other foreign governments as well, Marco Rubio has made the commitment that he's going to revoke their visa. He said that he's already revoked 300 plus visas. Here's the Secretary of State.
It might be more than 300 at this point. We do it every day. Every time I find one of these lunatics, I take away their visa.
You're saying it could be more than 300
Sure,
visas?
I hope. At some point, I hope we run out because we've gotten rid of all of them. But we're looking every day for these lunatics.
Right, and so everyone thinks Mahmoud Khalil. But when Mahmoud Khalil was tossed, the word came out to these Palestinian organizations linked to Hamas or not, that the Americans are not going to tolerate the campus unrest, the takeover of buildings. What we see.
Yeah, notice how he's saying whether they support Hamas or not. Like, they're not even hiding it, too. It's not like they're fucking hiding it. Like, they're pretty open about it. They're saying, it doesn't even matter if you support Hamas or not. You can't be disruptive on campus. A direct violation of the First Amendment. Even a support for Hamas in and of itself, supporting Hamas is not a punishable offense. This is ridiculous. Just like supporting Israel, which is an infinitely worse force in the region than Hamas ever could be, is not a violation that causes you to get deported. Hasman says you're wrong. I know. That doesn't mean what you think it means. If you had any fucking brain cells, you would understand that isn't the argument that you think it is. As Asmongold says you're wrong is such a funny statement in and of itself. It's like, okay. It's like saying, oh yeah, my dad with a fucking high school education thinks you're wrong. And before you say Asman went to college, doesn't matter. He's LARPing as a person who is a dumbass in an effort to cultivate a fan base of dumbasses. Yeah. He also thinks the real severe violation of free speech is when titties are small in video games. Not exactly, the sharpest fucking tool in the tool shed. Even though he is actually a lot smarter than he presents himself as. He's just LARPing.
Saw it almost every Ivy League institution outside Princeton. Well, I didn't really see much there. Now, not only is the campus is going to lose, the college is going to lose money, but they're going to lose people. Now, yesterday we found out that we had one person self-deport from Colombia after Khalil was tossed out, and she sat down in Canada with Al Jazeera to talk about what she thought, why she left.
Oh, what a great home for her. What did she say, Rachel?
She said the moment Mahmoud got arrested, it sent shockwaves across Colombia's community. He is a green card holder. That's when I realized I have no rights in this system at all. It was only a matter of time before they caught hold of me.
Exactly.
Rachel, this has inspired some disagreement between us. We normally agree on 90% of the issues, but you're worried about free speech.
So first of all, I would never be a student in, say, Mexico City and go and protest their government. I'm just not interested. I think that's just rude, and you're not being a good guest, so I'm with that. I also don't believe in violence. I'm a peacenik. Yeah. I don't think we should have violence, and I don't believe in terrorists. I don't want anyone here who has ties to Hamas. That said, I am concerned about free speech. I am a free speech absolutist. And so I wonder, what is the criteria here? Should we be deporting people who say criticize America and American policies? What's the line? Or is it only if you criticize Israeli government policy? So there are a lot of really good people right now who are very concerned about the chilling effect this could have.
That's crazy to hear from fucking Fox News, dude. Hey, don't say that. Don't say that. He's gonna nut. He's getting so close. He's getting so fucking close. It's like, what did you say? Did you say deporting people that are anti-America? Oh, yeah. Most people at Fox News 100% want that, by the way.
Not just on these green card holders and these people on visas, but what's the message to American citizens about free speech?
I wouldn't worry about American citizens. I mean, it's not American citizens. These are people on student visas and green cards.
No, I'm just saying the chilling effect. If you're seeing people,
I don't care.
Are they connected to Hamas, or are they just criticizing Israeli policy?
The lawyer I talked to this week, who's representing 9 families, says there's direct linkages to Hamas that they posted. This group, October 6th, get ready for October.
Dude, I can't believe they're saying that. I can't believe they're unironically going along with that fucking stupid ass lawsuit, dude. I cannot. I mean, the well of depravity is endless for criminal support for Israel, but god damn, dude, that one is like a particularly schizophrenic lawsuit. Like that one is so crazy. Like, yeah, dude, the fucking Columbia Students for Justice in Palestine are linked up directly with Hamas. There's a new lawsuit that was presented by a dude who was literally, or a lady, I don't know, well, a person who was an Israeli who was kidnapped by Hamas and came back and basically said, Hamas. When I was being held captive, Hamas told me that they were directly in contact with fucking Columbia students. And the proof for it is that the Columbia SJP account that was dormant over summer break was no longer dormant on October 7, before October 7 happened, okay? And not because, like, school was back in session, but because the implication is that they knew, yeah, in the tunnels of Gaza in early October, Yahya Sinwar, all right, this operation must be of utmost secrecy. Iran can't know. Hezbollah can't know. Even Haniya can't know. Abu Ubaidah, can we at least tell Columbia SJP? Sinwar, okay, fine, as long as they promise to keep quiet. And they're lying about when the fucking thing was published. They didn't even publish it, 3 minutes before the attack. They published it fucking on October 5th, 2023, because they had gotten back to school. One of the most psychotic things I've ever seen
7th. So there's no doubt about it. There's organizations here. There's also the hostages were saying that the Hamas hostage holders were bragging to them about their access to American students, the students in America, and that they were going to win the power of basically the publicity and marketing. They also tossed out somebody at Tufts University, caught this PhD student. They also threw out yesterday at Harvard. They threw out Ksenia Petrova, who's a Russian research associate, also with anti-American activities. You're over here, you're protesting this country and our allies. Goodbye.
I would just say this, Rachel. I see your point. I see how it could be chilling. But I want chills to run down the spines of not only terrorists, but people that are residents here. You're a visitor here. You don't have the right, be on your best behavior here. And what we're dealing with is people that don't love the country, people that have radical ties, and I think they're trying to use our laws against us at the time. So I think what the Secretary of State is saying, look, I want to find visa violations. Many of these people have ties to foreign governments. They're trying to have dissent. They're trying to get us to be at each other's necks at each other's necks as well. And so you have to send a message to the people that are visitors. Don't come in my house and spray paint on my wall.
Take over Hamilton Hall.
Look, we have to deal with
I agree with that.
We have the American citizens that are degenerates. We have to deal with them. That is a part of our society. We don't have to deal with the visitors that are here. And I think that's what the Secretary of State is doing.
When I was a child in a military brat growing up, I lived overseas almost exclusively. And when we went to I attended Department of Defense schools, and we had to take a class called Host Nation class, where we learned.
Yeah, except if you took that class as a fucking foreign student in the United States of America, the class would tell you that you are well within your rights to literally, through speech and through protest, unironically defend any fucking group you want to. It is a fundamental, it's the first one. It's the first right. The fuck do you mean?
Learned about the host nation, and we learned how to be a guest, a proper guest in people's country. That is my primary concern with this. And the other concern I have is the thing you touched on, but which needs more attention to, which is the fact that our universities are prioritizing foreign students because they pay full rate tuition. And a lot of these slots belong to American kids. How many valedictorians aren't getting into these elite schools?
All of them.
Because
if they're white.
If they're white males. This is something, America is for Americans.
That's right.
And we need to prioritize that. So I think there's a lot to be said.
Yeah.
But let's also be careful, because we don't want to leave the impression on the world that we are not for free speech.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And
What do you mean? What do you fucking mean? You are that, though. You are anti-free speech. Like, it's too late, you know?
And right off the top, another round of executive orders from President Donald Trump. He signed 3 orders yesterday. One of them is to end collective bargaining at agencies involved with national security. Another is meant to remove, quote, improper ideology from the Smithsonian Institution. The third is to make the District of Columbia safe and beautiful. And just moments ago, the president posted this on social media. He expanded on his order to make D.C. safe and beautiful, saying, I will work with the mayor on this, and if it does not happen, we'll have no choice but to do it myself. Trump also called on Congress to address funding to the nation's capital. So let's bring in CBS News White House reporter Aaron Navarro to help us break all of this down. Happy Friday to you, Aaron. We've seen the president sign orders, but the impact can get lost in the shuffle. How can we expect to see these orders play out?
Hey, Muko, good to be with you. I will start with the executive order about the Smithsonian, where you saw President Trump essentially appoint Vice President Vance to lead a task force to review exhibits, programs that they believe are, quote, improper or have divisive ideology based on race. In the fact sheet provided by the White House, they specifically cite exhibits at the National Museum of African Americans, as well as the National Museum of Women, showing transgender women in their exhibits. That is something.
This is, by the way, shocking, but this is yet another anti-free speech measure, anti-free expression measure. The federal government interfering. The federal government interfering with these sorts of affairs is anti-speech. It's pure fascist nonsense. They want to do historical revisionism.
That one, the task force will look into, as well as look at prohibiting federal funding for exhibits that they disagree with. We know the Smithsonian's got about $1 billion of federal funding in the fiscal year of 2024. And that other big one, the one about Washington, D.C., also creates a task force to focus on ramping up law enforcement here when it comes to immigration enforcement, as well as a quick line in the fact sheet about expediting concealed carry licenses. There are strict gun rules and laws in Washington, D.C. This task force, which remains to be seen what exactly authority they have,
happening today?
Since we don't know if there are any actual D.C. City Council members that will be on this task force.
Did they fucking drop an EMP on D.C. or something? What's going on? Every goddamn broadcast from DC is just like patchy as hell. It's windy today. Oh my God. Richest nation on the planet, and its fucking capital bricks when it's windy. What a pathetic display. Trump's gonna fix Trump's gonna do DEI. He's eliminating DEI. Turns out DEI or die is also DEI was also the formative puzzle piece that was keeping this entire thing together, even with infrastructure. Even with the ISPs, we need more gay line workers. I genuinely don't understand how. I mean, I don't know what the fuck's going on here. Like, why is it messed up?
Certainly looking to exude more power over the nation's capital.
Yeah, clearly so. We also continue to cover fallout from the Signal group chat incident. Aaron, can you give us insight into how the president is reacting behind the scenes?
Yeah, sources have told CBS News that President Trump continues to privately vent frustration over the episode, and he's closely monitoring to see whether the fallout, which really hit a peak throughout this week, will continue. The issue is, quote, still a hot potato, one White House official told CBS News. Sources have also said that Trump has been irritated with National Security Advisor Mike Waltz for having the number of Atlantic reporter Jeffrey Goldblum in his phone in the first place. And we know that there have been debates internally over
close enough
should resign, but eventually you saw President Trump come out with a message saying that he believes and still has confidence in his national security advisor.
Okay, Aaron Navarro, thank you so much for joining us today.
Representative, another story that relates to the media today. Have you seen the new information revealed by The Atlantic magazine about the Signal texts?
We're talking about NPR and PBS, not The Atlantic.
But do you believe that this was classified information that was shared on that
No,
group?
the administration has said it is not classified information. I think this is a continuance of someone like you to try to push an issue that isn't even relevant. And I think that we're carrying on. Thank you.
Detail of timings and weapons, is that not classified information?
Yes. Yeah. Anybody else?
Should the Defence Secretary and the Vice...
Wait, what country are you
from? The UK?
Okay, we don't give a crap.
I hate that she did my favorite national pastime and made it cringe. I will never forgive Marjorie Taylor Greene for making bravophobia, Britophobia a spectacularly cringe endeavor. I never thought I would ever see the day where someone shitting on a British person, an American especially, shitting on a British person would be something that I'm not in support of. I guess I don't have this unshakable loyalty to always dunking on the Brits. There it is. It finally happened. It finally freaking happened, dude.
About your opinion and your reporting. Why don't you go back to your country where you have a major migrant problem?
Okay, do you care?
No. You should care about your own
Okay,
borders.
do you care about American lives being put at risk?
Let me tell you something. Do you care about people from your country? What about all the women that are raped by migrants?
Do you care about American?
No, do you care? Okay, you're
do you care about American lives being put at risk? About service members fighting for your country?
I don't care about
and
your
your vice
fake
president and your defense secretary?
Yeah, this is an American journalist. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm an American, and I'd like to hear your answer to what she's asking.
I'm not answering her question
right,
because I don't care about her network. If you would like to ask,
He goes, yeah, okay, I'm an American journalist. I'd like to know.
I can
Do you
answer.
have any concerns whatsoever about the complete disregard of operational security from the top level of this administration?
You want to know about complete disregard about operational security? You should talk about the Biden administration and how they ripped our borders open to terrorists, cartel, child sex trafficking.
Oh my God. I think I really dislike how stupid they are and how incompetent they are and how they can kind of get away with being this stupid and this incompetent. Because it shows me that there is enough audience for this kind of thing.
Trafficking, human trafficking, and drug trafficking across our borders for 4 years. The Trump administration is doing a great job, and I stand by their statements.
So you have
I stand by their
comment
statements.
whatsoever about
My comment to you is I'm
incompetence.
thankful to President Trump that he is leading us out of wars, that he's ending the war in Ukraine, where American lives could have been killed if Joe Biden was still president
talking about
today,
him.
whether he liked it or not. We're talking about NPR and PBS.
Yeah, she's so funny because she's like, and now those lives, instead of dying in Ukraine, will die in Yemen for Israel. Yeah, President Biden wanted our brave troops to go and die in Ukraine. I want our brave troops to go die in Yemen. What don't you understand? We need those boots on the ground somewhere. Boots got to be on the ground, folks. That's what they're made for. They're made for walking, and they're made for stomping on the global south.
Today, we're talking about fake news that was funded with federal funding from American taxpayers. That's what this is about today, not journalists from the UK.
A journalist is being vilified for exposing failings in the way that your government conducts itself. Is that not that journalist doing a good job? Does Defence Secretary Hegseth need to resign over this, Representative?
Absolutely not. He's doing a great job.
He's doing a great job, but he was putting American service members' lives at risk.
Your country's going to put
This is deflect
lives fighting a war in Ukraine that's not even a member of NATO.
Is this an exercise in deflection?
This should be an exercise in you worrying about your own country.
Martha, I mean, quite a spiky interaction there with Marjorie Taylor Greene. I mean, we've come to expect those sorts of responses from her, but I think it also gives us a sense of just how this administration and those around it are reacting at every twist.
Taking advantage of the 35% off on gifted subs by peppering the chat with 50 bones. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, my interview with the doctor from Cuba and DSA representative will take place in half an hour. My interview with Vivian, Elon Musk's estranged daughter, will be later in the day.
In turn, when it comes to this particular incident.
Yeah, Marjorie Greene is one of the most aggressive readers of the fraying Trump playbook when confronted by crisis like this. It is a strategy of discredit, distract, deny, and she is an absolute master at it. You heard her there reacting to those questions about whether this was classified information or not. First of all, talking about the Biden administration, then talking about America's border problem, and then in a remarkable act of contortion, focusing on the UK and problems that perhaps the UK in her mind is facing. So this is not just something that Marjorie Taylor Greene is saying. This is, what Team Trump is doing as a whole when they're reacting to this fiasco that's unfolding. They're casting the villain of this piece as the journalist at the centre of it, Jeffrey Goldberg, who is the editor of The Atlantic magazine, who was inadvertently invited into this group chat. You have Donald Trump calling him a sleazebag, Michael Waltz, the national security advisor, equating him to a journalist trying to make a name for himself. Team Trump clearly trying to tough out this scandal, and in this post-truth world, you wouldn't bet against them.
Well, Martha, thank you so much for all of your reporting there.
¡Viva la Revolución Cubana! ¡Viva! ¡Hasta la victoria! ¡Siempre!
They're known as the Army of White Coats, and their medical teams have been dispatched from Havana to help at least 16 countries, including South Africa, Qatar, and Italy, battle the pandemic.
Miedo tenemos todo, pero hay una tarea revolucionaria que cumplir y el miedo se controla y se pone a un lado.
So why are doctors from Cuba, a country with one of the lowest GDPs per capita in the world, so special? The Cuban medical staff sent around the world come from the Henry Reeve Emergency Medical Contingent. It was started in 2005 by the late Fidel Castro and specializes in rapid response to natural disasters and outbreaks. Since then, the unit has helped 3.5 million people in 21 countries. But Cuba's medical internationalism goes back further than 2005 and is rooted in the struggle against colonialism. It all goes back to the Cuban Revolution in 1959, when Castro overthrew Fulgencio Batista's dictatorship and established a communist regime. Free healthcare and education were identified as universal human rights, so the country invested in its own healthcare system. But it also built an international outreach.
Illegal! This is why we can't do what? We must do everything in our power to stop this. How dare they? Why aren't they shipping weapons and bombs to other countries? Oh wait, they used to. Except, the weapons and bombs and military support that they were offering to other countries were on the right side of history, and America was seemingly on the wrong side of those conflicts as well. Apartheid South Africa comes to mind. Anyway,
effort in order to respond to situations like natural disasters, as well as help other countries with their anti-colonial struggles. During the Algerian War for Independence, Cuba sent their doctors to help after French doctors left the country. Some of those wounded in the war were even brought back to Cuba for medical treatment. Such medical missions were essentially free, but they served to encourage diplomacy and help Cuba overcome political isolation due to the US embargo. Since Cuba sent their doctors to Algeria in the 60s, the countries have remained friends and allies. Today, Cuba has one of the highest number of doctors per capita in the world at 8.2 doctors per 1,000 people. That's 3 times higher than the US. But how does the country even have that many doctors? In 1959, when Castro assumed power, half of the 6,300 doctors in the country defected. So the country concentrated its efforts on training new doctors. They put in place an emergency accelerated curriculum in 1963 so that they could realize their vision for a free and accessible public health system. They also invited students from newly independent African and Caribbean countries to enroll. Academic records were not the only criteria. So was a commitment to solidarity and serving communities without access to health. The program has changed a lot over the years, but there's one.
What the fuck? That was crazy. Did y'all see that? That was wild. They got me. They got me. God damn it, they got me. I got hit with a CIA heart attack gun. My stream did. Right as I was about to read, the one chatter who said, my wife was a doctor in Cuba and now she's in the United States, also a doctor in the United States. They are basically property of the state. Like right as I was about to read, the reactionary chatter be like, this is actually bad. I love this take because, oh, there it is. Look, I love this take because this is what they fucking say about like any kind of nationalized healthcare system as well. My wife left Cuba. She was a doctor there and now a doctor in the USA. They are considered property of the state. Yes, dude. Yes. What you're describing is unironically a nationalized healthcare system. Okay. Or rather, you subtly wanted to say you got a bad bitch for a wife, Hey, listen up, chatters. I got a Latina wife who's a doctor. Like, sweet flex, man. That's cool. I'm proud of you.
Cuba's medical education system exists within the healthcare system.
My wife is a public defender in America, and in that country, they are considered property of the state. I know. Property like Marine, but not doing fucked up shit. Exactly. Anyway, let's continue.
Instead of teaching hospitals, there's teaching at community centers and polyclinics. Polyclinics are community-based clinics with primary care physicians, specialists, and diagnostic testing. And each clinic tailors their medical approach to the needs of that community. Medical and nursing students intern in this national system from their very first year. Today, Cuba has the largest medical university in the world, the Latin American School of Medicine, and they offer scholarships to students from around the world who otherwise wouldn't be able to afford medical school. But it's not just medical training that Cuba succeeded at. They've also innovated in the biotech industry, partly because of sanctions. In the 80s, their doctors developed vaccines preventing dengue fever and meningitis. They've developed a number of successful drugs that help with everything from diabetic foot ulcers to HIV and hepatitis. But in 1998, Cuba's free medical missions embraced the free market. The relatively poor country realized that they could tap into their robust healthcare to boost the economy. 30,000 doctors were sent to Venezuela, and in return, Cuba bought oil from Venezuela below market prices. Cuba then set up permanent missions which the country would be paid for in South Africa, Qatar, Brazil, Algeria, and Kenya. Leasing healthcare professionals to 67 countries around the world brings in $11 billion a year. But how does it work? During these permanent missions, doctor salaries and living expenses are paid for by the countries they're working in. But the Cuban government also gets a cut. Reports suggest that between 75 and 90% of the salary goes to the government, but the doctors still end up earning.
By the way, this is literally the reason why the American government wants to put an end to it. Yeah. It's crazy to think that like these dudes found a way out of the insane, the completely unjustifiable sanctions and trade embargo that they were placed under by America, the world's largest super, who was mad that they had a successful socialist revolution against the America-backed dictator, that they just never let Cuba have a moment to be itself, a moment to recognize its fucking autonomy, its sovereignty. And ever since then, we've just been punishing them for this crime of doing a successful revolution. And no matter what, like, they find ways out of it due to ingenuity, due to resilience, due to central control and central planning. And even then, it's like America will never stop being the biggest evil villain of all time, in spite of it all.
A lot more than they would in Cuba. But some doctors aren't happy with the arrangement and have complained of harsh living and working conditions. In 2006, the US created the Cuban Medical Professional Parole Program. It granted visas to any Cuban doctors who wanted to defect.
We just found Chatter's wife, by the way.
The program ended in 2017, but before that it's estimated that 7,000 doctors defected. US officials have called Cuban international medical missions human trafficking and modern slavery. Cuba's health ministry says this isn't the case, and the US is trying to undermine their missions and curb revenue they make to put pressure on the country. In 2018, Cuba pulled thousands of doctors from Brazil when the country's right-wing president, Jair Bolsonaro, called the doctors slaves and terrorists and threatened.
Yeah. Bolsonaro saying this is slavery is funny because, like, you know, he loves slavery. I don't know.
Threatened to cancel medical cooperation agreements. More than 8,000 Cuban doctors have been stationed in remote areas in Brazil where it's difficult to get.
Have you ever spoken about the absolute pathetic grift that is Asmongold's current content, or do you think he just saw your success and said, I'm going to do the Nazi version of that? Yes, I have spoken about it. I even briefly alluded to it earlier today. At this point, I just kind of like crack jokes about it because we've known about this for quite some time. He has been doing it for a while. He's completely restructured his content around basically being Bizarro Hassan. I shower every day. I work out every day. I am on the right side of issues every day. He is the exact opposite. I'm political. He's apolitical. I leave my house every day. I go touch grass every day. Yeah.
Brazilians to work. But the situation has changed because of the coronavirus. Brazil says it could hire back Cuban doctors that are still in the country. Dozens of other countries have also sent requests to Cuba to send emergency teams of doctors. The US says that Havana is exploiting the crisis in their own doctors and criticized countries who want to use them to fight coronavirus.
La campaña de descrédito del gobierno de los Estados Unidos es inmoral en cualquier circunstancia. Es particularmente ofensiva para Cuba y el mundo en momentos de una pandemia que nos amenaza a todos y cuando todos deberíamos estar esforzándonos por promover la solidaridad y la ayuda a quienes la necesitan.
But with more than 250,000 people now dead from coronavirus, is now the time to criticize medical missions which could save lives?
Let's talk about there's more to talk about before I move on to Elon Musk and Vivian. Well, I do want to talk about Elon Musk in general. Jokes aside, you are the more apolitical between the two of you. You have a set of beliefs based on empathy and actual common sense for daily living. He's a reactionary weirdo, as every one of his convictions colored by reactionary political sentiment. Yeah. Oh, part of the reason why I'm interviewing a doctor from Cuba is because the Trump administration has taken new initiatives specifically to undermine countries that have good relations with Cuba and are they allow or they get Cuban doctors to come and help with healthcare in their countries. Now, there's a bunch of Caribbean nations that do this. Jamaica obviously is one of these countries, and Marco Rubio actually landed in Jamaica earlier today. And as you guys understand, here's the consent manufacturing machine. Caribbean leaders deny U.S. claims that Cuban health workers are victims of forced labor. But here it is. Marco Rubio landed in Jamaica aiming to spear Cuban doctors providing crucial free healthcare across the region, but the Jamaican prime minister shut him down, making it clear he had no right to speak for Jamaica or undermine the work of the Cuban doctors.
We are, however, very careful not to exploit the Cuban doctors who are here. We ensure that they are treated within our labor laws and benefit like any other worker. So any characterization of the program by others certainly would not be applicable to Jamaica. We are ensuring that our program complies with all the international laws and standards to which we are a party to.
Ironically, Marco Rubio is trying to change the international rules and standards. Once again, the whole purpose of this visit and part of the reason why I'm having this conversation with a Cuban doctor in particular is because little Marco is lying and is also actively trying to stop this Cuban doctor process from happening. On his first stop to the Caribbean, Marco Rubio arrived in Jamaica intending to attack the Cuban medical brigades operating in the region, but at the press conference, the Jamaican prime minister, as you guys saw, shut him down.
About the provision of medical assistance, we have no problem with medical assistance. We have no problem with doctors. But
We have no problem with medical assistance, but fuck the doctors that offer it if they're Cuban. How dare you? Oh, little Marco. Believe me, little Marco. Can we just, for a moment, acknowledge how wild it is to accuse the former slave colonies of slavery and exploitation? Yeah, and the reason why we are accusing the former slave colony of slavery and exploitation, okay, and then this also is like, you know, you can say this about Cuba and Jamaica both, obviously, but especially on the Cuban front, the reason why we're saying this is because they overcame a fucking brutal dictatorship that had not de jure, but de facto slavery still in their plantation structure. So it is wild that America is still not giving up on trying to be the biggest piece of shit in the room, no matter how big the room is, you know? Fantastic stuff. Thank you, America. Very cool. Very cool. Musk's XAI buys social media platform X for $45 billion. Musk's XAI acquires X in $45 billion all-stock deal. Wait, what? Combined company valued at $80 billion, Musk announces. XAI raised $6 billion at $40 billion valuation, sources say. Is this... Yeah, money is so fake. And I don't think there's any regulation left in the government anyway, especially against Elon Musk. But what the fuck? He's just like taking his right hand and shoving it in his left pocket. Like, what is happening here? This seems so fraudulent. Like, I'm sorry, I'm not the biggest business-minded guy, but I look at something like this and I'm like, is this even, like, what happened here? Okay, Elon has an AI company called XAI, also overinflated. He fundraises for XAI. Then he takes XAI and acquires the company he had acquired prior, Twitter, X, and places it under the banner of XAI. Combined company value is now at $80 billion. So he paid himself in XAI stocks, which are likely far more valuable than Twitter at this point, for the company that he massively devalued. Isn't this what cryptocurrency wallets do in order to artificially boost the value of a particular cryptocurrency that they maintain? They'll just like sell it back to themselves. Yeah. They sell it between crypto wallets that they have. Yeah, wash trading. Now, of course, because that's like an insecure, unverified, unprosecutable asset for the most part, because it's only a security that you can actually prosecute on if it's something that the SEC has interest in prosecuting, which the SEC obviously doesn't exist anymore. But this is basically the above board stock market version of this, it seems. The NVIDIA chips that XAI used were originally purchased by Tesla. XAI and X's futures are intertwined. Today, we officially take the step to combine the data, models, compute, distribution, computer. Everything is computer. Musk said in a post on X, adding the combined company would be valued at $80 billion. The billionaires AI startup. Does anyone have a YouTube video describing this? Because or talking about whether or not this is illegal? Because it seems kind of illegal. Speaking of Elon Musk doing illegal shit, everything's computer. Speaking of Elon Musk doing illegal shit, he has announced $1 million for a Wisconsin voter in the Supreme Court race, which is, I can't even call this electioneering anymore, which is illegal. I don't know. This is like electioneering ranges from wearing a Trump hat to the fucking voter polls to I guess doing this technically. But this is like the most illegal version of that. Being like, hey, I'm going to give you $1 million if you vote for this person in this particular race is like that's ridiculous. Now, the way that you try to get away with this is you can't say it's an election bribery. You can't say that you're directly trying to get someone to vote for your preferred candidate. Except I think Elon Musk is so stupid he made inferences. Here it is. Elon Musk has deleted this tweet from 1 a.m. about his upcoming talk in Wisconsin. The rules surrounding these checks have drawn some legal scrutiny. Anyway, the original tweet is no longer available. On Sunday night, I will give a talk in Wisconsin. Entrance is limited to those who have voted in the Supreme Court election. I will also personally hand over 2 checks for $1 million each in appreciation for you taking the time to vote. This is super important. Yeah, so he actually did this still kind of above board. Although I don't know if you can do that as a PAC, and I know that he's doing this with the America PAC, but technically he's not saying you have to vote for my preferred candidate. Technically, he's saying Wisconsin Attorney General Josh Kaul announces legal action against Elon Musk over interference in state's Supreme Court race. No. He didn't say he's giving entrance. Oh, he did. Entrance is limited to those who have voted in the Supreme Court election. No, I think the law states that you can't look. Offers, gives, lends, promises to give, lend, endeavors to procure anything of value or any office or employment or any privilege of immunity or for any elector or for any other person to go to or refrain from going to the polls, vote or refrain from vote. Oh, I guess you can't do go out to vote initiatives with like pay for play, go out to vote initiatives either. Oh, state law. Because I'm pretty sure he did this already at the federal level, and I don't think you can prosecute someone for saying I don't think you can prosecute someone for saying like, oh, I'm going to give one voter, not like a voter for Trump, but that's heavily implied. I'm going to give any voter. I love people who vote. And I'm a big fan of voters. I love voting. I want to reward people for voting. I want people to go out and vote. And that's why one random, person is going to get, one random person who went out and voted is going to get money. And I think he did it in Pennsylvania as well, but I don't know where that case went. Yeah. You can't give out food in an election line in my state. Yeah. State by state is different. But in most states, yes, there are federal restrictions on electioneering that make it so that you can't wear like political messaging at all. He won it and the state dropped it. He skirted the Penn case by revealing he had rigged the game. Hey, can you please let YouTube know that I have permission to operate a fan channel? As a penalty, they deleted another unrelated channel. I am not allowed to own any YouTube channels ever. Thanks for your help. What the fuck? Okay, I'll look at this in a little bit. He got sued by the Philly DA in Pennsylvania, and the DA lost the case because he said it was not a random lottery. Elon Musk's 1 million election giveaway wasn't an illegal lottery. According to Musk, however, voters were told they would be reviewed for an opportunity to earn the $1 million by becoming America PAC spokespeople. This, Musk said, defeated any notion that the money was a prize to be won. Make no mistake, an eligible voter's opportunity to earn is not the same thing as a chance to win. Chance, he added, was not involved here. God, I fucking hate this country so much. This is literally, this unironically is the same like defamation suit that was launched against Elon Musk that was lost in an American court against that British diver in Thailand when he called him a fucking pedophile. And then he won that defamation suit, Elon did, by saying, oh, pedophile is actually not meant as a pejorative because I'm South African. And in South Africa, we call everybody pedophiles. It's just pure pay to win. God damn it, I fucking hate this. Yeah, he won that defamation suit by saying, he won that defamation suit by basically stating that as a South African, he didn't. You know how Australians say cunt? South Africans say pedophile, and it's not meant to mean someone who diddles with children. Yeah, it was a lie. I know that it's not like a common thing to call your friends pedophiles in South Africa, chatters. I know. No, Vivian has not come on yet. She's going to come on later, okay? At 5 p.m. In 5 minutes, I'm going to be interviewing a doctor from Cuba, though. Ay, ay, ay. Musk also rejected the suggestion that the petition signers suffered harm by providing their names, addresses, and phone numbers, which they said Musk and America PAC could then sell. Yeah, fantastic stuff, man.
While billionaire Elon Musk announced that he awarded $1 million to a voter in Green Bay ahead of the election on Tuesday. Musk made the announcement last night. He's been a big donor to Judge Schimmel. Judge Crawford's campaign has blasted the payment, saying that Musk is trying to, quote, illegally buy influence in a state where Tesla has a lawsuit pending, which could end up in court.
We have to issue the notice for.
Anyway, fantastic, awesome, incredible.
More fallout.
There's also a MAGA voter that sent a message to Trump in CNN interview, and I am going to. Oh, they're ready. Actually, you know what? I'm going to call in right now. As a matter of fact, I watched the CNN. It's a segment. It sucks ass. Okay, hold on. Hold on, chat. Hold on. Okay, let's get it going. All right, let's get started. All right, microphone, roadcaster, speakers. Okay, let's do it. Hello.
Hello.
What's going on, guys? 1 second. I'm going to put you on my screen. You're live already. They can hear you, but before we do that, I'm just going to try and really quickly put you up on the screen. Very excited to have you here.
Thank you for having
today. I think this works. All right. All right. Okay. You guys can start talking if you want. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor to have two esteemed guests here with me today on the broadcast. We got Danny Valdez from DSA and Dr. Jose A. Aronte. Am I saying that right? I'm sorry. How do I?
It's okay.
How do I say
Jose
it?
Armando Aronte. Yes.
Okay. Dr. Armando Aronte. Doctor, you're in Cuba right now, I believe. Right? You're right?
Yes, I am in Cuba. Yes.
Yes. So Dr. Aronte actually, as far as I understand, did medical missions with the Cuban government, both. And you have also spent time in Chicago too, right?
Yes, it's true, Hassan. Yeah, I was there in 2017.
Okay, I'm sorry to hear that you were in America. Well, I guess it's gotten significantly worse since then, even. But Doctor, today I wanted to talk to you, and I want to thank DSA once again for arranging this interview. But I wanted to talk to you today because Marco Rubio, our Secretary of State, is currently in Jamaica and is actively trying to undermine the work that doctors such as yourself and the Cuban government is doing all around the world with these medical missions. And before we get into that specifically, I wanted to ask if you could describe these medical missions to those who might not know in my community.
Oh, yes. Thank you so much for having me. And let me tell you that the cooperation, the International Medical Corporation of Cuba, started in 1963 in Gilead. Then we have been working abroad the country for more than 60 years. Specifically in Jamaica, I was working in Jamaica too. I was there since 2018, 2022. For me, it was a very important experience because we were working there. We have been working with the Cuban medical team there in the 4 regions of the country, of the island, and providing medical care to the primary care levels and the hospitals, and even in the institute, the Cancer Center Institute and others. I remember in my experience in Jamaica in 2020 that when the COVID-19 pandemic, we received in only 7 days a medical team, Henry Reef Brigade, that was sent from Cuba with almost 140 Cuban health professionals. For Jamaica, it was a very important support because the health professionals of Jamaica, they were on that moment lack of health professional in different hospitals, different health centers, and the Cuban medical team was a very important support for them.
Absolutely.
Regarding to the experience of the ideas that the Secretary of State Marco Rubio is talking about, that human trafficking and others ideas, of course I not agree with him, because just if you are going to talk about human trafficking, just there are three conditions that are very important. The first one is that you don't know the country or the place where you're going to be taken. That is not the case of the Cuban health professional, because of course we know before departure the place where we're going to work, the country where we're going to work. Then that condition is not included in the classification. And the second one is just they are not allowed. They don't receive any payment. Let me tell you something that is very important to talk about this. When we go to work abroad the country to provide medical care to other peoples, we receive the whole salary in Cuba for our families. And in the countries that we are going to work, we receive a stipend. That is important just for the housing, of course, accommodation, the foods and others, the other thing that we need. But we receive them. The second one that we are not paying is not important, of course, not classified. And the third one is that when the human trafficking, the people can't move. Of course, when we are working in different countries, we can move to different places. Some of the country, of course, for the safety of the Cuban health professional, we try to make a control and just to be sure, but for our own safety in those countries. Then the three conditions are not included in this program, the International Medical Cooperation.
Yeah, and I just want to add that like we see this over and over again when you're in the Cuba Solidarity movement. Cuba does something incredibly solidaristic to the rest of the world by sending medical professionals, some of the best in the world, for almost nothing. And what happens is like the US and its imperial allies and all that cynically cast it in the worst possible light and try to undermine it in every way possible. And part of that is because they don't want the example of Cuba out there in the world, but secondarily, they're actively seeking to undermine very important sources of funding for Cuba. We see that with the blockade overall, but now in the news recently, specifically with these medical missions, a long-standing hallmark of the Cuban, revolution and the way that it does its approach to governing, right, is I think really well embodied in the medical missions. And of course, the U.S. is just really cynical framing of it is just awful.
Yeah. They're lying in the simplest terms.
Yeah.
They're lying. And of course, they've always lied. I think if I were to approach this from a humorous lens, I think maybe it's because America doesn't understand the concept of exporting medical aid. They only know the concept of exporting weapons, bombs, and death dealing. Or rather, America also doesn't understand the concept of having... Chatters, I know my microphone is low. Can you please stop? Oh my God, I'm sorry. Embarrassing. There's 35,000.
Behave yourselves, chat. Behave yourselves. Come on.
America also does not understand the concept of socialized medicine in general, and I think this is part of the problem here because Hold on. I'm gonna fix my microphone in a second because everyone is crying in the chat. But the reason why I say this is because you, doctor, you got your education paid for, I suspect, by the Cuban government, right?
Yes. 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 Of course, in Cuba, it's a universal educational program. Of course, like a universal health coverage, covering the 100% of the population. And my parents, they were not rich persons, and I studied, but my medical studies were paid by the government, of course, and that's common in Cuba. Just let me tell you something. In Cuba, in 1959, we have had only one medical school. And the leaders of the revolution, they understood very well that was necessary to graduate many health professionals. And then at the end of the last year, we have in Cuba 13 medical sciences school, 29 faculty of medical sciences, and the National School of Public Health and the Latin American School of Public Health, where we have been graduating more than 30,000 medical doctors for different countries, including the United States of America.
Yeah. Like I said, Americans don't understand the concept of socialized medicine. They don't understand the concept of a free education either. So in their minds, and I'm sure you know this already because since you've been in Chicago, and I do want to ask you about your experiences in America, especially as a Cuban person, living in Cuba, they think there's a common thing that Americans say where it's like, oh, nationalized healthcare, that means we're going to enslave our doctors. Our doctors are going to be properties of the state. We can't have that. We must let the free market do its thing. What do you have to say to that?
Well, let me tell you that we feel in Cuba totally free. And then for example, when we go to work abroad the country in a mission, medical mission, we are as volunteers. Nobody is forced. The government is not forcing us to work abroad the country. And even in Cuba, when we are going to work to a rural area, because at the beginning, the first years of the revolution, 1959, usually we have in Cuba 6,000 medical doctors. But at the end of the last year, we have more than 80,000 medical doctors. Then we are working not only in the large city, even in the rural, very remote area. Then we feel like that we are not property of nobody. And then the health system is covering 100%, as I say before, and totally free. The medical care is totally free. Then it's covered by the government, the state too.
Yeah, I find it really interesting when people use that whole slaves of the state thing, because it's like that's what nationalized healthcare is, right? Like they're not slaves of the state, they are servants. And they're employed by the country's foremost public institution to do public good. And I think you're right, Hassan, like that is something that is so foreign to Americans that most people just like, oh, there must be some nefarious plot going on underneath or something like that. But the remarkable thing about Cuba and its successes, not just in medicine, but like across the board, like you compare Cuba to any first world country, and they're usually on par. And they do, when you think about the little we do with so much and how much Cuba is able to do with so little, and the reason they have so little is broad and complicated, but it's really remarkable when you think about it on those terms, how just a little bit of public investment and social good can really create a society and a culture where people have the things that they need, and that's the basic premise that they operate from.
I remember when I was working with the partnership as part of the team that traveled to U.S., to Chicago, Illinois, because the partnership with the University of Illinois and the Minister of Public Health in Cuba. I remember that we were thinking that we will face a very high developed health system covering 100% of the population. And really, I have to say that we were shocking when we saw many women that never saw OB/GYN during, or even any medical doctor during
OBGYN.
Yeah, OB/GYN.
Yeah.
And or the medical doctor, a general medical doctor during the pregnancy period. And then for us, it was a shock because we were in shock because that's normal in Cuba. And then in Cuba, we see the pregnant women many times, even more than the World Health Organization requirement. And then we saw in Chicago, the African American community, we saw many women that during that period, it was impossible for them to see a dentistry. That's and then one of the costs of the low weight children when they born is just the sepsis and the infection of the health of the. And then that's for us. That's why we was shocked for us that and many people that we saw there, even that they arrived to the health center or hospital, and then as they had not medical insurance, they were not received. They didn't receive the patient even with a chronic trauma. And then that was an experience for us. We were very impressed by, of course, because in Cuba, even with all the challenges that we are facing every day, the situation is very different. You have the medical doctor in your community, and the medical doctor and the nurse live within the community that they are providing medical care. If you go straight to the hospital, it's that secondary level of the medical care. The health system take you to the level that you need, or even if you go straight to the institute, the tertiary level, even the health system move you just to the level that you need.
What are some of the major challenges that Cubans are facing right now, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, the first challenge, the first one, is the blockade that was imposed by the government of the U.S. For more than 60 years. And recently, including the inclusion of including Cuba, our country in my country in the list of countries sponsors of the terrorism. Just to have an idea, after the decision of the inclusion, well, you know that including Cuba, go out Cuba, and including again, that's like a game of children.
Yeah.
It's not serious. That's my opinion. But after that decision, the first time, on the first week, more than 30 banks worldwide stopped all the transactions with Cuba. Even on the next days, 45 banks. That you know that it's not possible for us. For the health system, for example, as a result of that decision, we have been facing many challenges. Our population, well, the life expectancy in Cuba more than before COVID-19 was 78.45, but at this moment 77.1. But our people is we are moving the structure of the population, and then we have more elderly people, and then they have chronic diseases, they need medication, and then Cuba is able, with BioCuba Pharma, the pharmaceutical industry that has been developing in Cuba, we are able to produce the 62% of the medication, the drug that we are to the basic framework of the clinic, the drugs that we use in Cuba. But it's impossible because we can't receive credit from different countries, and then it's impossible to get the thing that we need to produce. But that's the most important challenge that we are facing.
Yeah, from what I recall, if I recall correctly, during COVID, there was a need for even vials being shipped into Cuba for the COVID vaccine that you had the Cuban government had developed, and that the trade embargo placed unjustifiable restrictions on even something like that, which was a major setback, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct?
Yes, is that correct? Even during COVID-19 pandemic, the measure of the government, the embargo, the blockade of the government of the United States was hard that before, even on that moment, it was impossible for us to get the vaccines, and then we have to produce our own vaccine. We produced 5 candidates. 3 of them were approved by the regulatory authorities that we have in Cuba, and was possible for us to stop the pandemic in our population. Even with that biopharmaceutical industry, we produce more than 70% of the drugs that we use in the protocols for the treatment of the COVID-19 with our own resources, and of course based on the primary health care medical, the more than 11,000 doctors' office that we have at the primary care level, covering the 100% of the population. It's important just to mention the funds ventilator, the ventilator, the launch for the respiratory ventilators that even was sent. It was impossible for us to acquire then because the government of the U.S. put the sanction to the factories and the shipping lines that were trying to bring to Cuba. And then we have to produce our own ventilators. It's easy to mention that right now, but it was a very hard. We have to face a very hard situation on the moment with our main factory to produce oxygen. It was broken in the middle, in the peak of the pandemic, and then we have to look for the alternative challenge, different possibilities, just to try to solve and to diminish even on that condition. The mortality rate was lower than many developing countries worldwide.
Yeah, and I just want to reinforce a few things, because the number one thing I hear, or let's say the two things I hear when I talk to Americans, even progressive and people, about the U.S. blockade or the embargo or whatever you want to call it, is one, the most common one is, didn't Obama end the embargo? That's the most common one I hear. And the second one I hear is, oh, it's just affecting Cuba's trade with the United States. Why can't they trade with all the other countries all over the world? And the truth is, when you have the global economic hegemon sanctioning and threatening sanctions against people who do business with your island because they're on a state sponsor of terrorism lists or whatever other set of sanctions or whatever BS they want to make up, it has extra national effects outside of the US and Cuba. And so, like those ventilators, I believe that the doctor mentioned, were coming from Sweden, and the U.S. had no involvement in that. But most of the money that flows through the world, because of the way the global banking system is set up through SWIFT and other things, most of the money goes through the United States, and the United States has actually sanctioned other countries and entities and companies in other countries because of that. So I think, like, Cuba is a country that has no credit on the global credit market. They're cut off. You tell me what country in the world could exist and function normally under a circumstance like that. And that's just one effect of that the embargo has. And you see here with the doctor, what the doctor's saying, it has impacts from the micro to the macro, right? Like, it is a policy designed to starve out the people of Cuba. And, you know, the designated purpose of the blockade is regime change, right? They want the people of Cuba to be so desperate that they change their government. But in 65 years, that has failed miserably as a policy outcome. So why are we continuing to do this? And if it is true that the Cuban government is corrupt or socialism is deemed to fail. Why do we have this comprehensive set of policies to strangle out this one island nation 90 miles to our south? That could be a very fruitful trading partner to us, frankly. Like, you know, farmers in the South would love to sell their products to Cuba and buy Cuban products. Like, we can't get the best rum and cigars in the world because of the embargo, right?
It's not just that.
There are lots of things.
There's a major issue in terms of medicine as well. Obviously,
yes.
Cuba has created a lung cancer vaccine, and that Americans actually have to illegally go to Cuba and get this lung cancer vaccine, as far as I understand. Right? There is the American government makes it illegal to go and get this lung cancer vaccine.
Yeah, so the opportunities for medical cooperation are huge. And, you know, the fact that like Dr. Arronte went to Chicago and participated, you know, in seeing those patients, and a lot of them saying, hey, this is the first time I've ever had a doctor see me about any of these issues. Like, there's so much opportunity. You know, if you want to look at it from like a business point of view or a more like, you know, normie point of view, there's so much opportunity that's just being wasted for an totally outdated policy that is causing mass suffering. That's what's happening in Cuba. I think, like, rightfully, Gaza gets a lot of attention, but also we should be looking at what's happening in Cuba, because it's a different tentacle of the same monster, right? And enacting a slow motion genocide. But when you deny access to food, to basic staples, to medicine, through economic coercion of Cuba and other countries, what else do you call that? I mean, there's very little room for interpretation there, in my opinion.
Let me tell you something regarding to the inclusion of Cuba on the sponsor list of the sponsor of terrorist countries. Do you really think that the country that is able to do a product for other peoples worldwide have seen more than 2,300 million of patients in other countries, or 70 million of surgeries, or 5 million of deliveries? Our health professionals are working abroad the country, in other countries. We have been saving life, more than 12 million of life that have been saved by the Cuban health professionals. That is not a country, a terrorist country, of course. On the other hand, as I said before, our pharmaceutical industry produced the lung cancer vaccine. There is a clinical trial at the Roswell Park Institute in New York, but it's a vaccine that is produced in Cuba. How many patients in the United States of America could be able to receive that type of treatment if the relation between both people could be different? We have, for example, another one, medication that we produce in Cuba, Hever-Pro-P, for the prevention of the amputation in the diabetic foot ulcer. And we produce for many years in Cuba, and we are applying in different countries, but not in the U.S. Well, it's really many opportunities of bilateral cooperation, just trying to improve the health of the people, both sides of the both countries.
Yeah, America is the terrorist country. You
we're
don't
the
have
bad
to
guys.
say that.
Sorry.
I'm saying that. I think that, and I believe that. I think it is.
And once again, like I said at the outset, it's so cynical to label Cuba, like one of the most solidaristic countries in the world, as a sponsor of terror. It's like an additional slap in the face on top of everything else. And you know, every year at the UN for the past 32 years, Cuba presents a resolution to condemn and end the U.S. embargo. And the last couple of years in a row, there have only been 2 countries to vote no again on that resolution. Can you guess the 2 of them? It's your 2 favorite countries, Hassan.
Let me guess. Israel and the United States of America.
Exactly right. Those are
Shocking.
the only two countries that vote negative on that resolution. And that, I think, honestly, I don't need to say anything else on the matter. I think like that very succinctly like wraps up where the imperial like allegiances lie in that case.
All right. I want to, before I let you guys go, and thank you so much for coming on. And I was initially going to join. I'm trying to fix my audio levels while I'm speaking because Google is constantly trying to lower my audio levels here. But I was slated to visit Cuba with a legal mission, like a legal aid mission last year, but then a bunch of stuff happened and the election happened, so I couldn't do it. And I hope to visit one day.
Come with DSA. We do delegations now almost every year. We'd love to have you on the delegation.
One question I had for the doctor is when you were in Chicago, did you have deep dish pizza and did you have a Chicago dog?
Well, let me tell you, the most important is the relationship that we were able to make with the health professional, with the people. Of course, Chicago is a beautiful city, and we enjoy the lake.
But did you have deep dish pizza?
Well, I don't remember exactly, but the most important is the people and the health professional that we met there at the health center or the University of Illinois. For me, it was, as I said, amazing.
What was one aspect of American culture that shocked you that you didn't expect?
Well, during the time that we have been working there.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure, but many people, they were asking us, please, can you stay for more time? Because we need to work together. And then the feeling that we felt, it was the cooperation feeling, not to reject even our English. It was not, of course, it's not our mother language, but was possible the communication. It was possible the communication, and then we were feeling both sides of the partnership. We were feeling very well, and the people, of course, we are the leaders of the community. The people that we visited were, for us, it was very important. For me, it was the first time. It was the first time that we saw the medical insurance health system. The medical insurance system, different type of medical insurance. Of course, as
the medical
care in Cuba, it's totally free, and say, but even on that condition, we say that the team that were working there, we said that was working there, we said, okay, even on that condition, it's possible the cooperation, it's possible to improve the health level of the population.
Yeah,
and learning both sides of the cooperation.
Yeah, there are many parts of this country where foreign NGOs actually come in that normally work in war-torn countries or very poor countries in Africa that come in and actually have to offer medical missions for free, just like the Cuban medical missions, as a matter of fact. There are nonprofits that work specifically in places like West Virginia because that's how dire the conditions are in the wealthiest country on the planet.
Yeah.
Okay. I have another joke question. Yoel Romero, what happened with that guy?
Is
this Cuban medicine?
It was a fighter, a boxing fighter that were training in Cuba, of course, and now we see him fighting in the different type of competition in US.
Yeah. Joe Rogan. Do you know who Joe Rogan is, Doctor? Do you know Joe Rogan he's a podcaster, very famous podcaster in America. He says Yoel Romero is a freak of nature. He's like unlike anything anyone has ever seen before.
Trained in Cuba, baby.
Yeah. The other person is I don't know how to say his name, but it's Mijain Lopez.
Okay, well, that's a symbol for us.
Yes.
No, during 5 times, he gold medal in 5 Olympic Games.
He's incredible.
Yes, he's incredible. Yes.
What are they?
Yes,
what are they putting in the water in Cuba?
It's called universal public access healthcare. That's what it's called. That's what's in the water there.
He had a very good family doctors and a nurse at the community where he lived in Pinar del Rio.
All right. Well, thank you so much for coming on, and I hope to one day see you in person when I come visit Cuba.
And Hassan, before we go, I would be remiss as an organizer if I didn't make the hard ask. If this is just a small example of what DSA does around the country, we have an international committee where we have partnerships with countries all over the world and relationships with them. There's local work that you can do. There's electoral work. There's building the labor movement. If you're frustrated with the current state of Democrats plus in the U.S., you need a political home. Please, please, please. I couldn't recommend being in DSA enough. There's a lot of work ahead of us. We need to be organized around it. So go to joindsa.org. That's the easiest way to become a member. If you're not, yes, you will pay dues, but that keeps us independent. That keeps us doing the things that we need to do. So please join DSA if you have not. We need all 33,000 of you in this chat to join DSA so that we can
absolutely
get this country to a better place altogether.
Absolutely.
And that includes you, Hassan.
Yeah.
Become a dues-paying member.
Doctor, do you have a final message to America, the Americans that are listening right now?
Sorry.
Do you have a final message that
Yes.
you want to impart with us?
Let me tell you something. It's very important. On April, since 21st to 25th April, we will have in Cuba the Health International Convention, Cuba Salud 2025. It's a very huge function that we scientific convention, or many delegation from different countries, Ministry of Public Health, and many delegation, including United States of America. Every 3 years we do that. And then we will invite you to the Health Convention, International Convention, Cuba Salud. Yes.
When is that?
And all the people, of course, all the people that are connected on this moment, and all the person that you know, maybe we should share with you the program and the orientation program for the important activity that we do in Cuba.
I mean, importantly, like going to Cuba,
it's a very good opportunity to visit the health system to know about that.
No, I want to. The biggest problem for me is the internet. Because what I do requires like constant internet access, and it becomes really difficult because of the sanctions and things that we talked about before. Unfortunately, that's what I have to figure out. But I've been working on it, but I will do it for sure. Because most people go and they vlog, but I do live streaming, so it's in real time, like a real time newscasting. But definitely, it's something that I'm working on right now. Also, your site crashed, Danny.
Oh well,
yeah,
that's your fault, probably.
Yeah, not probably. Yes, it is my fault. It is.
Yes, we may have crashed the joindsa.org, but we will keep trying. I'm actually in the chat almost every day. I'm Cosmic Yon in the chat. So if anybody wants to DM me or whatever, I'm happy to talk about DSA, about joining DSA, whatever. And I will spam links also in there once we're done here. So really appreciate you having us on.
All right.
Hassan.
Thank you for coming on.
Yes, thank you so much. You too, man.
All right. That was very annoying on my end because of the Google Meetup restrictions that are virtually impossible to fix. I have been looking to try to fix it, but that was amazing. That was an amazing interview, and I hope you guys appreciated that. It's really important to be able to do these kinds of. It's really important to be able to have these kinds of conversations and directly talk to people that are on the other side of America's cruel sanctions regime, trade embargo, and I know my microphone was low. Legit, Josh. You are pissing me off. Also, my mom, classic, came in and had to try and talk to me in the middle of this conversation that I was having. Luckily, you guys didn't hear it, but it's so funny. It's just, I feel like I'm chopped liver over here. Nobody respects me. My family doesn't respect me and what I do. My audience doesn't respect me and what I do. What the fuck is this? What am I doing? Everybody shut up. Okay? Jesus Christ. Oh, but yeah, it is pretty crazy. It is pretty crazy that America is a supervillain on this planet. It truly is it truly is like that. Like, it's not, there's no other way to put it. Like, we are genuinely, like, what we have done to Cuba alone is unimaginable cruelty. This is why I say America bad. Okay, there's a good reason for it. This is that reason. Anyway, here is the big man himself. Says, our country does not drop bombs on other people, nor does it send thousands of planes to bomb cities. Our country does not have nuclear weapons.
Nuestro país no posee armas nucleares ni armas químicas.
Our country does not have chemical weapons. Our country does not have biological
Ni
weapons.
armas químicas ni armas biológicas. Un día dije
One day I said that we could never and would never carry out surprise attacks against any lost corner of the world.
Nunca realizaríamos ataques preventivos y sorpresivos contra ningún oscuro rincón del mundo. Pero
But
que
instead,
en cambio,
our country will send
nuestro
necessary
país
doctors
será
to those
capaz
lost
de
corners of the
enviar
world.
los médicos que se necesiten a los más oscuros rincones del mundo. Médicos y no bombas.
Doctors, not bombs.
Médicos y no armas
Doctors, not smart weapons that hit their target.
certera puntería.
Because after all,
Porque al fin y al cabo,
doctors,
un arma
a weapon
que
that
mata
kills by treachery
traicioneramente no es
is absolutely not
absolutamente un
an
arma
intelligent weapon.
inteligente.
Why do people people dislike Castro even on the left? Because they're fucking stupid. They're stupid American donkeys. Okay, that's why. Because they're stupid Western chauvinist piglets with a stupid pig brain. There's no other way to put it. It is an endless amount of propaganda that they just ate up and never checked for themselves, that instead of entertaining the notion that all of that fucking propaganda was wrong, they just double down and angrily lash out and continue playing a role in the demise of the Cuban people. And yet the Cuban people, in the face of such unimaginable cruelty, survive over and over again after decades and decades of violence. It is disgusting. Cuba is pretty close to a perfect victim. No state is. No state is perfect. But I would say that the Cuban state in and of itself, and the history of Cuba and the Cuban state in the way that it exists is fairly close to a perfect victim after all that has happened to the Cuban people for the crime of freeing themselves from the shackles of oppression by an American-backed dictator. I hated Cuba growing up because they wanted me to hate Cuba. We were never taught about anything about Cuba except the missile crisis and the Bay of Pigs, and that's it. It's so scary how much power people have over information. Yeah. I mean, Marco Rubio is Cuban. Oh man, I forgot to ask the doctor about about Gusano. Anyway, that was the other thing that I wanted to ask him. Instead, I asked him about Yoel Romero. What do I have to say to someone who had to flee Cuba? I mean, it depends on which time period does someone flee Cuba. Okay, fleed Cuba. The reality of the matter is the situation in Cuba is still not great. Okay, it's not like paradise. Obviously, it's not paradise. A big part of the reason why it's not paradise, or the entire reason why it's not paradise when it could be, is because of the sanctions regime and the embargo that we're talking about. Like, Cuba has issues with food, for example. Cuba has consistently had issues with famine, especially post Cold War, post dissolution of the USSR, which then eradicated their primary trade partner, right? And in that process, like, they've of course always had issues with electricity and maintaining a proper electricity grid, and having enough energy for everyone. Cuba has infrastructure issues. Cuba has issues with famine. Every single one of these problems could be solved if Cuba was allowed to participate in the normal ways that every other country participates in the global marketplace. Every single one of these issues would be solved. Every single one. The fact that they are able to survive and thrive, even, all things considered, in spite of that major restriction, is a testament to the resilience of the Cuban population, and is also, in my opinion, a testament to what could happen if Cuba was allowed to participate in the market in the same ways that every other country can. Anyway, as far as like people who have escaped Cuba, even recently escaped, like left Cuba to come to America, okay, what the fuck are we talking about? Escape. They didn't escape Cuba. They voluntarily left Cuba to go live somewhere else, whether it be America or another country. Okay, we don't say Ana de Armas escaped Cuba. Like, that's such a, that language in and of itself, is Western chauvinism. Think about how deeply embedded this power dynamic in our understanding of other countries is, that we fucking, even people who don't intend to do Western chauvinist propaganda end up reasserting Western imperialist narratives. Like, think about how insane that is. It was one of the most disgusting things that the Biden administration did on his way out. One day out, the last day of his power, he dropped the embargo on Cuba. Like a fuck you. It would have been better if he didn't even do that at all. He had the power to do so every day of his administration. And every single person that suffered as a consequence of that directly suffered because of him. Yoel Romero's and the Olympic defectors really muddied the waters on that point. Yeah, just like the 7,000 doctors that got their visas in America, right? Yes, dude. If you are in a poor nation, if you're in a poor country, okay, a country that is kept poor deliberately by the most powerful nation on the fucking planet that is directly swimming distance from that country, and you see an opportunity for economic improvement, you're gonna take it. Look at people in Mexico. Mexicans go over the border and come to America too. That's it. The entire purpose of this embargo is so that the Cuban economy and the Cuban population suffers, so that we can have a steady flow of propaganda against a successful socialist revolutionary nation. That's it. That's it. Anyway, why do people always get so mad about the 2-year unpaid medical service thing in Cuba? Because Americans are pigs, okay? And they cannot envision, just like a dog can't understand colors, just like a pig can't look up in the fucking night sky and see the stars, Americans can't envision a world where doctors get paid to learn medicine and then for 2 years work to pay back their debt. This happens in every country with fucking national healthcare services. My country that I came from in Turkey has a similar process as well. Good luck explaining that to the average American. But while a pig can't look up in the night sky and see stars, a pig can still dream. And hopefully one day I can make these American pigs dream of a better future. Anyway, yeah, 32 years in a fucking row, dude. Look at this. Overwhelmingly, the United Nations votes again and again and again to end the U.S. embargo on Cuba. Countries that voted against it: United States, Israel. Abstention, fucking Moldova. Am I crazy or did your audio change? Yes, it increased. Anyway, it's a strategic move, man. Yeah, okay. What if all the other countries in the world united against you strategically and said Russia should be able to take Moldova because Transnistria is Russian territory and so is Moldova? It's just, greater Transnistria. What would you say then? Would you be on board with that? Would you go, oh, well, the other countries are strategically aligning themselves with Russia? Fuck it. Maybe Trump will give Moldova to Russia. Anyway. Are the repercussions of committing crimes in Cuba really that insane, or is it just American propaganda? I don't know what you're talking about. Who still defends the embargo? America does. That's it. Yeah, we live in America. The punishment for crimes is worse here than anywhere else on earth. Yeah, I don't say when I'm talking about America, there's no reason to say and Israel, because America is Israel. Israel is America. It's one and the same. Israel's an extension of the United States empire. Anyway, let's move on from this. I will be talking to Vivian in an hour from now. I guess we could do like a Hakeem video or something. Oh, I didn't turn off my my window on this page. Okay. We can start off with the first thought video, the U.S. empire in decline. Let's do that.
The United States empire.
Murders. Crime. It's chaotic. It is a mess.
After 100-year rise up.
We have this international crisis.
If this system continues without reform, I think there is a very real possibility of violence and potentially a split in the United States.
The US empire is collapsing, and the world is already paying the price. Trillions of dollars wasted on endless wars with shifting goalposts and no exit strategy. Add to this a crumbling economic foundation and a desperate scramble to maintain global dominance, and what you have are all the familiar signs of imperial decline. Spain spent its silver on military campaigns it couldn't afford. Britain exhausted itself trying to hold on to its expansive empire. And now, the US is burning through resources apparently trying to speedrun the apocalypse. Empires end suddenly, but collapse slowly. The US is no different. It isn't just losing its grip on global power, it's setting the stage to allow chaos to flourish. The only question now is, how long will the world suffer for the US's sins? Before we dive in, we'd like to take a quick moment to thank our channel sponsor, Aura. And actually, it's a really important time to talk about them because hackers may have just stolen the social security numbers of every American. Over 2.9 billion records were recently stolen from National Public Data, which provides personal information to employers, private investigators, staffing agencies, and others doing background checks. These stolen records include a person's full name, address, date of birth, social security number and phone number, alternate names, and birth date. And members of the hacker group have released this information for free online. If you've never been the victim of a data breach before, let me tell you, it's not fun. That stuff is scary, as well as being very intrusive. If you weren't taking precautions with your personal information online before, this should be a huge wake-up call. You've never been more vulnerable online than you are right now. Thankfully, I don't have to worry about it because Aura protects me from this exact scenario. Aura alerts me if they find my phone number, email, or social security number on the dark web. They let me know immediately if anyone tries to use this information to access my credit or bank accounts. And for added peace of mind, they provide up to $5 million in identity theft insurance should the worst case scenario happen. They also have a bunch of other features to keep you safe, all inside one app, so you don't have to go looking for a bunch of different services for your VPN, your antivirus, and your data security. You can use the link aura.com/firstthought to try 14 days absolutely free. That's plenty of time for Aura to find out if any of your personal data has been exposed. I highly recommend you do this right now, because not only is National Public Data not going to do anything to help us, they probably aren't even going to face any repercussions for this leak. I'm not leaving myself and my family vulnerable to data breaches. And if you don't want to either, you can go to aura.com/firstthought to try Aura for 2 weeks absolutely free. Okay, back to the video. Many empires throughout history have come and gone, but two in particular stand out as being eerily similar to today. The Spanish Empire of the 16th and 17th centuries, and the British Empire of the 18th and 19th, which replaced it, the Napoleonic era aside. Then the US Empire replaced the British. So let's take a look at what lessons the US should learn from these former global powers. The Spanish Empire was mostly split between Europe and the Americas, which quickly pulled it into wars it could not afford. By 1619, the king's chief minister warned that overlapping conflicts had brought Spain to the brink. The king concocted a Union of Arms scheme, which aimed to mobilize 140,000 troops, an outrageous number for the time, across far-flung territories. Instead, the decree ignited local resistance due to the large burden it placed on townspeople and nobles alike. In 1627, the crown declared bankruptcy, obliterating credit and forcing steep interest loans. The following year, the Dutch seized an entire treasure fleet loaded with American gold and silver, which drastically slashed revenues and stalled military operations, followed by weaker silver shipments which further stalled military operations, and repeating on and on in a spiral of diminishing returns. And what did Spain have to show for this expensive, unending warfare? A lot of lost territory. They lost northern Catalonia, Portugal, Jamaica, and even parts of the Netherlands. Overwhelming debt, a hollowed-out domestic economy, and an unshakable faith in the idea that war was their best defense defined the Habsburg abysmal finances, with grandiose strategies that yielded nothing but loss. Philip IV spent 44 years mired in entirely optional conflicts against the Dutch, Germans, Italians, French, the British twice, and on the Iberian Peninsula, Spain's home turf. While Spain tried to retain its colonies, extreme climate events and earthquakes devastated Chile, Peru, and Mexico, only adding to the strain caused by the wars. The king's management of Spain's coinage was incompetent at best. Vellon coins, introduced in 1618, were silver coins that contained less valuable metals like copper, which debased the currency, adding to the inflation caused by a surge in silver imports from the colonies, which severely disrupted local markets and shrunk the crown's income. And even though silver shipments got leaner over time, silver still surged into Spain relative to historic levels of silver inflow which started the inflation. Silver became a sort of resource curse that stymied real growth. While Spain's GDP had once greatly outpaced other regions, it had fallen 40% behind those same regions by 1750. Though American gold and silver financed imperial wars, they bred illusions of prosperity that sapped the homeland's economic core. Earlier monarchs had brought the nobility to heel, but by the 16th century, the crown was drowning in high-interest debt. Spain's
Did I miss the news? Are we only doing reacts today? Yes, we're only doing reacts today. Come back tomorrow. We've never done the news. It's 5 hours into the fucking broadcast. I not only covered news for the past 4 hours, I also interviewed a Cuban doctor about medical missions that the Cuban government does. And the moment that I flip over to like reacts from a friend of the show about how the U.S. empire is in decline, immediately it's like, I guess we're not doing news today. I guess we're not doing news today, huh? What's happening here? What's going on? No more news? Do we run out of fucking news?
Fragmented and inadequate taxes, coupled with entrenched conservative nobles, stifled modernization. Chronic debt defaults eroded trust.
If you don't want me to scream at you, you're demanding that I don't treat you as equals. You're demanding that I just refuse you, ignore you, and do my own thing. If you want me to have a back and forth with chat, I'm gonna fucking sometimes scream at you because I expect you to be smarter than this.
While elites opposed any new taxes or reforms in order to protect their exemptions and status. These dynamics echo modern imperial overreach. A ballooning defense budget diverts funds away from essential investments like healthcare and infrastructure, leading to long-term instability. Now we'll move on to the British Empire, which, save for the whole Napoleon thing, was the empire to succeed Spain in Europe and possibly the first global hegemon. Despite losing the American colonies in the late 18th century, the British Empire would nonetheless grow and kickstart the first industrial revolution. But by the 1870s, global capitalism had begun to face a crisis. In 1889, a US analyst noted severe economic distress touching almost every nation on Earth, regardless of policies. Some might assume this would be a recipe for a major drop in production, but they'd be wrong. Production absolutely soared. Iron doubled, steel rose 20-fold, but profits lagged as tends to happen during capitalist overproduction. Before the stock market crash of 1929 took the moniker, the period between 1873 and 1896 was called the Great Depression, and it's easy to see why. Agriculture took the biggest hit. Wheat prices plunged nearly 2/3 from 1867 to 1894, which prompted Britain to abandon much of its grain farming. During this 23-year depression, the pound experienced significant deflation, which cut British prices by 40%, further eating into profit margins. New industrial processes rapidly produced far more in less time. Quickly.
What is this? Russia thanks you in this video. The Yemeni people want peace. The Palestinian people asked them to send aid to Gaza, stop the Israeli aggression, lift their siege. Israel's killing children and committing all sorts of crimes. The Yemeni people stood against this, which is why America is now targeting the Yemeni people.
يعني 72 غارة في صنعاء وفي صعدة وفي عمران في عدة محافظات يمنية، ولكن أمريكا وإسرائيل لن ترعبنا ولن تخيفنا، يعني متعودين على هذا. الأهداف هذه ضربوها في عام 2011 من 2014 لا الآن يعني يضربون نفس الأهداف، ما في معاهم أي حاجة يستفيدوا، فقط يحاولوا
I know Zoran's team reached out to me. I'm talking to Zoran directly on Twitter. I don't know why his team is reaching out to me on Instagram. I'll deal with it.
الشعب اليمني ليش يضرب الشعب اليمني أو ليش يضربوا الشعب اليمني؟ لأن الشعب اليمني يعني الشعب اليمني يشتي السلام لأهل فلسطين.
He said 72 sirens around many places, but we will not be scared.
طلب منهم أن يدخلوا المساعدات إلى غزة، أن يرفعوا عدوانهم، أن يرفعوا حصارهم، يعني هم بيقتلوا الأطفال.
This is not the video yet? What do you mean? He's saying America and Israel will not phase us. He's saying they keep hitting the same targets for 10 years plus. We're never afraid of them or scared. Can you even speak Arabic? No, I can't. We are used to it. U.S. and Israel has been hitting us since 2011, he says. Why Yemen? Because Yemen is demanding lifting the siege and stopping the oppression.
بيفعلوا كل الجرائم. الشعب اليمني وقف ضد هذا، لذلك الآن يقصف الشعب اليمني. ولكن نقول لأمريكا وإسرائيل ما قال هذا الشخص. بسروا. هذا طبعا.
The photo. Oh, that's crazy. He's got the fucking Zin canisters in the back. Oh my lord, dude. Oh wow. Oh Jesus Christ. The internet is crazy. He's saying we say to America and Israel what this person said. Oh no.
هذا طبعا أجنبي، هذا أكثر واحد وقف مع اليمن وفلسطين، هذا بينشر ويظهر الحقيقة. تحياتي لك يا حسن. Thank you, I love you so much.
Oh no. The internet, man. The internet is crazy. Asmin Girl's gonna freak out more. I know. I worry about stuff like this because, I mean, yeah, of course people are gonna fucking yell at me and be like, dude, see, this guy is a terrorist and he is terrorizing us by showing a photo of you. But no, what I worry about is like I don't think he realizes this. He said this is a foreigner who has done so much to support Palestine and Yemen. Hell yeah. I worry that this kind of stuff like puts him in threat. You know what I mean? I love that photo though. I mean, he isn't afraid. I know, but I still am, you know? These are genuine calculations I have to make when talking to people in Gaza as well, especially. It's like something that I truly have to worry about. You know, I saw he he said he sent this ominous tweet before. Watch my account carefully, Hassan. I will post something for you in a few hours. I think him being in Yemen is more of a threat than that picture. No, dude. It's because he's in Yemen that is already a threat. If he was in Denmark putting up a picture like that, it wouldn't be the same thing. Come on, guys. Barry Weiss literally ordered the assassination of Refat al-Ra'ar like in Gaza, you know? He sent a second secret photo of the Hoscord. Yeah. They're going to cancel Rashid because he's supporting me. Not because they're not even going to say he's a terrorist any longer. It's a higher crime. Being a Hassan Abi head. This guy's real problematic, Rashid. I don't know if you knew that. Oh man. Is chat not aware that the secret president was beefing with you? Yeah, that's what I mean. If you just watched the content nuke, he would understand. Yeah. They never show evidence for their slander. Why? They don't need to. It doesn't work. There's no reason for evidence. That's not how this works. How this works is he's brown. He's in Yemen. He supports the Yemeni government's actions against Israel. That's it. He's a terrorist. It's the same reason why the NatSeg head can just talk in a signal chat about how he blew up a civilian apartment, like openly admit that, and then Rashid. Oh, it's the same exact reason. It's just because Yemen is the poorest country on the planet, and he's in Yemen. And in the eyes of the American state, it's meaningless. Like the American government does not treat even American citizens as though they're human beings. You know what I mean? Like, let alone people that are not in the United States of America. The expectation that they would is silly. All right, let's continue with the U.S. empire is in
outstripping
decline.
demand, which increased pressure on already falling prices. New protective tariffs sprung up across Europe and the US, leaving Britain's free trade stance vulnerable. Heavy industries began to form monopolies and oligopolies, in part to protect their profits, and chain retailers displaced small shopkeepers. With the glut in manufacturing at home, capital needed new markets. And since this is the 19th century, new markets is code for colonies. However, colonies are a short-term solution to a fundamental problem with the system in which they operate. And the fact is that thanks to the exploitative nature of the relationship, colonies eventually rebel. Cue the Second Boer War, fought between 1899 and 1902 in areas that now make up South Africa, and could be considered Britain's Afghanistan. High Commissioner Alfred Milner saw peace under defeat as a sign of Britain's declining imperial clout, and it's hard to disagree with that assessment. The problems experienced in South Africa were a sign that Britain was struggling to maintain control over the empire on which the sun never set. The war cost the British taxpayer over £200 million. That's £21.8 billion in 2024 terms, making it Britain's most expensive conflict since 1815, and which wouldn't be surpassed until World War I. By 1940, Britain's hold on its most prized colony, India, was crumbling. Of course, some cabinet members tried to hang on, but the situation forced them to issue a withdrawal announcement in February of 1947. Lord Mountbatten accelerated the partition timeline, discarding interim agreements and ensuring independence by August, and relinquished authority even before revealing final boundaries. Both British elites and Indian nationalists saw their carefully laid plans dismantled by wartime exhaustion and near-constant domestic unrest. By 1948, Britain had granted independence to most of Asia, except Hong Kong, which it wouldn't give up until 1997, while the US grew to become the dominant Western power. By 1957, American influence had replaced Britain's over regions in which it once reigned supreme. Any remaining notion of British world leadership quickly waned, prompting faster decolonization to maintain Western cohesion. In both these cases, Spanish and British, spiraling military commitments and failing fiscal policies paved the way for new global powers, like the United States, to rise. Taking these previous empires' history as a rough guide to determining if the American empire is falling, let's see how many boxes the US ticks. In January of 2025, a massive sell-off of tech stocks erased around $1 trillion in capitalization at the opening bell, all because China released an app for free. It's difficult to overstate the historic nature of this crash. Apple alone lost $224 billion, Amazon shed $109 billion, and Nvidia briefly gave up over $300 billion before recovering about half that loss. By the close, Apple was down 4.8% and Amazon 4.1%. That's $162 billion and $72 billion respectively. Japan's Nikkei 225 plunged 12%, its worst day since 1987, and Bitcoin dropped 11%. Nvidia, once valued over $3 trillion after 3 consecutive quarters of over 200% revenue growth, fell to a measly $2.5 trillion. Goldman
Damn, get your money up, broke boy.
Sachs had warned that returns on AI spending would be minimal, and this is coming from one of the chief architects of the 2008 collapse. So if they are warning that something is a bad investment, it's probably best to listen, especially when major hedge funds called Nvidia's valuation part of an overhyped bubble. And they were right. The world watched a free app pop that bubble. We can't yet say what long-term effects this historic day will have. After all, we're still living through the shockwave. But the ghosts of empires past provide the US the knowledge to avoid similar pitfalls. Unfortunately, their pleas are falling on deaf ears. This crisis is, of course, a product of the specific material conditions we find ourselves in. But similar economic crises beset Britain in, for example, the First Great Depression. That historic DeepSeek day is representative of the high wealth concentration in the US, and is representative of the wealth distribution among the people, too. Current data shows the top 0.1% alone own 13.8% of total US wealth, with the rest of the top 1% adding 16.9% for a total of 30.7% of all wealth, while the bottom 50% are left to split a meager 2.4%. Government spending patterns reflect this imbalance. The 2024 National Defense Authorization Act dedicated $886 billion to the military, $28 billion more than the previous year, partly for Ukraine, surpassing...
I feel so free and so protected, don't you? Dude, who else is gonna keep bombing Yemen, dude? I'm sorry. How else are we gonna make sure that Israel keeps doing genocide in Gaza? How else? If we do not do this, then God forbid, God forbid the global south could have a moment of peace, a moment of respite from endless exploitation. That would be terrifying. You have to keep doing that.
The budgets of the next 10 countries combined, with at least half the country perplexed as to why the budget is so outrageously high. From 2000 to 2010, the Pentagon canceled the Future Combat Systems, the Comanche helicopter, and the Crusader artillery gun after already wasting $46 billion taxpayer dollars, which, as it happens, exceeds the total Environmental Protection Agency budget between 2015 and 2020. Yet resources still flow to Bradley tank prototypes, almost $23 billion so far, and ballistic missile defense, over $67 billion since the late 1990s. The F-35 program, at $1.7 trillion across its lifespan, has endured repeated groundings and crashes, and yet remains set to expand by 2,400 more jets in the near future. Inflation has been brutal in the last few years, which has added to the economic hardship. And the best news so far is that it dipped to 3% year over year in mid-2023, which is of little consolation to the 61% of Americans living paycheck to paycheck. The eggs are still expensive. Nearly 3/4 of those earning under $50,000, and 65% making $50,000 to $100,000. In other words, most Americans struggle with day-to-day expenses. Even 45% of those making over $100,000 also report living paycheck to paycheck. If it was most before, it's almost certainly a supermajority now. What's more, over half of adults say they are more financially stressed now than before the pandemic, relying on high-interest credit or limited savings to meet basic needs, which is absolutely unsustainable. And finally, despite having the supposedly most pro-union president in US history in Joe Biden, a dubious claim at best, union membership in 2023 stood at 10%, only 14.4 million workers, down from 10.1% in 2022, despite the media calling it the year of the strike. This is, however, merely the tail end of a long-term, slow decline. In 2003, 15.8 million workers were union members, or about 11.5% of the workforce, far below the 28.3% peak in 1954, and only slightly more than today. Businesses spent $4.27 billion on federal lobbying in 2023 alone, and at time of writing, the calculations for 2024 haven't been completed, but are expected to be similar. But that's $4.27 billion they could have been using to provide their workers higher pay and better benefits. But that, according to them, doesn't have as good an ROI as lobbying. On that note, we'll turn to US imperial overreach, which has seen a steadily worsening decline in effectiveness in accomplishing individual missions, let alone broader goals. It shouldn't be surprising by now to learn that, at time of writing, the US has spent over $8 trillion on post-9/11 wars, aka the War on Terror, and yet its actual global position is weakening by the day. Afghanistan ended in a humiliating...
It's wild because, low-key, if America had stronger labor unions and better, a bigger interest in ensuring that workers are properly protected, then America's war economy would be self-sustaining as well. Because the $8 trillion that you're using is not just going to... the $8 trillion that you're spending, ironically enough, is still being spent on soldiers, manufacturers, like people who are making these weapons, people who are working in all these companies, right, within the military industrial complex. So in a weird way, it's this unique balance where, like, if labor unions had more power, there was a likelihood that they could put a stop to this altogether and be like, we don't want to keep making these weapons of war, which is obviously truly terrifying. But on the other side, if there was a greater distribution of wealth with those $8 trillion that is like recycling through the American economy, if the greater distribution went to labor, America would be a more effective killing force on the planet. So it's not even that. That's what's doubly fucked about this process, is that America destroys the planet and does not give back any of that bounty to even its labor aristocracy. Like, the labor aristocracy certainly still is in a more advantageous position being in the imperial core rather than being victims to global empire. Okay. But in a unique, in perhaps the most unique way, because America is so hyper exploitative, so hyper capitalist that, like, it doesn't even share in the bounty of empire with its citizens. It just, like, keeps all of that wealth at the tippy top. Democrats, ironically, used to advocate for some semblance of military Keynesianism and wanted a greater distribution of that wealth, I guess. And they tried to do that with Joe Biden, especially. But, you know, it's still a complete wash. It's a complete failure. And I'm not advocating for that anyway. I'm not saying, like, oh, we should just have this military machine, but with a greater distribution of the wealth that it generates back to the workers. I'm saying that we have all of this wealth that we could be spending on, instead of weapons procurement strategies, we could be, spending it on something better, like exporting medicine, like Cuba's doing. You know what I mean? Doing medical brigades.
Unorganized and inhumane withdrawal. Iraq remains unstable, and the supposed strategic gains of both unnecessary military quagmires never materialized, and never will. Like Spain before it, the US is bleeding resources on endless conflicts that gain little, or even return losses. The economic foundation of US hegemony, the dollar's dominance, is eroding. The share of global reserves held in dollars has declined steadily as more countries move to alternative currencies and systems. The US share of global GDP and trade has shrunk, further weakening the dollar in international finance. Non-traditional reserve holdings have grown from $30 billion in 1999 to $1.2 trillion in 2021, which is indicative of a calculated strategy to shift away from dollar reliance, which has accelerated in step with the US's ever more erratic and unpredictable policies and actions. Right now, China holds the largest stock of these alternative reserves, followed by Switzerland and Russia. The foreign exchange market itself has changed in the sense that currencies that once required conversion through the dollar are now traded directly. The petrodollar system, established after the US finalized its abandonment of the gold standard in 1971, has artificially propped up global demand for the dollar for decades. Today, oil producers, like Saudi Arabia, are negotiating with other nations to do business in currencies other than the dollar. For example, China has signed energy deals with Gulf states using China's yuan, accelerating the transition away from the dollar. BRICS is the largest organized effort leading the charge in challenging this system. The economic bloc created the new development bank as a counterweight to the US-controlled World Bank used in conjunction with the IMF to project US economic power. South African officials have explicitly linked these efforts to bypassing US financial dominance and resisting its frequent and illegal unilateral sanctions. Sanctions are Washington's main tool for enforcing dollar supremacy, and the practice is quickly losing its effectiveness. Russia has, in recent...
Yes, you missed the Vivian chat. Don't come back later. I'm just going to start telling people that, you missed it. And we're not going to upload it on YouTube either, and I'm going to delete this VOD afterwards, so you're never going to see it. I'm just going to start lying to chatters who come in and they're like, did this happen already?
Years, especially due to its war on Ukraine, been the subject of US sanctions. And yet, despite these sweeping Western restrictions, some of which targeted Russian energy exports and technology, their economy remains relatively stable. Western states, mostly in Europe, still rely on Russian energy. Belgium, France, and Spain continue purchasing large quantities of Russian liquefied natural gas. Even the US hesitates to cut off Russian oil completely, fearing market disruptions and price spikes that would benefit their geopolitical rival. Russia's economy grew 3.6% in 2023, after a contraction the previous year. Military production drove 60 to 65% of industrial output growth. But even sectors hit hardest by sanctions, manufacturing and retail, have rebounded. Russia's unemployment rate fell to 3.2% in 2023, the lowest since 1992. Projections for 2024 show continued growth, despite every Western attempt to isolate Russia economically. The sanctions have pushed Russia to strengthen ties with BRICS and the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, deepening the global shift away from US economic control. They also forced Russia to replace Western imports with domestic production, strengthening key industries like shipbuilding and heavy machinery. Financial restrictions failed as well. After being cut off from SWIFT, Russia expanded its own payment networks and increased ruble-based trade. Moscow's alternative to SWIFT, the System for Transfer of Financial Messages, or SPFS, has gained new members, further undermining US financial influence. By early 2024, ruble transactions accounted for 43.9% of Russian export revenue, a sign of just how little the sanctions have achieved. The US assumed sanctions would bring Russia to its knees. Instead, they exposed the limits of American power. The dollar is losing ground, and the US no longer controls the global economy. The United States is repeating the failures of past empires. Spain drained its wealth fighting unwinnable wars, collapsing under debt and economic stagnation. Britain, too, overstretched itself, clinging to imperial dominance as industrial rivals surpassed it. The US is following the same pattern. $8 trillion wasted on post-9/11 wars, no clear strategic gains, and rising instability at home and abroad. The dollar's dominance is fading. BRICS nations are bypassing US financial control, and sanctions have failed to cripple Russia. Washington's ability to dictate global trade is fading fast. At home, record defense spending grows year after year, while corporations suppress wages and watch silently as inequality surges towards catastrophic levels. Empires don't collapse overnight. They bleed out slowly, often lashing out as the end nears in a vain attempt to recapture past glory. But there will be no glory to...
Yeah, $8 trillion. Meanwhile, Americans are talking about dumbass Doge. Yep. I mean, it's not fair to say nothing gained. Yeah, American corporations made a lot of money. It's just like this, all of these actions are necessary for the continuation of capital, for the continuation of capital extraction, for the continuation of capitalism. Imperialism is an absolute necessity. So in that regard, war is not supposed to be won, really. It's just supposed to continue all the time. And it does. And that's how the American economy continues. The problem here is, on top of that plunder, there isn't a manageable distribution, a manageable redistribution of the resources that are extracted from the global south. Like, why does Lockheed only offer $72K starting salary for SWE if they're getting so much money from the government? That's what I mean. That's what I'm saying. Like, dude, even defense contractor fucking engineers are not caked up. It's not like a caked up job anymore. That's what's crazy about it. And I'm sure many of them would rather work in, commercial space travel or things of that nature. It doesn't really fucking matter. Some of those positions are also at low-cost sites deliberately. My daily watch a Sean Munger video shill post, day 3. Yeah, all the money is in finance, dude. All of it. The new way nations are fighting and why it matters.
The nature of war is changing.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
And I want to show you how.
Conflict in Syria over the last decade.
Countries are increasingly using a new way to fight one another, and it's remaking the entire globe in the process.
I work at a hospital boarded by I thought you meant, I'm so used to talking about Lockheed Martin bombing hospitals that I didn't even read that you said boarded by Lockheed Martin, and I hate it. I thought you meant I work at a hospital bombarded by Lockheed Martin, and I hate it.
There's a really important chart that shows this that I want to show you. This chart shows...
I didn't even associate Lockheed Martin with, like, doing anything with a hospital beyond blowing it up. It's crazy. That's that good brand recognition right there, dude.
Shows all of the interstate conflicts over time. at least since World War II. Interstate just means wars fought between two countries. You'll notice that it's a pretty flat line. Some years there's just one or two conflicts, and some years there's no conflicts at all between countries. But if you pay attention to the world, that doesn't seem right. It certainly doesn't feel like the world is mostly at peace. And that's because this graph doesn't represent all the types of war that exist. For that, you have to stack on a different kind of war, like this. This is civil wars or intrastate wars. You can see that there's a lot more of those, but not as many as in the 90s. But now I want to show you what the name for this is: proxy wars. They used to be fairly rare, but look what's happened starting 15 years ago. There were over 25 proxy wars happening at one time in 2020. Now, these usually get talked about as civil wars. The Rwandan Civil War.
The fuck is going? Wait. What is happening right now? Is this motherfucker attacking U.S. aid? Like, what's going on? Am I crazy? How is he going to cook this back up to America had to do this? This is a dangerous subject matter for the CIA's very own. Even in his last video, he was in a CIA compound and portraying himself as Xi Jinping. I think that was a fucking, that first shot was a threat. He was like, listen, I cut the end of that because I didn't want to show China dominating America in this Millennium Edition style incident. But if the US aid checks keep fucking bouncing, I'm gonna start pumping shit, dude. I'm gonna start talking about American proxy wars around the globe. What is happening? I'm very interested to see how all of this wraps back around to Donald McDonald Harris's favorite pastime, which is to say, America didn't mean it, or America had to do it.
The Syrian Civil War, the Civil War in Sudan. But these are not just civil wars. And that's what you can't really see by just looking at a graph. You have to go deeper, which is what I want to do today. I want to show you how these things work and why they are so dangerous. Because this is the new way that the most powerful countries in the world fight each other. Not fighting directly, but by using other conflicts as their battlefield. Proxy wars are deadlier, more resistant to peace, and they are a driving force changing geopolitics today. So I want to explain to you what proxy wars are, how they work, why they're so deadly, and why they're on the rise.
Is he getting fucking CCP bills now? What is happening right now? What? Okay, all right. I just need him to cook. I need him to cook. What?
Hey, how are you?
Doing well. How are you doing? Thanks for taking a moment to chat. I've been talking to Jeremy Shapiro about proxy wars. He's got a lot of perspective on this.
Worked in the U.S. government on that, and so there's some things that I can maybe allude to, and I can't really talk about how I know them. So
Never
don't
mind.
ask for sources on that one, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind. I spoke too soon.
So before we get into proxy
I spoke
wars
too soon.
in our world today, I want to go into an imaginary world, a fake map that we've made up. How would you concisely define what a proxy war is?
I think it is when a war is instrumentalized by outside parties to use it as a proxy for their external or larger dispute.
Oh my God, is this video going to be like Iran, China, and Russia are constantly doing proxy wars? Oh my God, is that what he's going to, is that the takeaway from the video?
Made up
Oh my God,
world.
I can't stop trying to predict what he's going to say.
There are two dominant powers. Let's call them Johnnyland, and over here you've got Izistan. Yes, I'm doing this. Let's just go with it, please. In the old days, if Johnnyland and Izistan went to war, it would look like this. They would send their armies smashing into one another. It was really violent.
Looked very much like World War I and World War II. They ended up in massive wars with each other that were quite destructive, often to their own countries, particularly if they lost, but frankly, even if they didn't lose.
Well, and let's remember why big powers go to war. They do this to assert dominance over their region. Maybe they're after the same resources.
This is how big countries go to war. They do it because they want to assert dominance. They're like, we're big meanies, and the other country are the big baddies. And as big meanies, we have to go against the big baddies. This is how war works. I mean, he did bring up resources at least. Holy fuck.
Maybe they fear each other as rivals and they see an opportunity to weaken the other. Or maybe Johnnyland forgot to sign the kids up for Little League and Izistan is angry. And they're fighting directly. This is how war has worked for thousands of years. That is, until the greatest war of them all. World War II was a war that showed the world that we had become too dangerous, too advanced, too destructive, especially with the invention of atomic weapons.
Nuclear weapons really focus the mind. They are so destructive and so easy to deploy once you have them that the idea that you could ever defend yourself against that is not one that really any country has ever entertained. In a nuclear age, it would be insanity for them to fight each other directly.
So direct war between these two great powers became unthinkable, and thus it basically stopped. This is a crazy thing. Like sometimes we forget that we live in a world where great powers don't fight each other directly, something that they've always done. But that doesn't mean they don't fight each other. Before we continue about...
Aren't you forgetting another country, Jonald? Did I fail to see in the map another country? I just feel like there's another country with nukes, Johnny. I guess to be fair, it's a extension of the United States of America. So it doesn't count as a separate country with separate nukes, maybe? I don't know.
So they know that this ad sort of worked if this is interesting for you. Use the code Johnny Harris at checkout and you'll get 15% off your first eSIM data plan.
Did he
Thanks,
show
Daily,
Israel?
for sponsoring
Did I
today's
miss
video.
it?
Now let's get back to our story on how countries fight each other in the modern age.
In the nature of countries...
Why do I watch him? Because he's my favorite content creator. Are you kidding me? I love Johnny Harris. Donald McDonald Harris.
Extremely competitive and still looking for ways to harm each other, to get leverage on each other, to sort of win in geopolitical competition.
Great powers still see each other as a threat. They still crave dominance over their region and over the world.
Indirect ways of attacking each other, such as supporting proxies in civil wars, has become much more popular since nuclear weapons were invented.
So back to our fake map. What this looks like is it would probably start as a conflict popping up within a nearby country. Could be a civil war or power struggle or just some political unrest. Now these two big countries see an opportunity to fight each other indirectly by supporting one side of this war. They send guns, money, military trainers, and this is a proxy war.
I wonder why he's just using Johnnyland versus Izistan when he could just always put America as Johnnyland, and Izistan is an interchangeable name for virtually every country that we've done this in. Because, look, I'm putting myself in the mindset of a Johnny Harris fan. I don't know a single damn thing, okay? I don't know anything. I only watch Johnny Harris videos. And because I've only watched Johnny Harris videos, I think America is ultimately a force for good. But then when he's describing this, I'm beginning to realize that even in previous Johnny Harris videos, I've come to the realization that America kind of does a lot of the stuff that he's talking about here. So it's hard for me as a Johnny Harris stan to not recognize that he's talking about America. Let's just keep going.
The two sides fighting within the smaller country are the proxies, or sometimes referred to as clients, and the outside supporters are called patrons. Now remember, in this case, they're just sending support to their side.
Hey, Stalinists, us liberals like unbiased history. That's on period, sweaty. That's right. Yeah, these freaking tankies and their love for revisionist history. Unlike me, a liberal in America.
Of an internal struggle, a civil war in another country.
A war is instrumentalized by outside parties to use it as a proxy for their external or larger dispute.
From the great power perspective, what is the advantage or benefit of choosing this tool of engagement rather than more direct versions?
Depending on the situation, a great power can hope that they can really sap the strength of their rival through support to a proxy war.
Unfortunately, this is a really rational thing for big countries to do. They get deniability. They can say, hey, we're not really involved in this war. And they don't have to sacrifice any of their citizens. And they're able to contain the violence in someone else's country. They get to fight their rival and have someone else pay the price.
Wow, that just sounds exactly like Elizabeth Warren, Lindsey Graham, virtually every other senator on associated with foreign policy in this country. Speaking about Ukraine, That sounds. I've heard Lindsey Graham say all these three words in succession.
That's proven to be an efficient and somewhat, from a great power perspective, less dangerous way of geopolitical competition than direct wars.
Now, technically, proxy wars can take slightly different forms, like if the two big countries support two smaller countries that are fighting each other, or if one big country invades another country and then the rival supports the resistance of that invasion. There's lots of different forms, but the whole idea is that these two great powers are fighting each other via a different country or different groups. Let's be done looking at the fake map and look at the real map, the real history of what proxy wars look like in real life. This dynamic has existed for a really long time, but the modern version of it starts to really crop up in the Cold War.
116.
We've got these two great powers, the two big patrons, Soviet Union and the United States, using proxy war as a way to fight each other, turning the entire globe into a battlefield. This is why it was a Cold War. They never fought each other directly. They just chose local conflicts to support and fuel in an effort to win more influence over the map. Right after World War II, the superpowers focused on China's civil war, supplying opposite sides with military hardware, money, training. This paid off for Moscow when the communist side won.
Kind of feels like the USSR were the good guys on that one. Kind of feels like America was mysteriously on the bad side of this one, but surely that's just for this conflict, right? There's no way that this translates to virtually every other proxy war during the Cold War, right? No way.
It was a major blow to the United States, but the support in this proxy war was nothing compared to what happened right after in Korea.
Korea had become a place of 24-hour terror. Nothing and no one was left untouched by the harsh, bitter reality of war.
Moscow authorized its proxies in the north to try to take over the US-backed South, something they...
I'm sorry, what? No, that's not what happened. That's not what happened at all. Remember when earlier Donald said sometimes big countries will, sometimes larger regional powers will support like the actual people's backed insurgency movement, for example. That is what the USSR was doing in this situation, and famously, not enough of it, as a matter of fact. The notion that the USSR was full tilt in support of North Korea, a designation that didn't just exist, okay? Just Korea versus Korea, I guess, is wrong. It's just completely incorrect. As a matter of fact, I'm going to tell you that everything that he's describing is technically correct if you swap the USSR for the United States of America. Yeah, that's how the Korean War began, except it wasn't the USSR, it was more China. What do you mean? North Korea did invade the South. What are we doing here? Okay. This is not assigning blame here, but KPA was the first to cross the border. Brother, if there wasn't real popular momentum and mobilization against the supposedly South, first of all, the South-North designation is not real. It's one that the United States invented and then the USSR obliged. That's number one. Okay. Number two, if there was this real anger and resentment from the Korean population against more Koreans in the North, and it wasn't the exact opposite situation, and that there wasn't, popular mobilization happening in South Korea, the South Korean government, alongside the U.S. military with its permanent occupation, would not have had to violently squash, by killing tens of thousands of Koreans in the South, a made-up designation that America maintained in the most violent ways possible before doing genocide in what was then known as North Korea. And I'm not even just talking about the Jeju Island. Not assigning blame here, but the KPA was the first to cross the border. Okay. I'm going to come to your house and split it in half and then arm your neighbor. I'm going to come to your house, split it in half, take over half your family, dominate half your family. What is going on today, man? What the hell is happening? I was not saying anything bad. Okay. First of all, I don't know what happened there. CIA, Donald McDonald, CIA split my stream in half. That's GPU for sure. No, the internet cuts in and out. I don't know what the frick is going on. Yeah, I'm gonna come to your house, split it in half with weapons, and then I'm going to hurt your family members. If you come and try to defend your family members, I'm going to kill the forces that you bring in, and I'm going to say you invaded your house, the part of your house that I split, and then I'm going to come over there and kill everyone on the other side of the house. Is that justifiable? No, that's called being a serial killer. Okay? I'm America in this situation, in this hypothetical scenario. It's not even a video game thing. Like, what are we talking about? I'm giving an analog, chat. Calm down. It's not like you can... It's okay. You can still use analogies. I'm pretty sure you're allowed to still use analogies.
Wanted to do, and we made a whole video about that relationship between Kim Il-sung and Joseph Stalin. The Soviets supported them with guns, money, fighter jets, and the US, which already had troops there, sent more. Way, way, way more, like almost 2 million. The Soviets fought back by fueling the North Korean invasion. And then China, who remember was supported by the Soviet Union, sent its army to join the fight too, turning the Korean peninsula into a battleground, not just between Koreans.
Like, guys, inside of every country, there are internal dynamics that you just can't simply wash aside, especially a country like Korea that has always been occupied, okay? Especially in like the last 100 years. When you think about that, there are the popular mobilizing forces that have a lot of motion and a lot of support from broad subsects of society, which would be the socialist aligned, USSR aligned forces. And then you have the holdovers from previous colonial, from the previous colonial development, whether it be the Japanese or after the Japanese colonial expansion into Korea, the United States. The United States carried over the same exact Japanese colonial forces that were dominating Korean society. The Popular People's Mobilization, on the other hand, was on the socialist side. The notion that this was a north-south distinction, the notion that this was like a complete like north-south designation is an entirely made-up thing, okay? Made up. It's not real. Blowback does a fantastic job of talking about this, okay? I hope you guys will listen to whichever season it was, I forget. Season 3 of Blowback goes into great detail talking about the Korean War, also known as the Forgotten War. Probably a forgotten war because it was really bad. Like what we did, what the United States of America and the coalition... Fuck, what is happening to my fucking stream today, man? Hold on. Oh, there it is. Now it magically works. What the United States of America did in Korea would be considered genocide if it wasn't the United States doing it. And I think it should be considered a genocide.
But between these massive powers, who were both trying to spread their ideology across the map, all of this outside weaponry and manpower prolongs the fighting beyond what the two sides could sustain on their own. Compared to little North and South Korea, American, Chinese, and Soviet supplies were practically limitless, and this escalated the conflict for years. And then you see something crazy here, which is something we're going to see a lot in these proxy wars. Even when North Korea wanted to stop the fighting, Moscow wouldn't let them. They told them to keep fighting. They had so much leverage over them.
Dude, I'm serious. This is directly the, everything he's saying, think the opposite, okay? Instead of USSR, insert the United States of America. Instead of North Korea, insert South Korea, and you will understand the truth. Like, this isn't even like quote unquote tanky shit, by the way, okay? Just make no mistake. This is laughable historical revisionism. Genuinely. Is this your idol? No, this is the reason why. I don't understand it. Even the normie historians on YouTube don't make this slop. Yeah, it's such a blatant revisionist history here that is so incorrect. Let me see. I wonder if other people are talking about this. Johnny briefly listed DPRK and wanted to invade ROK far more than the USSR wanted to. After your talks with Stalin, Greenland, the invasion while Soviets had their own nukes and could protect themselves from backsplash. I feel like Johnny was incorrectly implying the Soviets were the driving force when they were not. The Soviets were not the driving force, 100%. Flat out inaccuracy. The U.S. did not have troops in Korea at the start of the war. This was One of the initial issues for the Americans' lack of battle-ready units in the region. Johnny implies China was acting as a proxy to USSR in the Korean War. Reality is CCP and USSR had tense relations, and CCP was acting more on its own service than in the service of USSR. China counter-invaded the peninsula to ensure Americans didn't get a foothold directly on their own border. China is more of a third patron in this conflict than a third proxy. Like, like this person is correct on the facts, even if he is a little bit biased. Like, Johnny Harris is making legitimate historical errors when he is ultimately insanely reductive in his analysis. Especially when he talks about escalating the conflict for years is a bit misleading. It is true that if the U.S. did not intervene, the DPRK would have soundly defeated the RK in a matter of months. This is true. But U.S. and CCP involvement really only escalated things for about another year. From then on, it was basically a stalemate for another 2 years with an armistice agreement. Johnny says Stalin knew his side couldn't win, which is highly misleading given that at this point, the war, it had developed into a stalemate. Johnny's implying the DPRK was losing when in reality the situation was stabilized. Also remember, CCP is the main fighting force on the ground, and while Stalin has sway, USSR and China are both patrons. It's not a patron-proxy relationship like USSR and DPRK. Johnny's implication that the Korean War destroyed the peninsula. Also, great powers could fight each other is honestly bullshit. DPRK and RK had been begging to fight each other since the end of World War II. They both actively wanted great powers to intervene and help their side win. Korean War is a great example of a proxy war. It's not an example of great powers wanting to fight each other, so they use the third country's people and territory as collateral. I think that maybe because I'm biased, or maybe because my reading on this is different, but I think it was more so for regional security assurances from China, understandably so. The fucking American generals literally wanted to nuke Korea and China, for the record. Okay, that's legit. That is legitimate. That is a thing that they said. So for China, it was a matter of self-interest and self-preservation and security. For the United States of America, it was a proxy war. It was absolutely a proxy war because they wanted a foothold against the bulwark of socialist and Soviet regimes. That's what it was. They wanted to destabilize this country that was ripe for the picking after World War II, that was already that had been, I guess, liberated by one colonial force, and a handover had happened to yet another colonial force, with the people, with a popular revolutionary movement that wanted a third option, which was full-blown sovereignty. It wasn't necessarily that the North Koreans were just in the North, and when you're in the North, you're like, I'm a Soviet, and then South Koreans in the South are like, I love capitalism and also America. That's not how this works at all. As a matter of fact, revolutionary sentiment was so fucking popular in South Korea that they had to massacre a shit ton of people. Massacres that the current Republic of Korea still denies, or at least shelters the population from the truth, like straight up. And there is historical record for this. It's not like this is a matter of debate. It's not a matter of interpretation. It's not a matter of debate. There is historical record for all of this. I agree 99% for this with this person. China was far more interested in party than yes, I agree that of course China was a far more interested party than the USSR, and Jono's claims there are silly. For the US, it was a proxy war, but it didn't take the US being there to make the RK government want to fight. The US enabled it to keep going, which the role Johnny is falsely attributing to the USSR. Yes, however, you have to understand, if you can comprehend that the current American government is an inherently violent force that must be overthrown, if there was a popular mobilization from virtually every American citizen against an authoritarian development under the Trump administration, like a Trump dictatorship, then would you side with the superpower that funds the Trump dictatorship, or would you side with the people's mobilization? That's the question. Put yourself in the shoes of the average Korean in that regard, and you would obviously and understandably side with the revolutionary forces rather than the people that had made out through collaboration with the Japanese colonialists at the time that wanted to maintain that same exact structure of control. Ironically, a very similar dynamic exists in China as well, with the nationalists versus the Maoists. The Maoists in that regard wanted to overthrow the pre-existing hierarchy. The nationalists wanted to maintain the pre-existing hierarchy of land ownership. This is precisely the reason why Maoists were able to literally turn the peasants against the nationalist forces, even if they initially had started off on the side of the nationalist forces. The spiritual atom bomb of Maoism, if you will. That's what that is. It's unlocking the potential and the revolutionary sentiment captured within the hearts of every fucking peasant, every person that had all to gain from collective land ownership. This is a very, I mean, albeit reductive, but a very similar through line throughout history. That's it. That's why we talk about capitalism versus communism, socialism. Syngman Rhee was quite literally constantly massacring his own people nonstop. Bodo League massacre, Jeju Island massacre, hundreds of thousands of South Koreans butchered by the U.S.-backed fascist dictatorship just for having leftist sympathies. The North Koreans were fully justified in trying to liberate their own countrymen from that lunatic. Exactly. Like, the only aspect of a proxy in this regard would absolutely be the United States. And it doesn't fit the same purpose if you think about it like China or the USSR, two countries that have been absolutely fucking devastated by World War II at this point, because that's something that you're not thinking of, right? The United States of America is coming off World War II like fucking heroes. They got nothing, right? Hold on, I gotta text Vivian real quick because I'm spitting over here. Hold on. These countries do not have enough manpower, enough firepower, enough they don't have anything at this point. They're trying to rebuild. Okay. They're trying to rebuild. They're trying to become nation states with industry. And so, of course, they, criticizing Stalin aside, they don't have enough motion. They don't have enough manpower to be like, all right, go and fight against America. The dudes who just dropped 2 fucking atom bombs on Japan, right? They have the big bad. They have the big bomb. Let's just go duke it out with them now. Like they didn't have that. They didn't have the capacity to do that. I would go so far as say that early on, Stalin is always seen as presented as a monstrous piece of shit, ironically enough, but he was way more fucking restrained and maybe even delusional in terms of the West certainly will not turn on us. And even if they did, what the fuck do we have to be able to fight back against them? That is of course because of the 20 million death toll. It's not something that you can just easily cast aside. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. I'll just keep this running.
They continued to fight. Joseph Stalin, the Soviet leader, even knew his side couldn't win, but he directed them to keep fighting because he wanted to, quote, draw out the war to shake up the Truman regime in America and harm the military prestige of the Anglo.
Yeah, this is so bad that the average YouTube pop historian would literally rip this entire part up. This is just so wrong. The primary party involved in here is not the USSR. And I hope people understand where I'm coming from when I talk about leftist movements in Korea versus people who wanted to maintain the same power structure that existed under the Japanese colonies. 49 replies to this. Agreed. They both actively wanted great powers to intervene and help their side win. Yeah, that's part of the problem. Locals wanted the intervention. That's why they accept help. Yeah, local powers. No, local powers cannot be the fucking corrupt autocratic government that is maintained by people who sucked up to the previous fucking colonialists. You can't. That's not the same as a popular revolutionary resistance movement that wanted full-blown sovereignty. That's the difference here. That's my problem here. Yes, of course, corrupt autocrats are always going to demand help from larger superpowers, and America is always going to be excited at that prospect. They're going to be like, oh, thank God. We didn't have to set up our own puppet state. You were here to begin with. Johnny purposely gets a lot wrong on China to the point where he sounds like CIA. U.S. aid supported content creator who signals a nice hippie but is a Fed. The U.S. helped when it was pretty clear South Korea was going to lose. China was getting accidentally bombed at their borders, and Mao kept warning U.S. not to pass the 38th parallel or they'd intervene. Base. Johnny's obviously biased on Korea War. Might be influenced by some irresponsible history inventors. Okay. Thank you. You beat me to it. As a military historian and also being a retired U.S. Army soldier, all I could do is shake my head at all the misleading and inaccurate information. Yeah. Even his comment section is calling him out. Yeah, because he makes really good videos, really good edited videos. And because he makes really good edited videos, a lot of people, myself included, enjoy said really good edited videos. And in the process, we expect those really good edited videos to be, you know, fucking not garbanzo. Hold on. All right. Let's I'm gonna have Vivian on now. Sorry for going on a whole bunch of different tangents here. Okay. We are having Vivian Jenna Wilson on. Hold on one moment. I'm gonna call her real quick. Right now. Start virtual camera. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. All right. I'm calling. Hopefully this works.
Hello.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah. Is there an echo on my end?
No, there isn't, but I can't see you. I don't know if I don't think you turned your camera on.
Yeah.
Boom. Okay, perfect. There we go. Hold on.
On my end, I'm not watching the stream, so this is literally just like a Discord call.
Yeah. It's
I have no idea how many people are watching. Probably a lot.
No. There's like 37,000 people watching. Don't freak. It's okay. Don't freak out.
7,000. Oh, I'm not freaking out.
Okay, good. I mean, you listen. Teen Vogue already scooped you, so it's just like, oh, you're getting a lot of Discord messages. Just so you know,
I am getting a lot of Discord messages.
So
I don't know how to turn that off.
you might want to mute that if you can.
How the fuck do I mute? Okay. I'm so sorry.
Hold
okay,
on.
we're gonna do that because a lot of people are texting me being like, "Oh my god, you're on Hassan. Oh my god, you're on Hassan." And I'm like, I know.
Wait, so
Sorry,
were you not have you watched my stuff before? Have you seen my stuff before?
I've seen some. I've seen like a lot of clips of you. I
that's
saw
not
like the
good.
AOC thing, which very cool. Oh my god. I'm so sorry.
What?
Okay, I'm gonna try joining on my phone. That might be better.
No. This is fine. You just gotta mute your put it in. I think in the bottom, if you click on user settings or something, there's got to be like a. Oh no, just click on the bottom profile on the bottom left of your Discord, and when it on there's a do not disturb, and just like under your edit profile, there's online idle do not disturb. You put do not disturb.
I am so sorry.
How old are you?
I'm 20 years old.
You're 20 years old. You don't know how to use Discord? That's probably good. You don't have
I do
brain
know how
rot.
to use Discord. I don't have the do not disturb because I am an attention whore.
Okay,
can I say that?
All right, that makes all right. That's fine.
I don't know. I can swear, right? I can swear.
All right,
You
I
were just
can't
one of
believe I'm 33 and I'm giving you tech support. Everyone that called me a boomer, fuck you guys. Okay.
Well, okay, no, I'm very infamously, notoriously horrible at anything involving tech.
Yeah, me too. Don't worry about it. All right. So, is this your first ever real-time live interview? Is that what's going on? Or have you done these before?
Interview? I think live interview, yes, but it's not my first live stream. I did one with Dead Domain.
Who'd you do it with?
Very cool. Sorry?
Who'd you do it with?
Dead Domain.
Dak Domain?
Dead Domain.
Dad Domain. Oh no, I'm unfamiliar, but I'm sure people in the chat know Dead Domain. Dead Domain W. That's what they're saying. All right, so you gave an interview to Teen Vogue, Vivian Jenna Wilson, on being Elon Musk's estranged daughter, protecting trans youth, and taking on the right online. And that's kind of what I wanted to talk to you about. This was an interview by Ellie Yerman. Shouts out you.
Yes.
So you're in Japan, right?
Currently, yeah, I'm studying here, but I'll be back in like a month.
That's sick. Don't come back. I promise. It's not better. When I was there, I fled to Japan during the inauguration, like immediately after the inauguration, and it was 14 days.
Saw you.
You saw me in Japan?
No, my friend saw you.
Oh, your friends.
You went to
Okay,
this,
yeah.
Event, this like protest rave that my friends all went to.
Oh yeah,
And then
no, I was there. It was the pro-Palestinian protest rave.
Yeah, my friend literally saw you and took a picture and then sent it to me.
Yeah, it was sick. It was dope. It was very cool. There's a lot of pro-Palestinian protests in Japan. There's a big movement there. But yeah, I was there for 14 days and I came back and it was very, very, very depressing.
Yeah.
To be in the United States of America. So just stay there for as long as you can, I think. But first of all, let me get started by saying I didn't know how to like reference you because I feel like it's weird to be like Elon Musk's estranged daughter. Is that all
I
right?
also feel like that's weird.
Okay, good. You okay? So I wasn't wrong. I still did it, but I just want to let you know
How
I
dare
felt
you.
bad doing it.
The absolute audacity of something.
Yeah,
How
I
dare you.
apologize, but I don't know what like the appropriate way to describe it would be. You know what I mean?
Cunty Nepo baby.
A nepo baby?
Oh, well, okay.
Is that
No,
what you
I
said?
Cunty, whatever.
No, it's
you know what
fine. I'm a nepo baby
You
too.
know what
Well, I
cunty
guess
means to someone?
I'm a nepo nephew.
Yeah, your uncle is Kenk Uyghur. I looked up your Wikipedia page.
Kenk Uyghur, Jank Uyghur.
I don't know how to pronounce it. I don't speak
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's all good. Don't worry about it.
Sorry, I read your Wikipedia page in preparation for this.
Oh, damn. I don't even know what's on there, but it's probably
Oh, for
not
one,
good.
your
All
uncle
the
is
good things are real. If there's anything bad on there, it's fake. I think there's a segment called The Controversy where
Yeah, you got banned a lot.
I
Like,
do
a
get banned a
lot.
lot. Yeah, I recently got banned for something that people misunderstood. I was talking about the Republican hypocrisy on, caring about Medicare fraud. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. So you're in Japan. You have a lot of opinions, and you started posting. Was it on Threads initially? I think you started on Threads.
Yes, it is Threads. I am the queen of Threads, as I have been proclaimed by myself and then also by other people.
Yeah. Threads is interesting. I sometimes accidentally click on it on my Instagram because I'm 33, so I still use Instagram. Sometimes there'll be something like Justin Bieber is selling all of his properties in red states and moving out of the United States after having a heated debate with Elon Musk. And I'm like, I don't know if that happened, but I'm going to click on
I
it.
definitely did. And I know it didn't because no one's mentioned Justin Bieber in like 6 years. So there's that, first of all.
Yeah, I don't know. But that's just, I think there's fake news on there too, is what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
It's impossible fake news is impossible to avoid, it seems. Even on Threads, which is not surprising because Meta is dog shit, just as dog shit as Twitter. Not as dog shit as Twitter, but
Not as dog shit as Twitter.
it probably was still pretty. No, it's right up there.
Well, we're kind of comparing.
Yeah. But so you started off on Threads. You now post on TikTok, and you have a lot of opinions. What do you mean when you say you want to take on the right?
I didn't say that. The people who wrote the Teen Vogue article said that.
Okay. What do you think
take
they
on the
meant when they wrote that?
I don't know. Just people are afraid of a woman with opinions, and I am a woman with many opinions.
Okay.
So I guess that, whatever that means.
Okay, that's fair. So I don't know how to broach this subject in terms of like your level of comfort talking about Elon Musk in general. So if there's anything you feel uncomfortable by, you don't have to answer it at all, and it's perfectly fine. Is it okay if I ask some questions like that, or if it's not, then I won't?
Maybe just like a few. I don't want to like go too deep into it because
No, I feel you.
obviously, yeah.
Yeah. Again, at any point, if you feel even slight discomfort, you can tell me, and we don't have to talk about it at all. We can talk about whatever else. And even before then, I just wanted to start with that, but go into something entirely different, and ask you what you enjoy doing in general. Like, what do you do?
I enjoy doing. Well, I like reading. I like watching TV. Pretty normal 20-year-old person activities.
What do you watch?
Recently, I've been on a Yellow Jackets kick, actually.
I don't know what that is. I don't know. I only watch anime for the most part.
Yellow Jackets, it's a bunch of lesbians get stuck in the wilderness and then they kind of start eating each other. That's pretty much what it is.
What the fuck? Okay, wait, I'm gonna look this up now. Wait, what? What the hell is this? Okay. Hillary Swank on her Yellow Jackets face off with Melanie Linsky in twisted cannibalistic cliffhanger. Okay, did you spoil it by saying it's cannibalism, or is that like a first
No, it's
episode?
revealed as like they gradually turn into like a cannibal cult.
Mm-hmm.
They're lesbians stuck in the wilderness. It's actually, the plots are kind of insane. The writers just decided to put these characters through like literally every form of trauma imaginable. Yeah, It's basically just a bunch of lesbians stuck in the wilderness, and then they start eating each other.
Okay. All right. Cool. Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine. What else do you watch?
Well, Drag Race is my favorite, obviously.
Okay.
Yeah.
What else? Do you play video games?
Sure. Occasionally. I don't really have any device that's capable of like high level gaming. Unfortunately, I am unable to play Elden Ring, but I play like Dress to Impress with my friends.
Okay. Wait, why don't you have a device that's capable of playing anything like you don't have a Steam Deck?
What's a Steam Deck?
Oh my God. You are
I'm not like a pro gamer.
I gotta put you on game. Steam Deck is like a Valve thing. It runs on Linux. It's like a handheld portable. It's like a handheld portable. Basically, it's like a Nintendo Switch on steroids.
Okay. Well, I'm not okay. So I'm gonna just because I have been a gamer. I was on my college's esports Smash Brothers varsity team.
Okay, wait, what? That's crazy.
Yeah.
You play Smash?
I do.
I feel like a prerequisite is you can't shower. You have to be smelly to play Smash.
Well, I met other people in the community, so.
People want me to ask you who your main is.
I main Robin.
You main
And
who?
Wendy. I main Robin.
I don't even know what that is. People are saying Omega Base. Do you know Ludwig?
Ludwig?
Yeah.
I main Wendy. I side main Wendy. Ludwig is one of the Bowser Jr. alts.
No. The content creator Ludwig. He plays Smash. L for Ludwig, not for you. You know Ludwig? Yeah, he sucks. Don't worry about it.
I am so sorry.
Yo,
Sorry,
you thought Ludwig. What is it? Ludwig von Koopa? Is that what you thought it was? Like the Smash character? That's funny.
You were talking about Smash Brothers. You said Lightning, and I was like, yes, the Bowser Jr.
Elwig. No, it's fine. He's a L nerd anyway, so it's okay that you don't know who he is.
I do know who he is.
No. Don't worry about it. No, we're gonna go with we're gonna clip chimp you, and we're gonna act like
I'm
you didn't.
telling him you said that. I don't know him,
Okay.
but I will DM him on Instagram. Hassan Abi said this about you. My hair is going
Who do you watch on? Do you watch Twitch at all?
No.
No, it's all good.
I was
There's no-
actually lie. I don't have the patience for live streams.
I feel that. Okay. Who you watch TikTok though? You're on TikTok a lot. You post on TikTok a lot.
I do like once a day. That's not like a lot. I've seen people.
That's a lot for me. I'm 33. I barely can. I mean, I guess I post a lot because my editors post. My
Hassan,
editors
you stream
post.
for like 10 hours a day.
Yeah, that's
That's
different.
a lot.
That's like
Okay.
talk radio.
For 10 hours?
Yeah, it's just me doing talk radio. I could do that, but like TikTok is hard. You got to edit stuff. I don't know how to do it.
Whatever you say.
It's difficult. Anyway, okay, so you post TikTok. Who do you watch on TikTok? Who do you follow on TikTok? Who do you like on TikTok?
Alluring School. We're friends. Jory. We do TikTok lives together sometimes. I don't fucking know.
Okay, I have no idea who the dude.
I don't think if I mention anyone, you're gonna know who they are. Because
I'm gonna figure it out. No, there's gonna be one person where I'm like, I love that person. Okay, I know it. That's why I'm asking.
Well, most of the fucking creators I follow are like drag queens.
Okay, all right.
Zelda Vox.
Okay.
Yeah.
Damn it. I'm a foe. I don't know if you knew that. I'm a foe to the LGBT community.
Oh wow, such a shame.
So I don't know any of the. You met Jory at Creators for Palestine? Oh shit. Okay. Hell yeah. That's what Frogan said. Okay, my bad. Sorry, Jory.
Yeah, I'm telling Jory you said that.
Yeah,
I'm
don't.
gonna have a
I
list
mean,
of every creator you talked about and be like, Hassan said this about you.
oh, I mean, I already do that. I already do that every day. Don't worry. I do that enough for myself. I already step in the doo doo. So talk to me about talk to me about your experiences growing up.
My experience.
Again, if it's bad, if it's something you don't want to talk about, you don't have to. We can just move on to some shit.
I
some
mean,
other
I
shit.
don't know what there is to talk about, so I'd rather just move on.
Like where did you grow up?
LA.
School, stuff like that.
I went to school and then I got home from school. I don't
What did you find yourself more interested in?
French.
What did you
It's
find
cool.
yourself more interested in, like in your studies?
French.
French, like the language. Okay.
Yes.
Do you speak French?
Ouais.
Oui. Let me
Ouais,
hear
je
it.
suis bien.
Drop
Je suis
some
pas
French.
Tabarnak, putain, merde, Chris.
Okay, that sounds convincing. I can't speak French. I only speak Turkish. I'm by. Do you speak any other languages?
Well, if I know Tokipona, but I don't think that counts.
What, Tokimon?
Okay, so Tokipona is this is fucking nerd shit. It's this fucking conlang. So it's not a real language. It, like, you can learn it in like a few days. It has like 100-something words.
What is it?
And that's
The translated as language of good is a philosophical, artistic, constructed language designed for a small vocabulary.
Yeah. That's a very
Simplicity and
artsy way
ease of
saying
acquisition,
language.
created by a Canadian linguist and hyper-polyglot Sonia Lang to simplify her thoughts and communication.
Yeah, we love Sonia Lang. She is a
How
A
how
lot
did
of
you
transplant-
encounter this?
I like languages, so I just like found it one day and I was like,
Wait, did you go to one of the special schools in LA, like all the super smart kids go to?
oh yeah.
Is that where they teach you about Tokipona? Because
No,
I
I
don't know.
just Googled
I went to public school in Turkey, so it's like, and then I went to
Oh.
private school in Turkey, but still, not. It's. I was shocked because my back in the day, I used to ball with my uncle and all of his like LA friends, and we would go to one of these schools because like the dads had their kids at this school, and I was shocked because they would like make the kids do IQ tests at like 12 to be able to get in. Like
Yeah,
what is
I
it?
did those.
What is it called? Merman or something? It was like one of the schools. That's where we would go.
Yeah,
and-
that's the one I went to. What the fuck?
yeah, so I used to ball in Merman's in the basketball courts at Merman on Sunday mornings, right across from that fucking ginormous the church.
Oh yeah, the giant fucking holy shit.
Yeah.
We had to. Oh my god, this is bringing back memories. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
We had
that's
this, like,
the
music
fancy
thing,
school.
ass building.
Yeah.
We had this like music class and we had to do winter recitals. None of us could sing, but we would do like these like winter fucking things. All the grades would do like a song. We had to sing one about snow and dirt called Snert. It was
Okay.
interesting. It was very interesting.
What are your classmates doing? Like, what happens after that? Do they become like young, enterprising individuals, or do they just go, "This is crazy. Like, I'm
Do
gonna
you keep up
burn
with the
out"?
people you went to elementary school with?
That's a really good question. I do not because they're in Turkey, but
Okay,
fair.
actually that's fair. But yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair. Snert. Everyone loved Snert. They're fans of Snert in the chat.
Oh my god. I keep forgetting this is live stream. I'm just like, we're having a conversation because I can't see the Twitch chat or whatever.
Yeah, don't worry about it. It's so much better for you that
I'm
you're
not worried
not
about it.
aware of, because Twitch chat is really annoying. Like earlier today, I was interviewing a doctor from Cuba. He's like literally logging on from Cuba, and chat is like chirping at me. 30, 40,000 people yelling at me about my audio. It breaks. If you, it's the number one trick to have a normal conversation on this platform is to never have an eye on chat.
I see.
Okay, so going back to Merman and Snert. So, what was the class? What were the classes like? Because I was always fascinated with this school. Because I always jokingly referred to it as like the school for gifted children, like X-Men style. Did you guys have like a bald?
So fucking boring.
Did you have a bald professor that was in a wheelchair, like super high tech wheelchair that could use telepathy and stuff, or it's not?
No. we
Damn!
did
Don't
not
roll
have
your eyes at a
professor.
Marvel reference. I'm a fucking.
It was
boomer.
literally just a school, and they got in like so many scandals when we were like in elementary. The people who I am literally shit talking my elementary school on Twitch. With
No,
this
it's
song
on
me.
deck.
What the fuck
Merman,
is
it's
my
on
life?
site, Merman.
Okay.
Do it.
So I went to fucking. They got in a. Oh, bye, bitch. So chat. They got in a bunch of fucking scandals.
I'm getting a drink.
You better. I need a drink. Okay, so they got in a bunch of fucking scandals. I left the school in after middle school, but apparently like all of the fucking the teachers were making no money, and all the administration was making like a fuck ton, and they were making like really bad choices. I don't know. I wasn't there, but yeah, no. And then they also hosted Shrek the musical. They hosted like the musical, Shrek the Musical. That's what they did for the middle school musical.
Like
And that's-
there's a Shrek. I didn't even know that there was a Shrek musical. Like
there's
the
a
actual
Shrek
musical, or did they make the kids do it?
They did not. Well, it's like an actual musical. They like put on like a middle school production of Shrek the Musical, and that was the last time I went to that school.
Wow, you were like, I'm out. What did you play a character?
That was after I left.
Did you
Well, I
play-
didn't
oh.
leave. I was fucking 10, but
Wow, you could be 10 and be in a musical for the school. I mean, the
I was not. No, it was for the 8th graders, and I left in like 4th grade. Yeah.
okay.
It was like 3 years after I left.
Did you do musicals when you were there? No,
No.
Not at all. Are you interested in musicals?
I listen to some occasionally,
Okay.
but I'm not like a theater kid. Everyone thinks I'm a theater kid, but no, I'm just charismatic. Allegedly. But
I mean,
no,
you,
no.
you like it happens. Okay, so you move on from Merman, you go to another school. I suspect this is yet another one of these like for those of you who don't know, because like LA is very unique.
It's so much worse than what you think. Whatever you think, it's so much worse.
Oh, okay.
It's
I don't
so
know.
much weirder.
I don't know what you did, but
Okay,
a lot of
I
people
wanna
don't
use the
understand how the
restroom.
Los Angeles like school system works, but like the private schools in LA are fucking insane. Like
They are.
they're like
They're on crack.
Instalock Harvard schools basically. One of
Pretty
them is
much.
literally called Harvard actually. Harvard Westlake.
Yeah, that's one of the high schools. I in Merman. Just
Wait, you need to go pee?
Oh, I do. Just a
Oh,
sec.
go
I
pee.
had to do an IQ test and then a physical test, and I'm pretty sure the only reason I got in was because I was like obsessed with fucking geography, like insanely obsessed. And they had like a geography section. I got like 100, and I'm pretty sure that's the only reason why I got in. But
Okay.
it was in like 2nd grade. But yeah, my middle school. Google Ad Astra Los Angeles School, and I'm gonna use the restroom while you deal with that.
All right,
with
go
the
piss, girl.
on show.
Go piss, and then we'll continue this conversation. Okay, yeah. Don't bring the phone with you. Okay, I'm gonna turn off the call. Just Ad Astra School. Why did you say that? What do you mean? Dude, it's on her phone. What if she accidentally fucking brings it along with her and then I'll get banned? Ad Astra Nova School. I don't think she's I don't think she plays Fallout New Vegas, chat. Astra Nova School, successor to Ad Astra, is a nonprofit online school founded. Oh my God. The Washington Post said it was possibly the most exclusive school in the world. Oh, okay. She's back already. God damn, that was fast. Okay. Joining the video call again. Okay. All right.
Okay.
We're back. Sorry, I wanted to make sure, because sometimes when I have guests on, especially those with boomer brains like yourself, they accident like I didn't want to have your camera on, you know what I mean, while you're away.
I'm not the one wearing fucking. What is that? A Knicks hat?
Yeah, I'm not even a fan of the Knicks, really. I don't really care, but it's my my buddy Noah, when he was staying with me, he left it here, so I'm just wearing it today. I'm having a bad hair day. Yeah, one time when I was at the DNC, one time I had 60,000 people listening to me piss because I thought that I had muted my microphone, but I had not. And luckily I didn't. Luckily, like, listen, it was a long day. Luckily I didn't like fart or anything, because I was like,
Okay.
what do you mean? Sometimes
This is disgusting.
sometimes it happens, and I was able to. It was just a normal stream. Otherwise, outside of that. Anyway, okay. So Astra Nova School. I'm looking at it, and it says.
Did they change the name?
Yeah, Astra Nova School, successor to Ad Astra, is a nonprofit online school founded by Elon Musk and Joshua Dawn on the campus of SpaceX. The Washington Post said it was
That's where I went to
possible
fucking middle school.
that it was possibly the most exclusive school in the world. So it was online.
Okay, no, it was physical. It was literally on. It was like in the SpaceX building. That's where I went to middle school.
Wait, so Elon Musk starts this saying in an interview that his children aren't doing the things I thought should be done, and then hired Joshua Dawn to design the new school and teach a small group of students. Okay, I'm sensing a lot of similarities with like the way that Kanye West operates here. This is like no wonder they took that famous photo side by side. Mainly Musk own children and those SpaceX employees for free. Wait, SpaceX employees went there too? Like their children went there too?
I think I don't know. I didn't ask people about their parents.
That's gotta be a L, because you're like, I really want to get a better job here. So like, in order to suck up to my boss, I'm gonna send my son or daughter to this school that he designed.
It was so stupid.
Was it good? What did you learn?
Joshua Don was actually amazing though. Like no shade to him. He was amazing.
Okay.
They literally just stole him from Merman. He was one of the Merman teachers, and then they just like fucking up and stole him.
Okay. Merman rears his head again. Even here.
I know.
Okay. So grades, foreign language studies, and music lessons were notably absent from the school's curriculum.
So mad that there were no fucking language things, because this language is like the thing I'm best at and it's the thing I'm most interested in. I did not find out that I was so into languages until high school when I could finally take language classes. It was fucking annoying. But whatever. No, the school was insane. Like literally insane. It was on crack. I don't even know how to describe it. It was like the classes were like fine. They had like 4 professors, so they all taught like a million classes. One of our classes was literally just like Excel spreadsheets, which was kind of insane, but whatever. I'm good at Excel now, I guess.
Wait, one of the classes was straight up teaching you Excel spreadsheets?
Pretty much.
That's so fucking lame. That's crazy.
It was actually one of the more fun classes.
Okay, you're all right. You like the Excel spreadsheet class?
The bar was low. The bar was very low.
Okay, listen. As someone who's
It was
taken
a weird thing.
as someone who's taken the RADS test, listen, I'm not gonna say anything, but if you're the RADS autism test and got very high marks on it, I'm not gonna say anything. But if you like the Excel spreadsheet class, you know that's like okay.
You scored high on an autism test? That's so shocking. I'm shocked. I'm positively bewildered.
All right. Well, there are many different ways of figuring this out. Like learning at an early age that you really like Excel spreadsheets.
Didn't really like. I took. Okay. No. Oh my god. I can't wait. I was
Okay.
obsessed with geography. Okay.
Yeah. So are you a GeoGuessr wizard?
Okay. I don't like. Well, I'm not very. I'm good at languages, so when I play GeoGuessr, I try to find the language, and then I can immediately identify like the region where it's in. Or, like, the
Okay.
country. Yeah.
That's cool. You gotta
Yeah, but
get
other
on.
than
We
that,
gotta get you on the GeoGuessr tip. I have a professional world class GeoGuessr community member in here who's
Rainbow?
No, not Rainbow. He's dope as well, obviously. But no, his name is Mhud. He's fantastic. He also hangs out with Rainbow time to time online. But no, Rainbow is great. Anyway, all right. So you don't do GeoGuessr. We gotta get you on GeoGuessr. Maybe we'll do a collab with Rainbow. Would you do that?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Would you be down? All right, that's cool. Okay, so I'm still looking at the Ad Astra thing. So the curriculum focuses on first principles of thinking, decision making, collaboration.
It was a weird. Also, my favorite memories of Ad Astra were we made weapons out of PVC pipes and then fought each other. That was fun.
Okay.
I made a type.
Wait,
made a
is that
trident.
a scenario? Is that a part of conundrums to encourage constructive disagreement?
No, it wasn't a part of anything. We just had a bunch of fucking PVC pipe laying around. So, being the 12-year-olds we were, we made weapons out of them and then fought each other.
Okay.
And I was like good at it. I was like, I made a trident and I was eating everyone up.
You should go and hit up the dojo I went to in Japan.
Dojo?
Yeah,
Oh,
and
God.
learn the art of kendo and cut like with a katana, cut a tatami mat.
I am
Put your
good.
put that fighting skill to test.
Holy shit.
Conundrums have been used in millions of classrooms in partnership with Class Dojo. Synthesis, a venture-backed educational technology company founded in 2020, is also based on the work of Astronova. Okay, so after that, you move on, right? You're 14. It says here that Elon moved it from the SpaceX campus after that, so I guess it turned into an online school.
No, it turned into an online school as soon as my younger brothers graduated, which After they said it wouldn't, so whatever.
Okay.
It's fine. It completely fucked over all of the professors constantly on a constant basis.
Yeah. Well, he's never done that before, so that's
I don't know what you said.
that's a totally new thing that a new rug pull. Okay, so
Yeah.
we're okay, but this is not about Elon Musk. This is about you. So you move on from there. You go to a normal high school after that?
I went to Crossroads. I don't know if I would define it as normal.
Okay, I assume Crossroads is
It was
another
more
one of
normal.
those. It's
Yes.
another. So another one is like Harvard Westlake style schools, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
One of the insane private high schools.
Yeah, those are the reason why I was explaining this. The reason why I was explaining this to chatters is because they don't understand. Like, these are basically like farm programs where a big chunk of the kids that go here are the children of like Hollywood producers, things like that.
Yeah, it was like Nepo baby school.
Yeah, it's like they're all usually Nepo baby schools.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why tons of celebrities also went there. Like, I'm sure, or was there anyone from your class that's like now like in Hollywood?
In my own class, we graduated like 2 years ago, but the most famous one is Gwyneth Paltrow's kid Apple was in my year.
Their name is Apple? Gwyneth Paltrow
Yeah.
has a child named Apple?
I think it's Gwyneth Paltrow.
I don't
Is it
know.
Gwyneth Paltrow?
I don't know anything. I've been living in LA for like 12 years, I think it's been.
She
And I
got in
don't-
a scandal because my friend texted me this. She went to this like basically Nepo baby ball and she wore this super fucking expensive dress and then didn't wear a necklace. And I don't know why I'm talking to you about this. You look like that. You would not understand. But
what the fuck? I can understand. How dare you?
okay, well, she wore this like gorgeous dress and it like framed her like this area, like upper chest, like framed portrait, and it was just blank. There was no necklace, and she was supposed to wear a necklace and then didn't wear the necklace. And that's how you know we weren't friends. Because if we weren't friends, I would have told her to wear the necklace.
Okay, damn. You're
Yeah.
calling out Apple pretty hard right now.
I'm sorry,
I'm-
Apple. I
yeah.
don't know her. Okay, we talked like one time.
Yeah. Is this it? Wait a minute. Is it?
What?
Is this literally it? Hold on.
Oh, God.
The
Are you
Apple
bringing-
Martin's
I'm
Valentino
so
dress
sorry.
for Le Bal
I'm
de
so
Debutante.
sorry.
Oh my God. Why
I
is
forgot
this a
about
news article? Wait, hold on. I'm gonna share my screen with you
Oh my God.
so you can
I'm
see
sorry,
what I'm
Apple.
so you can look at what I'm looking at. Hold on.
I did not mean to expose you on a thought obvious stream like this.
I don't think Apple is a big fan. I suspect that she's
Fucking
not.
God.
Is this it?
Yeah, she should have worn a necklace, and then she didn't wear a necklace. And it bothered me. Or any jewelry.
Damn, you held this with you. This is a year long. I mean, that's a couple months ago. It wasn't a year
Like
ago.
4 months.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah, no.
You saw that and you were like, that girl, that
The dress was
deserves a
gorgeous.
necklace.
No, I was literally like drunk ranting. I can say that. Drunk ranting to my friend about this because time zone difference. So when she was texting me, I was like out with my friends because it was like a Saturday night. And I was like, fucking, like, why is she not wearing a necklace? Yeah, gorgeous dress. I don't know her. So sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
Beautiful gowns.
No,
Beautiful,
I mean,
beautiful gowns.
I agree with you. I don't really know too much about this stuff, but
I feel so
I
bad.
do
I
think
feel
that
so
it's
bad. I
like
forgot about this stuff.
there's too much negative space here. Like it's wide open.
Yeah.
You pop a big chunky necklace there potentially. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, Apple's not here to defend herself, so it's inappropriate.
I'm so sorry, Apple Martin.
Okay, so you like this nerdy language thing that I had
wow.
never heard of before, and what else? I forgot where it went away, the nerdy language thing. But what was it called? What was the language thing called?
Tokipona. Tokipona. I'm not like as good at it as I used to be.
Mm-hmm. Toki
I haven't.
Pona.
Yeah, it was this. I like.
Can you hit
haven't
me with
done it in,
some?
like,
Can
4
you
years.
spit some in Toki Pona?
Mila Miwila Allah.
What is that?
I don't
Wait,
want to. Because I'm down.
No, do it. Come on. You already started it.
Mikena la Toki ya Tokipona.
What does that
Great.
mean?
It means I can't speak Tokipona.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying some messed up things. Okay. Wait, are there curses in Toki Pona?
Bacala.
Pakala?
Uh-huh.
Okay. What does that mean? What does that translate to?
It's like, it literally just, it's like, okay, it literally is just the curse word. It doesn't really translate to anything in particular. It's just like the curse word.
Oh, so you don't
It's the
like,
nerdy
you don't
part.
stub your toe and you go, Pakala.
Well, I mean, you wouldn't, because that'd be weird because it's not a real language, but allegedly, yes.
What
I
is
don't do that.
what's the practical utility for this language?
There isn't one.
Oh my
This
God.
is just like weird nerd shit.
That's okay. That's cool. Are you into fashion?
Allegedly.
Why allegedly? You're throwing fits. Like you were putting that shit on the Teen Vogue. I'm gonna pull
Well,
it up
I
now.
wasn't the stylist
Don't
for that.
get
The stylist did a really good job.
yeah. Don't be embarrassed because we're now looking at your Teen Vogue article, but because
Why
I
would I
know
be
some
embarrassed?
people
I look
cringe at
fucking
that sort of
amazing.
thing.
I mean,
Yeah.
I look amazing, so
Yeah,
I'm not
you
gonna
had
cringe.
you had that Aura Lee shit on. I love Aura Lee. It's a great brand.
Yes.
And then
That was literally on the sidewalk, and people kept walking by and looking at us.
yeah. I mean, it
Like
looks
this was
cool.
literally just on a random sidewalk.
So you're not into fashion. That's just you're fake
I'm not
on
like
that.
not into fashion. I mean, I make little fashion looks with my friends, but like
Uh-huh.
I'm like okay at it. I wouldn't.
What do you
consider myself-
what brands do you like?
What brands do I like?
Yeah.
My favorite brand is Schiaparelli because I think they do like really interesting things. They always open up Couture Week, and it's like for a reason. They have this like really like structural motif going on, and it's like always so cool. Ariana Grande recently, I'm boring the fuck out of your audience because I know they're all men. Ariana Grande.
No, that's not
recently
true.
wore-
No, we got hella. No, first of all, look. I do have a lot of dudes in here for sure, but no, this is there's a lot of ladies in here, and this is all jokes aside, is a very queer community. They're gay as fuck in here. Okay, so
Okay, fair enough. I've seen your Twitter profile picture, so like I'm like, okay, that makes sense.
what? I'm showing a little pit. What's wrong with that? Yeah, it's sometimes I think about changing it because I'm talking about like gruesome shit that's happening around the world, or congresspersons are like fucking quote tweeting me, and then it's just like my pit in their fucking profile. I'll be doing a collaboration with Bernie Sanders, and then their account is like retweeting me, and it's me doing this.
Oh,
Weird.
God. I don't know why I brought that up. But Ariana Grande recently, I'm not letting y'all forget about this because it was so good. Ariana Grande wore Schiaparelli to the Oscars, and it was literally so gorgeous. It was like the shape was like this. It was like this structural. I don't know what it was, but it had this like flat out and then this like tool bottom, and it was so fucking gorgeous. Like when she was walking, it literally looked like she was like floating. It was so good.
Is it?
I'm gonna stop talking.
No. This is no. First of all, I mean, this is great. I don't think this is silly at all.
She's gorgeous.
People have one big question about Ariana Grande's floating Oscar dress. This is it, right?
Yes, it's stunning.
Okay, it's cool. What is it? What's the? I don't understand this. Sorry. No. I get it. It's cool. I like it. Is this also the? Oh, this is Schiaparelli as well.
Still gorgeous.
Hold up. I'm gonna look this up. I'm gonna look their Instagram up now. Let's take a look at Schiaparelli. Wait, they don't. Okay, these belt buckles are. I mean, these are sick.
Schiaparelli is like insane. They have like the most insane runways. We love her. We love her. We love them. We love Schiaparelli.
Okay, there's some really. Okay, no. I vibe with this. This is chill. Yeah, this is very cool.
Look at that one. Oh, I don't know where I'm pointing. You can't tell what I'm pointing at.
What, this?
Top left. No, top left.
Oh, that's
that one.
Yeah,
that's insane.
yeah. She looks like
I
a
love that
Elden Ring artifact or something.
I haven't played Elden Ring, but
It's
I'm
all
just
good.
gonna be like, yes.
She looks like she'd be out of a video game, is what I meant.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah. Okay. So you like fashion. I don't know why it took you that long to admit that you like fashion. It's not embarrassing.
Okay, shut up.
Like,
Sure, I like fashion.
what's wrong with you? You don't have to be embarrassed by that. You like it. You like Schiaparelli.
Great. We're learning new things about ourselves today.
Okay, what else? What else do you like? So you like avant-garde.
Yeah, I like avant-garde.
What other are there any other brands that you like that make avant-garde pieces like
that's
this?
more my favorite. I think Valentina's okay. Alexander McQueen is really good, but then obviously for me, I don't think you know this, but they changed creative directors, and then it's not considered as good anymore, which I kind of agree with. But yeah.
Alexander McQueen changed creative directors recently?
Well, not recently, like a few years ago. I'm pretty sure it was because the original guy died, but rest in peace. Yeah.
Okay. People in the chat are saying ball. So
Ball?
Ball. Like ball. You know what you're talking about.
Okay. Cool.
It's just a term. It's just a phrase of ball.
Like a literal ball.
BALL.
Like, yeah, no, bitch, I know how to spell ball.
Yeah, like, oh my god.
Is this like fucking straight man lingo I'm not aware of?
I don't think so. Is it straight man lingo? Am I crazy?
Ball?
Yeah, it's like saying basketball. I don't even like basketball like that. I think you're a bigger boomer than me. I will say.
No,
yes.
the fuck I am not.
Yes, you are.
I'm sorry that I'm not a professional streamer, Hassan.
Okay, it's all good. Don't worry about it. You could be. You got great camera presence.
Well, yes.
Okay. All right. So you going back. All right. So you like fashion. That took a lot. Yeah. That took a lot out of me. That took a lot out of both of us to get you there. You like fashion. Wow. You play a little bit of video games. You play Dress to Impress. What about? Do you watch anime at all or no?
I have watched some animes, but I'm not like obsessed with it. I have to not. Okay, because I'm studying in Japan. If I start watching anime, everyone's gonna think I'm a fucking weeb, which everyone thinks that anyway. Which I have to defend myself from the preemptive weeb allegations.
Yeah, no, I was in the weeb closet for a very long time.
I'm not a weeb.
Yeah, no, that's what I used to say. That's what I used to say too.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. You can't be in Japan and not be at least a little bit of a weeb, That's like
I don't think I'm a weeb though.
That's a weeb
I
paradise.
came here because I wanted to study the language.
Yeah, can you speak Japanese?
Very not well.
Okay. But good enough, like Tamago-san do doku desu ka? Like that.
Oh, wow.
You can be impressed. It's okay. You heard that and you were like, whoa, did a Japanese guy get in the call? It's fine.
Your fucking microphone peaked on my end. Say it again.
I said Tamago-san do doku desu ka?
Did you say Tanaka-san ga doku desu ka?
Tamago-san do. No, Tamago-san do.
Omote-sando?
Tamago-san do.
Oh, Tamago-sando. Oh. Where are the egg sandwiches? Jesus fucking Christ. Those things are so good though. Like those things are so fucking good.
I know. Oh my god. I miss it. I miss it every day.
Yeah. I'm gonna go. There's a convenience store like 2 minutes away from me.
Yeah.
I can literally just go and come back with egg sandwiches. And
I know. It's fucking amazing. It's not just even egg sandwiches. They got so much. What is it? What do you like the most? Lawson's? Are you a Family Mart girly?
They're all the fucking same. They're all just.
No, that's not true. I feel like each company has its like own specialty. Like Family Mart, Family Chickies are the best there. And then I think like Lawson's has the best egg sandwiches and like baked goods. I don't know what 7-Eleven's specialty is.
Well, they're fucking everywhere. I guess Abundance. Okay, I need to use the restroom because I'm not gonna lie. It was like 8 in the morning when I woke up. So I drank like a fuck ton of coffee.
No, don't worry about it. All right. I'll wait on here. Ask her about music. I will in a second. Ask her about the thoughts on Japanese public transit or thoughts on Elon's Hyperloop scam. That's a good question. I could do that. 7-Eleven's got the 7-Eleven has got the treats. Get her on the pod. She's so much like Cutie Cinderella. Maybe when she's back in America, and we'll do that. Ask her about the Japanese Communist Party. No. Okay, I'll ask her about K-pop. Leftists leave. Chatters said, leftists leave. We don't want you here. This is not your time. It's girly pop nation time. I feel so fucking old. She's so much cooler than me. I mean, I am old as well. Don't worry, chatter. It's just a normal progression of time. It is what it is. Okay. All right. Calling back. She back. All right. Hello. We are back.
I would like to preempt this by saying my apologies to Apple Martin. She seems like a lovely person. I did not mean to come for her that hard.
It's too late. You. Oh wait, I can hear myself now. I don't know what happened. Oh nope, I'm good.
Shit.
Never mind. No, it's good. It's fine.
Okay.
Wait.
I'm sorry, Apple. I did not mean to come for you that hard. You should have worn the necklace though. I don't know. She seems like a lovely person. I talked to her like once. Okay. I was like this like femboy on the verge of an eating disorder who was like depressed as fuck in high school. Okay.
You're funny. You're funny. All right. So So let's move into your experiences. We talked about high school. So then you leave high school, you go to college, and you're studying you're studying abroad in Japan right now. Is that like
Yes.
you're just like permanently in a Japanese college? That's where you're going to school?
Well, yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
I go to
And
school here, so.
is that was because like what was the reason?
was
Why
just-
Japan?
Okay, so I was in Quebec. God, fucking the winters are holy shit. I like I can handle this. I could not handle it. Just I brought shame onto my Canadian family. But I was studying like modern languages there, and it was French, Spanish, Japanese. But then I was like, if I'm studying Japanese, I might as well transfer to a college in Japan so I can get immersion because it's way harder than the other two languages. And then I'm just here now. So yeah.
I feel like
Okay.
it's smart. Do you feel like I mean, do you feel like you're a little bit further away from at least like the brain rot of
No.
American politics, or is it there? Is it following you there? as well?
No, because of my proximity to it.
No,
Like,
I
Colorado
understand. Yeah.
Distance.
So speaking of that, so you're a somewhat famous, I would say, queer person,
Yeah.
living in Japan right now,
Right.
and obviously this is whether we wanted to be or not. It's a part of your identity. It's something that you carry around with you everywhere you go.
Everywhere else.
And
I just am a tranny. You can just say I'm a tranny. I mean, you can't say that. I can say that.
no, that's not even what I was implying. I'm not even talking about that. Like I wasn't trying to be like politically correct. No, yeah, I don't. No,
That's fair.
I
I've
was
never seen you try to be politically correct. Didn't you get? I read a Wikipedia article that you got banned for. I don't know if I guess I'm white, so I'm allowed to say it. But like you got.
yeah, I got banned for saying cracker. I call someone a cracker bitch. No, I mean it's not. Yeah, everybody clowned on Twitch for doing that. They capitulated to the fucking weirdo fascists online who were brigading to be like, oh my god, I'm so offended. I'm a white guy.
Yeah.
This sand N-word is saying cracker. He's not allowed, is what they were saying. And Twitch was like, yeah, those guys are making good points. Let's ban him. No, it's fine. It's not a serious thing. It's something that it's something like Nabisco gave me a literal pass, like Wheat Thins sent me a cracker pass.
What? What is
Yeah.
Nabisco?
Nabisco is the holding group
Like the
or
noodle?
the larger corporation that owns Wheat Thins and many other cookies and snacks
They
like
gave
that.
you crackers? That's fucking hilarious.
They sent me crackers and a pass, like a cracker pass. I don't even know where it is. I've lost
That's
it.
kind of
but-
amazing. I will admit.
yeah, so it's that brand safe. It's that brand safe for me to say it. It's not like a real
I
thing.
hate the snack. I
Yeah.
almost said I hate crackers. I mean the snack. I mean the
No,
snack.
you
I
can.
don't
You're
like.
okay. You are white as fuck. You can say it. Don't worry.
I'm
Yeah.
literally like translucent.
Yeah.
White. Sorry,
No, but
anyway.
the reason I was talking about like American brain rot and whatnot is like I wanna hear
Mm-hmm.
your experiences about being visibly trans online, and I don't mean that like clocking or anything like that. I mean like being a famous
I'm
trans
personal, I mean.
person online, who's
I'm famous and I'm trans. I don't
yes,
fucking know.
exactly. Whose father is at the forefront of the anti-trans agenda alongside this administration that's doing like horrible, awful shit. Like, how does that make you feel? How do you feel about that?
God, what is there to feel about that? Okay. So I am a trainee. I am famous. Sometimes people are mad at me because I am a trainee. That happens a lot more because I am famous, which I don't care. People can send me as many hate comments as they want. As for the political aspect, it feels fucking phenomenal. How do you think that feels, Hassan?
No, I mean,
It feels
I look, I can't. I have no idea. I get enough.
It's great.
Shit being, like pro-Palestine, being Muslim, having a name like Hassan and shit. Like but I've like being a woman online already, not to come across like Mr. Male feminist here, but like from what I've seen from my friends in this industry, being a woman online is like automatically you're getting a faucet of endless hate. And then also from my trans friends, being a trans woman online is like doubling down on that. And
Pretty
then
much.
on top of that, being a
Nepo
famous trans
baby.
person who's
that,
it's just it's gotta be a lot. And I feel for you for sure. but I just meant like overall, like where do you see America going? How the fuck did this happen? How did what was the transition for your dad going from like somewhat of a liberal darling? I was never a fan, for the record, because he's a billionaire. I agree with you on that. I do agree with you on that.
This is not something you agree on. I fucking know him. He was never on the left.
No. He was presented he was presented as a liberal darling, is what I meant.
Yeah,
because
it was a marketing theme.
Yeah, I think that it was always bullshit, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess
it worked enough for this bitch named Boy in a Band to make a video called "This Man is Literally Saving the World," and I watched that as a 10-year-old and wanted to punch him in the face.
I know exactly what you're talking about. Oh no. Oh.
I loved his music at the time. I was so mad.
Okay, that's brave. That is very brave of you to admit that you liked Boy in a Band's music at the time.
I was 10. Okay.
Wait, we got to pull it up. Hold on. Let's react to it. Hold on. Yeah.
What the fucking playlist look like? I don't even know what laws there are. I was never told what laws there are.
I'm Dave from Boy in a Band. Sometimes you come across people who completely change your perception of what a human being is capable of.
Oh dear God! I cannot believe
this is the most transphobic thing I've ever done.
How is this video stop? God, if I ever get sent to Guantanamo, this is what they're going to torture me.
I told you, this is not a safe space. I'm an enemy. I'm a foe. This is LGBT foe activities right now. Okay, lock in.
I live for the messages. This is crazy.
Oh my God.
God, Hassan, I have a question.
What's up? Go ahead.
Were you ever told what laws there are?
He's gonna cook. He's gonna tell us. My favorite Boy in a Band moment is when he was like, I was never taught how to do taxes in school. That's another big video of his, but you probably like that one because you said you were a fan.
And I liked, he had this song with Odd Ones Out. That's his name. It was cute. For like, I was not 10. I think that was not 10 years ago. That was like 6 years ago. That was cute. I listened to that song. It was cute. It was fine. It was whatever.
Okay, let's see how this watching anything from the year 2015 is always going to be cringe regardless. But let's see how timely this is. Like, let's see if this holds up.
Today I'm going to show you one of those people. Someone who is basically a real-life Iron Man, but less of a douche.
I'm killing myself.
Fusion react.
I cannot do this today, or any day, or any year.
It's 10 seconds. You made it to 13 seconds.
Oh, bitch. Oh my God.
Less of a douche with a slightly fewer glowing blue fusion reactors.
Reactors embedded in his chest. But at least he hides it well. I'll set the scene of my discovery. After committing to the imminent destruction of my dear sleeping pattern, I was perusing through the internet until I happened upon an article about Tesla, a company developing electric cars.
Now I know less about cars.
Oh God,
It's very 2015, but I kind of live.
This is back in fashion now. It's cyclical. This is.
Yeah.
It's
I wouldn't have the red streak like so large. I would have done like more subtle, but it's a cute like branding thing.
Than I do about spotting continuity errors, but this article mentioned the owner of Tesla had just been asked if he would pay for a museum of the company's namesake. Nikola Tesla, an inventor who is as badass as he is dead. The owner of the company gave...
He's shocking. He's shocked in real time. He saw Nikola Tesla. He's like, ooh.
$1 million to fund the museum, and I thought, that's a lot of money for a random internet publicity stunt. This guy seems freaking cool. And what other cool stuff he's done? Oh wow, his company has forced all the massive car manufacturing companies towards practical electric vehicles. But wait, the power plants will still have to burn.
I'm gonna get banned on Twitch.
Oh wow, he's chairman of another company that's put more solar panels on people's houses than any other. But wait, what if it's already too late to curb climate change and the planet is doomed? Oh wow, he's made another company that is single-handedly pushing humanity towards
Don't you always?
Oh my God, not fucking colonizing Mars shit. That's not happening, people. It's a marketing scheme.
Yeah.
Do you know how long it would take to colonize Mars? Do you know how long it would take to terraform that thing? It's a fucking marketing scheme that everyone somehow fell for. This is my native language, I promise. That everyone somehow fell for, despite being like debunked by a fucking Google search. Like, are you serious?
No, I do think that we are progressively getting dumber and dumber as a society. Is one of the things that I yell about quite a bit. But this was, I mean, you're nailing a lot of the reasons why I was always initially annoyed with Elon Musk from the jump, because of all of this stuff where it was like, this is not happening. Like on paper, I remember having these conversations with like the donut media guys who were like car guys, right? And I was like, on paper, I'm supposed to love this person because like this is supposed to be like a green energy focused person who, but he's not. Exactly. I'm saying like on paper, he's supposed to be like leading the charge on renewable energy and electric vehicles and yet, you know, he's such a fucking douchebag.
10 years? 10 years that facade worked? God.
Yeah.
No, more
but
than that.
I mean, okay, so
Most of
but
my life.
all of these lies though, it still seems to work because I mean, this is the first time I've ever experienced like I've expected, and people who understand the market a lot better than me have thought that like, oh, well, you know, we should short Tesla. It's inevitably going to
Look up E ratio and then look at Tesla stock compared to other car companies.
Yeah, no, exactly, because it's not a car company, it's a tech company, right? It's just like a silly
It's not a car company, it's a Ponzi scheme.
Yeah, exactly. But I feel like when you associate with enough people who have a vested financial interest in your stock succeeding, people kind of just like inevitably they start believing the lie themselves almost because they tell it so much. And he's always been seen as a key man as well, which is why when he lies, and as long as he maintained his brand, key man, key man is either a benefit or oftentimes an issue for companies. When you're evaluating companies, you look at key men. If they leave, then the company tanks entirely because like the entire stock, entire stock valuation relies on this one singular person and how they're perceived.
I see.
Yeah, like I guess Steve Jobs is not a good example of this because like Apple succeeded after Steve Jobs as well. But
Isn't he dead? He's been dead for a long time.
yeah, he was. I think he died when you were like 7.
5. I was like 5. It was like 2009.
Yeah. So, in any case, the fact that he just like kept lying over and over again, and never got like punished in the market for it, was something that I was also frustrated by. But he's a perfect example. In many ways, he's like a perfect capitalist in the sense that like he has been able to successfully con his way, consistently failing upwards over and over again. In different periods of his career, people have pushed him out, like other demons, other sociopaths, like fucking Peter Thiel pushing him out of PayPal, and then him still getting a shit ton of money off of that, and then becoming an angel investor in like all these other projects, has allowed him to capitalize on the Silicon Valley explosion, but never because of like his personal ingenuity.
Yeah,
but
I know.
You know that better than anybody else. So
This
if
is
you
for
have
the
anything,
viewers, I'm assuming, because I know all of this.
yeah, this is for the to the viewers that are listening. So you were when all of this stuff is happening, when Boy in a Band is saying like this is the guy that's going to save the world, like how is your feeling? How was your read on all of this?
Cringe. My read on all of this was holy shit, I cannot believe this. Like, wow. It turns out if you lie and people believe it, people will think you're fucking smart or God or Tony Stark. I fucking hate. Oh my God, the Tony Stark shit is so unfair. He doesn't engineer anything.
I know.
Oh my God. Okay. I have.
No, I mean, that's not a secret. That's everybody knows that.
Apparently not.
No, well, everyone in this community definitely knows that because I yell about these exact same things all the time. But,
God.
Yeah, let me ask you about that actually, because I feel like you've had a firsthand experience with like the Musk dick writers, right? Like the people that have cultivated
like everything in my life.
like almost careers entirely out of just like hailing this
pretty
person
much.
as a champion.
Some of them have come for me on Twitter. a lot of them have come from me on Twitter, and then I don't see it. I see it like 1% of the time because someone sends it to me because I'm not.
I think you should legally be able to lobotomize them.
Yeah, there's this one guy named Ian Miles Chung. That's his name.
Oh no!
He annoys me. He's also really ugly, and he kind of hates women. Which
kind of.
Damn. No, he very much hates women, but I think he's also. I think he's single. I'm not sure, but
No, he is. He tried to post a photo with a lady on his profile recently, and he made it seem as though he was like in a relationship with this woman. And the woman had to come out and be like, no, absolutely not. I don't know why he posted this photo.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Now he tried to compliment me one time, and I was like, "You're not worth it."
Yeah, it's on Valentine's Day he posted here. Just know that you will always have an infinitely better life than him, no matter what. He is he is the lowest form of human. Yeah. How do you feel about that? That Ian Miles Chung wants to fuck your dad? Or, Elon Musk, sorry.
Oh, how do I feel about that? I feel like some people have desires I will not ever understand. And it's not my place to judge them, but I'm going to anyways.
It is interesting. I consider it's like peasant brain is the way I can describe it. There's no other way to describe it. It's like,
oh my fucking,
it's like you're like a medieval peasant and you're looking at this lordship and you think that he has like divine qualities somehow.
Yeah. Okay, not to pull out the I was born in the aristocracy card, but like when people are like when all these fucking people on Twitter who are like the whatever, who like fucking look up to Andrew Tate or Elon or whatever, they all claim to be like fucking rich and like that shit is gauche. It's so gauche.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Like, girl, please.
No, for sure. But it works because other people who have even less than those guys will look to that and go, this is aspirational. Like this guy's a Bugatti. Like, oh my God, I can't even imagine having a Bugatti. He's always around women. It's like, that is the reason. I mean, they're able to present themselves as these like aspirational figures because so many people are desperate to find like a get rich quick scheme.
Yeah.
And I think
at
that's
least
where
the French aristocracy, they had taste. Before the revolution. The Jacobins. I don't know. What am I saying? Words are difficult. Yeah.
Oh, here, I found it.
He looks sad.
This post gives me hope. This is another, like, I think troll account. This Beardson account is like a white nationalist troll account or something. This post gives me hope. You can be the ugliest chud on the planet, but as long as you have Twitter clout, you can bag a girlfriend. Ian Miles Chung posted this on Valentine's Day. I was trying to think of a funny caption to post, but I have nothing really to say apart from Dubai is pretty awesome.
I can see why he wears sunglasses. He looks like he's melting. He has no stage camera presence. Could you click on the Beardson guy's profile picture? I need to see a better look at this because like holy shit.
I don't even know if I want to. I don't even know if I want to click on this profile because there's like, oh, there it is. Yeah, I think it's like a troll account.
Photoshop. This is Photoshop.
I think it's like, I think it's like he's like a white nationalist troll account. I'm pretty sure. Like he presents himself as like a white nationalist, but he's like, and I think he probably is.
There is no way.
Yeah, some people do look like that. Some people do look like that.
Look, you can look like anything as long as you have a good style. Nothing about this says good style.
No. Oh, people keep asking this. How much would you say Elon Musk works every day?
Fucking good. Look,
tweeting does not count. Also, wait, hold on. Excluding tweeting.
I don't fucking know.
Because that's not a fucking.
Most of the time I saw him working was when because the school was in SpaceX, so he would drive to SpaceX and then also have us in the car. Most of the time I saw him working was he was just yelling at employees in the car while we all watched horrified, like this really screaming.
I've heard this from people that have unfortunately worked with him. That he's a horrible boss.
No, he's such a prick. Yelling at people is gauche. I don't need to yell at people to be correct. I just am.
Yeah. What about the gaming stuff? That's
okay. Are we gonna get into it?
Because initially this whole thing started because like he came after me. He was saying I was fraudulent for
Okay, look,
for doing a sponsor for
I saw the
Ubisoft
ratio.
game.
I can expose something that I think is really fucking funny, which is the fact that I suspect when I was like 12, he was bronze in Overwatch, and me and my twin weren't. And he would try to constantly get us to play ranked with him. And I'm like 90% sure it was just because we could carry him. And I was like a 12-year-old Hanzo main who was like barely in silver. He was a bronze Torbjorn main. He was fucking dog shit, awful, like god awful. So no, I don't believe the fucking. He's like, I am a pro Path of Exile, whatever the fuck. Like, no, the fuck you are not. This is so cringe. Why would you even pretend to be like? It's fine not to be a gamer,
I know.
right?
Where does that come from? I mean, my
know.
suspicion is that it's just like narcissism, and he really
I
wants to
think he
be
just-
liked.
I don't think. Okay, people always think he wants to be Tony Stark. No, he wants to be the what's the name of the CEO from Ready Player One? He literally wants to be that.
Oh,
He
that's
made us
so
read
cringe.
Ready Player One when we got in trouble. True story.
Okay. Ready Player One CEO is who he wants to be. Ben Mendelsohn is
Yeah.
Nolan Sorrento, the CEO of Innovative Online Industries.
I hate that fucking movie. I mean, it's a like fun movie to watch, but if you think about it for more than 5 seconds, you're like, the messaging of this movie and like the motifs of it are like very bad. We should not be worshiping CEOs. What the fuck?
I have not watched Ready Player One. I've only seen parts of it. I'm pretty sure. Wait, is that that's a lightsaber dude movie, or is it that's a different one? Right, that's the one with Ryan Gosling in it. Chat.
I don't fucking remember. I saw it.
No,
like,
no,
a
I'm
year ago.
asking chat.
And then like way more than a year ago. So like
Remember, this conversation is taking place in front of like 40,000 people. No, that's Free
keep
Guy.
forgetting
Oh,
that. Hello, people. We're in the little camera.
no, this is different. Yeah, this is a different movie. My bad. Ready Player One is an American science fiction action film based on the Ernest Cline novel. Do you read a lot?
Yeah, not
What do
Ready
you-
Player One.
What do you like to read?
I really okay. I like fiction, kind of like I've been on like a kind of dystopian fiction kick recently, which is kind of a genre that died out, thank God, because there were a lot of like really bad books in that genre. Iron Widow is really good. I'm a huge fan of the Sunbearer Trials by Aidan Thomas. I just read the last Hunger Games. I read it in like a single sitting. The new one, Sunrise on the Reaping. That shit emotionally destroyed me. I read that the same day the Teen Vogue article came out because I was like, I'm gonna calm my nerves because this Teen Vogue article comes out in like 11 hours and I want to take my mind off of it just in case something goes horribly wrong. So I read the entire Hunger Games novel. Turns out a Hunger Games novel is not the book to read if you're feeling anxious or depressed. Well, not depressed, but if you're feeling nervous. Yeah.
Okay.
That book.
So you like
that book?
What about Dune? Do you like Dune?
No, I've not read Dune.
I think you would like Dune.
No one says that, but I'm like, they're fucking worms. I
No,
get it.
it's
They're worms in sand, and then they
so
collect
much
the
more than
spice.
that. It's definitely
not-
it's you would like it if you like science
It's
fiction.
usually one of those like it's one of those books in my experience that like pretentious mansplainers like, which explains why you like it so much.
Yeah, no, I don't know how to read. I'm illiterate. I'm just LARPing as a pretentious mansplainer. No, I think you would really like it because it's very I mean it's
How Fold With Us. I'm doing this so I could like suggest books to the audience. How Fold With Us is amazing. I'm reading Compound Fracture, which is another book by the same author. How Fold With Us is so fucking good. It's so
Okay.
fucking good. Yeah, sorry.
I have no idea what that is. I'm still recovering from the devastating kill shot that you took of me calling me a pretentious mansplainer.
It's true.
Yeah, no. The reason why I said Dune you'd like it is because it's like it is an inspirational work for a lot of like science fiction literature and science fiction movies that came afterwards, and it's pretty dense and it's like very political as well. But that's the reason why I suggested it. Okay, so you like reading books. You read science fiction. What else were we talking about?
Mostly fiction.
Have you read Three Body Problem?
No, I don't really like science fiction. I read a lot of like fiction.
Fiction. Okay.
Yeah. Also, if a book has like, I like books. This is gonna sound so pretentious, but like I prefer books that have like queer representation. If there's like a book that's like making waves in the queer scene, I tend to read it unless it's just a romance. I don't like romance books. I think they're kind of boring.
Okay. What about music? What kind of music do you listen to?
Let me check my playlist. I have 2 playlists. One of them is called Cunt with a capital K, and the other one is called Sad but Cunty, and then they kind of just merged because I ended up adding every song to both. I am very predictable. I love Chaperone. Chaperone is my favorite. Let's see here. Doechii, Chase Icon, Jane Bell, Aisha Radhika, Lady Gaga, Chrissy Schlepeka. A lot of songs from Epic the Musical also.
Epic
Yeah.
the Musical?
Yeah.
I don't know what that is. Let's look it up.
It's this like concept album series about the Odyssey. It's cute.
Oh my, you are such a
Yeah.
fucking nerd. Holy shit.
Everyone always says this. No,
Epic
the fucking the hate comment. One of the only hate comments I've got where like I literally have no response to this because it's entirely correct was someone said this was a hate comment. I checked, but someone said she's a nerd cosplaying as a bitch, and that ruined me emotionally because it was entirely correct.
I mean, yeah, you definitely, you're not hiding it. And there's nothing wrong with it. It's just like, goddamn.
Or calling me a nerd. You.
I mean, look, I'm yeah, I mean, fair. I am into some nerdy shit. That's true. But
Don't
it's
you just
okay. You know,
literally,
you
like,
gotta
an
kill
hour ago-
you gotta, instead of killing the cringe, you gotta kill the side that cringes, and then you'll be fine.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay, so I don't listen to any music. I just asked that because everyone in the chat was asking.
You don't listen to music?
No, it's
Are
fucked up.
you
I listen
for
to
religious
podcasts.
reasons? Oh.
No, yeah, Islam. No.
It's like I didn't want to assume.
No, I mean you're not wrong. There are different sects within Islam, or you know, different people that are a little bit more fundamentalist. I would say
No,
that.
I was like, I didn't think he's a practicing Muslim, but I didn't want to be offensive. So I was like,
No, sun's not even down yet. I'm slamming Dr. Pepper Zero Sugars over here. No, I'm not. I'm a very bad Muslim. I'm just like culturally Muslim. Grew up in a Muslim country. That's it. Have you ever been to Turkey?
Nope.
It's very beautiful. You'd like it.
Yeah, I've heard it's
Okay, Hassan follows Sharia law. Exactly. I'm a strict follower of Sharia law, and I'm also trying to bring Sharia law to the United States of America every single day.
Oh, wow.
Inshallah, one day we will restore. Inshallah, one day we will restore the caliphate. But you know, that's for a different time. But
You say we're gonna restore the caliphate.
yeah, one day.
I'll help you restore the caliphate. Sure. Why
Hell
not?
yeah. So we were getting back to what we were talking about, like dick riders and whatnot, and like the overall stupidity, like full grown adult men that are posturing and engaging in like unlimited defense of all of the stupid shit that Elon Musk does.
Let me use the restroom really quick because I drank a fuck ton of coffee. Because again, this was
Okay,
like 8
no,
in the
it's
morning.
fine.
So-
I'll call you back in a second when you're back. Ugh. What is bro doing? Did he just post this? No, he just reposted it. Get her to join Islam. Ask her if she remembers the Fanatics Overwatch team coming to her house to teach them Overwatch. How about that pretentious mansplainer comment? Listen, I cooked her with the boy in a band shit pretty aggressively. Okay, I deserve much worse. I deserve much worse than just pretentious mansplainer. To be fair, they loved how you cooked me with a pretentious mansplainer. They're still talking about it in the chat.
I'm good at. Sorry, I'm so good at roasting people. I do it by accident sometimes.
No, it's all good. Like I was saying, I deserve it. The boy in a band thing, like this, the boy in a band thing alone is you have free reign after that one.
Funny though. I kind
Yeah.
of live messy.
I'm gonna pull this back on so we can get back to talking about
whatever the fuck.
Yeah, we can get back to talking about whatever the fuck. So the reason why I was talking about these like dick riders is because like I want to understand like where if you have any opinion on this, like where his constant like desperate and narcissistic but like desperate desire to want people to want him comes from, to be liked. Yeah.
Where his desperate. Are we talking about Ian or Elon?
No, we're talking about Elon, which is very similar to Ian, to be fair.
Fair enough. Yeah, I was about to say, where does his desire, like his need to be liked, come from? I don't fucking know. I'm not a psychologist. Being an insecure little buffoon, he was also kind of, you know, some people deserve to feel imposter syndrome. But yeah, no, he kind of just needs to be liked. I think it's just because he's a fucking narcissist.
Yeah.
Some people
Okay.
just kind of are the way they are, right?
So the
I thought-
evolution, do you feel like it escalated, like it became more overtly right wing, purely because like he felt
Overtly,
free, because he felt free and unshackled from the
Okay, no, I hate
COVID
this
era
narrative.
restrictions, or is it also brain rot? Because I still remember like in the beginning of COVID, he had that famous tweet where he was like, "Oh, this is going to be done by April."
Holy shit. Oh my God. I could talk about, look, one of the last interactions we ever had was arguing about like wearing a fucking mask. Because I was like, you need to wear a mask. And he sent me this fucking gif of like this sheep. And he says, stop being sheeple. Like, stop being a sheeple.
He
It was so
communicated
fucking
with you
stupid.
through fucking 9gag memes.
Is that what that is?
It's
It
like
was cringe.
it's so fucking cringe.
The only thing I know about 9gag is they had that little stone in Spain that was buried. And it was, that's the only know about that. But yeah, no, I think it was COVID that really turned him to right wing. People think it's like my fault. Like I cannot take credit for that, unfortunately, for him becoming a fucking loon. I can say that.
No, I don't. Yeah, I don't think it's no. That's yeah. I guess people do say that. I didn't even think
Now
about
people
that.
are like, he went. Like I feel so like.
no one
have this
thinks that.
narrative.
By the way, I don't think anyone
Because it's
honestly
like-
thinks that.
No, a lot of people honestly think that he became like more right wing because of me. Because they're because it's like a character. Because people think we live in a fucking novel, and this is like some tragic character motivation. I'm like, that's not how that works. This is not a novel. So like, grow up. I am not the fault. I am not the reason. He's a fucking, fascist.
Yeah, no, for sure. What was it always like? Was it just like basic liberal adjacent billionaire activities, or was it always like this? There's this underlying like, aside from being like a shitty boss or whatever, was it always like we must restore a secure future for our white children style shit, or was that like a relatively new phenomena? Is what I'm getting at.
I don't know. I couldn't say. You really don't talk about like 14 words shit with someone when they're 8. I also didn't interact with him a lot, and I don't remember my childhood.
Yeah.
So there's that. on top
Also,
of
I
that.
feel like if there's one person who would do that, it would be him. But
Yeah, fair enough.
Someone in the chat asked if you
no,
remember the. Sorry, go ahead.
I've known he's been right wing since at least 2016, but I don't think he was ever left wing.
Yeah, no, he was. He was saying he was a socialist,
He
but
phone called Trump when I was in the room. I said this to Teen Vogue, and then they didn't put it in the article. But they were probably worried about getting sued.
what?
He had a phone call with Trump when we were in the fucking room. I was playing Hearthstone because I was trying to farm the 30 wins you need to get 100 gold so you could buy an extra pack for a day. And he was just calling Trump, just in the fucking, Trump called him, just like while I was in the room. And then I was like, these bitches won't shut up, so I left. I probably should have stayed to hear what was going on, but I didn't.
Yeah, no, I mean it's not. That's not a secret either. He was a part of the. I think it was like the initial business council or whatever. Publicly, in the.
And,
What's up?
Something cringe and dumb and stupid. I don't fucking know. One of them.
Yeah, it's not that's not like, you don't have to worry about that. You're not like leaking anything. He was publicly a part of like the initial like business council or whatever in 2016, and then he very quickly left it. Because I forget what it was. There was like some disagreements, but I think at the time there was still, I think he left due to the Paris Climate Accord pullout, which I don't think he gives a fuck about at all, considering how openly.
I think it was just bad for his image at the time.
Yeah. Because back then it was not fashionable to be pro-Trump. It was like everyone hated him.
Yeah.
Like all the liberals hated him, which, they don't
I think
anymore.
it was just like bad for marketing. It was bad for his like marketing little image. So he stopped. That's why I think the reason is.
Yeah, for sure. So but he's always been like very image obsessed. So he was very conscious, is what you're saying, in terms of like how he portrayed himself in the
Pretty
media.
much. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So in terms of like the renewable energy shit, like, is this by your estimation, do you feel like it's more so just a way to farm subsidies because they were subsidy targets? Because every single business venture that him and Kimball Musk has engaged with has always been like heavily backed by government subsidies, whether it be like the failed solar panel business or whether it be the car company or even SpaceX.
Oh, I don't think I could really say, but like probably. I couldn't say for sure though.
Yeah.
That's what my guess has been, but I don't know. I couldn't say that with like 100% certainty. So take what I say with a grain of salt.
No, it's all good. So in the Teen Vogue interview, you mention a bunch of things. Well, you talk about your transition. You say your mom was very supportive.
Yep.
And you say that Elon Musk was not as supportive as your mom.
Yeah.
And there was was there friction in terms of like the medical availability of things that you use to transition in that regard? Is that something you want to talk about?
Oh, you mean how I needed both parental consent in the state of California.
Yeah.
To medically transition. Oh God, I don't really want to talk about this. Also, there's a lot I cannot say. So. Oh,
okay. It's okay if you want to talk about it.
There's a lot I cannot say, but my mom is a badass bitch, and I love her to death. That's all I'm gonna say.
Because you, do you mind elaborating on the process in general without like vaguely without talking about Elon Musk or anything?
I needed a diagnosis of gender dysphoria, which I passed with flying colors, unfortunately. And, A+. And I needed multiple fucking therapist recommendations to get it. And then I needed both parental consent. And that's in one of the most liberal states.
Wait, I don't understand. I thought you could just like go and get it over the counter. That's what Republicans say all the time.
Sorry. I the convenience 2 minutes down, that's where I get it. Yeah.
I thought it was just over the counter. You walk in and you're like, hey, I saw a gay episode and now I'm trans now.
A gay episode?
I saw a gay episode of a TV show. I saw a gay episode of a TV show and I'm trans now. That's what Republicans think is what I'm saying.
I watched Queer for 5 minutes and it's infected me.
Yeah, I saw Glee. It shaped my existence permanently.
Oh God. I have friends whose permanent existence was shaped by Glee, and I will never not make fun of them for it because it's really funny.
So you didn't read like a banned book. You didn't read a CRT book in your school library, and then all of a sudden, boom, trans.
No, that's not what happened.
That's interesting. Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately,
I'm having a hard time because everything I hear from the media makes it seem like that's how it works. But
gonna sound horrible. It's going to sound horrible.
Yeah.
But if it was so easy to just make someone trans, I would have made so many people trans by now just out of spite. Also because I think it would be really funny. Lindsey Graham.
Who would you hit with the trans beam?
First of all, I would hit Lindsey Graham because he has to come out of the closet in at least one regard, and it might as well be the trans one if he's stuck in the gay one. Mitch McConnell, because I think it would be really funny.
Mitch McConnell would die in the process for sure. He's 1 foot out in the grave already. But yeah, that'd be funny. You're right. What would Mitch McConnell's trans name be? Like what would she call herself?
Michella.
Okay, that was it would be there's a meme in my community where I always because I'm very transphobic, I always say like sometimes trans women choose names like Gertrude. Like out of all the names you could choose, you go with like.
No, okay, in my experience, I know like 6 people. I know like 6 trans women with variations of the name Mia, of just the name Mia.
Mm-hmm.
That one's really common. And I also know a bunch of trans women who have like the most like fucking like ancient, like kind of like mythological-esque sort of like badass kind of type. Like I have a trans friend named Morgana, which is amazing.
I feel like Mitch McConnell would be a Martha.
No. I think I'm going to give him like one of the like stereotypical trans women names. I'm going to name him Lilith.
Lilith is a very good one. Okay, that's true. It's very common. Okay, who else would you hit with a trans beam?
Okay, I think I would transify that one Hungarian president who got caught in a gay orgy because I think it would be really funny.
Wait, there was a Hungarian, not Viktor Orban. Hungarian.
I think that was it.
No, he wasn't.
It wasn't president. It was prime minister, or he was a something. He was a homophobe, and then he got caught in like this giant gay orgy, and then fled out the window. It was amazing. It was amazing.
I vaguely remember. Yeah, Hungarian MEP quits. Yes. This fucking guy. Hey, yo.
Yeah, I would transify him because I think it would be really funny.
He's got the Keemstar beard. That's crazy.
Not the Keemstar.
Yeah, what the fuck? That shit looks pixelated. It looks like he puts it on in the morning.
God, oh my God, no, for real. And then it became a trend among that sort of person. Jake Paul has one. Jake Paul literally, girl, homeless chic. I'm sorry, it's horrific.
No, he wants to be Dagestani. That's different. Like that's what it is. Because he's like, now that he's like in the fight scene, Dagestani, like he wants to be. He LARPs as though he's from Dagestan, where all the good fighters come from.
Dagestan.
Dagestan. It's a territory under the Republic of Dagestan. Is like is under the Republic of Russia.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like Khabib Nurmagomedov, like all the best like grapplers come from Dagestan.
You're looking at me and expecting to know like multiple names of grapplers, of people in the grappling scene.
Well, Khabib is like super famous because he fucking choked out Conor McGregor after Conor was like racist and Islamophobic towards him. So I thought maybe you might know him, but yeah, all the mixed martial arts and like UFC elite fighters come from Dagestan usually.
Okay.
Yeah,
I see.
Or Hezbollah.
Does Logan Paul have one of those shit beards? Or
What's
does he
up?
like? Does Logan Paul have one of those? I haven't seen his fucking face. I just know he runs that like stupid fucking energy drink company.
Yeah,
The
Logan
Prime?
doesn't do that because he went the wrestling route. I feel like,
Mm.
God, they're
And the fucking self-proclaimed fascist who's also like a giant pedophile. Matt Walsh, that's his name.
oh
yeah,
yeah,
that one.
oh ew, Matt Walsh.
Gross. Yeah.
Ugh.
Just because you comb a beard and put in like a giant amount of gel in it does not make it look good, especially on that.
Yeah.
No, it's chop.
Okay. Before you left to pee, someone in the chat asked, "Do you remember?" Ask her if she remembers the Fanatics Overwatch team coming to teach you guys about Overwatch.
God, I forgot about that.
Yeah. There's someone in the chat I assume was a part of that. Yeah.
Holy shit! Oh my God, we met. Oh my fucking God, this is bringing up memories. Yes, we met the Fnatic team, and then we played Overwatch with the Fnatic team, and we lost because duh. Yeah, no, that was weird. I don't understand what the fuck the point of that was, but they seemed great. They seemed like lovely people. I hope they're all having the best lives.
Why are people saying VR chat Rafflegator? Was Rafflegator there?
What is VR chat Raffle?
That's another Twitch streamer that I know, but I don't know. Oh,
Their name is
Rafflegator was the
Rafflegator?
coach. Oh, okay. One of my friends who's like famously does like a lot of VR chat stuff now. I guess was the coach for the team at the time.
Oh shit,
Okay.
that's wild. Yeah,
That's
I don't
crazy.
know how the fuck they knew about that. But
Did you
yeah.
see like a very tall man with a massive head? Do you remember that? Because that's him. He's
I
very
don't remember jack shit.
he's
No, I
a very
remember
noticeable fellow.
we went to their fucking headquarters, and it was really dark and depressing, and it looked like a giant man cave. Which, I mean, fair enough. They were in Overwatch esports team. It was so dark in there. It was so dark in there. Like it was. I don't know, but yeah. And then we played Overwatch, and then I
This
don't fucking
guy.
know. But yes, I remember that. That's insane. That's actually insane. How anyone knew to bring up that. That's
I
crazy.
mean,
That's
they're
wild.
probably there. That's why they brought it up.
Oh,
Yeah, you remember we're on Twitch, so there's a lot of gamers.
Fair enough.
That's like one of the major reasons why what incepted this interview. Like I've been meaning to talk to you for some time. I just didn't know that you'd be interested in doing so. But then when I saw you do the Teen Vogue thing, I was like, oh, this is cool. Like because I never know if people want to be on camera or not. You know what I mean? I don't know if they're
I mean,
like.
I look like this, so of course I want to be on camera. But you could have just like asked me.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know. I'm busy all the time. I don't think about those things. But there is one thing from the Teen Vogue interview that, of course, is going to be quite controversial that I have to ask you. Where you say you call yourself a leftist, but not a Marxist, and you elaborate on it, which I'm sure.
All right, here we go.
I'm sure people on Twitter and TikTok have already
They have
thrown
had
out
a
their
lot to
takes on
say.
this.
They've had the hottest of takes. Scalding. I meant what I said. I don't really define myself as a like socialist or a Marxist or a democratic socialist or whatever the fuck.
Mhm.
Not a tank. I'm not authoritarian. I will say that much. But I kind of just believe in what I believe in. I feel like I don't know if I have like a specific name for it. I prefer to just like have my beliefs, and then other people can like ascribe names to them or whatever. I don't know. I just feel like there's a lot of division on the left, and a lot of it is justified, but some of it's not. And I don't know if like at a certain point in this country, or at least the U.S., not this country. I mean, maybe that's unrelated, but in the U.S., at a certain point, if you're far enough left, it literally does not fucking matter where you are, right? Because they're gonna call you a communist anyways. So
it's true. They call Nancy Pelosi a communist, though. You know what I mean? They call everybody
crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy because she's a Maoist. Like, there's a different tendency. You know, her ideal. She's a Maoist third worldist. I'm joking. She's not. Okay. So you.
I was like, did something happen that I'm not aware of?
Yeah, no, she's January 6th really changed her. Ever since then, she's been saying J.D. Pond, permanent first world genocide, things of that nature. So what do you want to do with your life after you're done with college?
Oh, no. I'm famous now, and I don't know what to do with that. Currently trying to figure it out. I would like to do some Twitch streaming. I think it's pretty fun. I just don't have a setup or gaming skills. So, you know, the bare minimum, but I really enjoyed modeling. I would like to do some more of that, and I might have some stuff in the works. And I really want to be on one of those reality television competition shows. I really want to be on one of them. Vulture made a whole ass article about why I should be on The Traitors, and I endorse it.
I mean, I don't game either, by the way. You don't have to game to be on Twitch. You can just, you know, I guess yap. That's another thing you can do. You can just
I'm good at that.
Yeah, you are very good at that. I've been having to cut you off every now and then because I also like to yap, and I'm like, come on, let me yap a little bit. But
shut the fuck up.
So you said that you don't know how many siblings you have in the interview. Like, I didn't know. I find out about the secret sibling shit literally when everyone else does. I was correct in guessing that there were more that I did not know about. I was fully correct about that. And then the Ashley St. Clair thing happened, and I was like, I've been proven right again. Yeah,
a little bit tired of being proven correct.
What's up with that? He's really into like IVF. Is like, what the fuck is that?
Oh, the IVF shit. Okay, yeah, that. Okay, I don't know, but I know the five of us, or it's six of us. Right. Sorry. We were.
We don't have to talk about it if you don't want to.
We were IVF. Yeah. No. I'm sorry. All right. Yeah.
No, don't apologize. It's all good. We don't have to talk about anything you don't want to talk about.
Okay.
We can go back to talking about reality TV.
Okay. Yeah. No. Yeah. Sorry. That's it. No. I only found out about that recently, and I had a crash, like a full crash out about it. It was not cute.
Yeah, it's all good. Don't worry about it.
Yep. Anyway, let's change the subject.
Aside from RuPaul's Drag Race, what reality TV show do you want to be on?
Well, I don't do drag currently. I would like to start doing drag.
You want to do drag? We can link you up with some queens, with some drag queens.
Hey, yeah, I'd love that.
She's probably watching right now.
I mean, probably. I've gotten a lot of like support from the drag community after the Teen Vogue article. For like half of it, I just spent ranting about how much I love drag queens and drag kings and drag monarchs and drag monsters and whatever. So I got a lot of support from them, which I really, really appreciate. But the show I want to be on the most, probably The Traitors, because I think I'd be good at it.
The Traitors. I don't. Yeah. You mentioned that. I don't know what that is. Let me see.
Okay. I found out about The Traitors because Bob the drag queen was on it, and I love her. She showed up. Everyone else with her outfits that she wore on the show, everyone else looked like they were going to the mall. It was so good. Basically, the traitors there's this group of traitors and then this group of not traitors, and you have to find out who are the traitors.
Okay.
It's a very good synopsis. I'm very good at synopsizing.
It's based on a reality competition from a Dutch series, De Verraders. Okay. I think I butchered that. I feel like
Wait, how is it spelled? Let me try to pronounce it. Just text it to me or something.
It's right here.
Girl, right where? I can't. I'm just looking at your camera. I can't see what's on your screen. Oh, you can't see?
I'm screen sharing with you.
You are?
Yeah, you don't see it?
No, the fuck you ain't.
Yes, I am.
You are lying to me.
I'm not. It's like right.
You are a liar, son. You are not a liar. I am just wrong.
You fucking boomer. Okay. You don't know How are you
To-
20? You don't know anything about internet shit. What the fuck?
That's so rude and correct, but also rude.
Yeah, there it is. It's
to-
right in front of you.
I don't know how to pronounce the double R in Dutch. De Verades?
I don't know.
That's so wrong. I think you were actually more accurate.
Someone said it's basically werewolf or mafia. I mean, it makes sense. It's Among Us.
Yeah, pretty much. That's pretty much what it is.
It's Among Us. How much did you played Among Us during COVID?
I did play Among Us. It was fun. I like Among Us. It was cute.
Did you watch Among Us streamers?
No.
Like, what
I
was
have
your
seen
most?
some-
Wait, go ahead. Sorry.
I had seen some of there were like a few YouTubers because they did those like giant collabs where like a bunch of the influencer types were just like playing them together, and I would watch some of those on YouTube occasionally.
Like
like that's it, yeah.
Corpse Husband,
Oh god, I
Pokemon.
forgot about him.
Yeah.
Where did
What
Chris
was-
Husband go? Why
I
did
don't
he just
know.
disappear off the face of the earth? Did he get canceled and I just don't know about it?
No. I have no idea. I only did like a couple of those collabs. You know what I mean? I mean, I was there at the ground floor when Among Us was first ever played with a group of streamers, and then I fucked off afterwards.
Fair enough.
With Soda Poppin'. Oh wait, do you watch Germa? Do you know who that is?
No.
Oh, okay. Hell yeah. Yeah, get wrecked, Germa. Get fucked. No, this is a big meme, but Germa has a lot of queer fans, like, and his community is the only one that has like a larger trans audience than mine, like per percentage, I guess. So it's something that I carry around with me everywhere. It's very
What, a high
frustrating.
transness per capita?
Yeah, he has a higher trans density per cap. Yeah, higher trans density in his audience than me.
Wow.
It's fucked up.
Damn. I think I have a higher trans density than both of you.
Okay, that's true. Well, maybe if you start streaming, you might not do that. You might not have that. You know? Ask her
Yeah.
if she's a juicer. Yeah, I don't think she's a
What is a
juicer.
juicer?
XQC.
A what?
XQC
the
he's a Quebecer
Is that what his
himself.
fans are named?
What?
His fans are named juicers.
Yeah, he calls them those
XQC fans.
juicers. Yeah.
Why?
I don't fucking know. Because he's
What
got
the
the
fuck
juice.
does that mean?
Because he's got the juice.
I know he's Quebecois, so
Yeah, he is.
Damn.
He is the Lion of Laval. That's it. What about Northern Lion? Do you know who that is?
Northern Lion.
Yeah, he's a bald man who plays like a lot of fun. I don't know what kind of games he
Yeah,
does.
I
Like a
do
lot
not
of
know this
GeoGuessr style games.
Sorry to this man, I do not know who he is. So sorry. My apologies to
So
this
let me
man.
try to say, okay, these are such basic ass like trans lifestyle questions. Do you play Hearts of Iron 4?
Oh my fucking god, no. We are not all the same. I know many trans women who actually do play that game, but I am not one of them.
No, that's why they're asking.
Also, before anyone asks it, no, I do not own a Blowhigh. A Blowhigh.
A Blauhigh? I don't even know what
A
that is.
Blowhigh, okay. Do you know what a Blowhigh is?
Is this new trans tech that I'm oblivious to? This is crazy.
Okay, so trans women, they're all obsessed with the fucking IKEA shark called Blowhigh. And every trans woman I know, literally all of them, other than me, have a fucking stuffed IKEA shark Blowhigh, and he literally became like a trans femme icon. I do not know how that happened.
What the fuck? History of Blauhigh and then what the fuck? What is how?
Yeah, no, it's like a whole thing.
Wait, why? I didn't know. There's
have
people
no
saying I
fucking
have one
idea.
in the chat.
Yeah, most trans women literally have a Blowhigh. It's basically our equivalent of a Bible.
That's crazy. I didn't even know about this.
Yeah. No, it's literally wild. I have no idea how this happened, but it did. And it's not going anywhere, so
No
Invest in
Paradox
IKEA, I
games.
guess.
No Paradox games in your library.
Paradox games.
Like the Hearts of Iron is like Crusader Kings, like
Oh,
that
no.
sort of. Yeah. Ask her about Sans pillow. Oh yeah, you have a Sans pillow. I
I
never
don't know
finished.
what you're talking about. I would never have a sans pillow. That's
Yeah.
degenerate.
Yeah, you didn't know
friend
that
had it.
Transphobia Unearthed? Yeah, exactly.
My friend won this from a claw machine for me because I suck at claw machines.
Me too. Ugh. It's annoying. I think it's bullshit. I mean,
It is.
they obviously cheat. Like they're cheating. Like clearly,
Yeah.
but it's extra annoying that they just like some people figure out how to cheat the cheating machine. I am not one of those people. It sucks. Oh,
Yeah.
Another question is Adrian Dittman. Everyone keeps asking. I don't think Adrian Dittman is Elon Musk, but
Used to think that. Now I don't think that. I mean, I think it's just some people are freakishly similar, and then it was unearthed that he might be a fucking Fijian twink,
yeah, I think
like
that's
a white Fijian twink.
yeah. I mean, it's sad either way. Either someone is
I literally do not care. I thought it was funny. So, when that came out, I was like, holy shit, this is amazing.
yeah. I mean,
Yeah, no.
he does have a lot of free time, to be fair. So it's like it makes sense that he'd be doing shit like that.
Some people don't have a life. But yeah. I don't remember. I was gonna say something. I don't remember what I was gonna say. But yeah, he's a Fijian twink. Congratulations.
Ask her about K-pop and Giddle, please. She made a TikTok recently about them.
I hate this so much. Why are we watching my videos?
We're watching your video.
Yes.
This one banged. You got 401,000 likes on this.
I get a lot of likes. I'm popular on that app.
You got motion. You got motion.
Yeah.
God damn. Yeah, who's your K-pop bias? Is a question
My K-pop
people ask.
bias. Jujin from ITZY.
Okay, I have no idea who that is, but all right.
Yeah.
G Idol, sir, not Giddle. Oh,
It's G Idol. Yeah, it's not fucking Giddle. Giddle. They're never gonna let you forget that. Fucking Giddle. K-pop Twitter is ruthless. They will dox you.
oh yeah, get in line. You know, I have a
Fair
lot
enough.
of enemies.
Oh wow.
But thank you for not correcting me initially. G Idol, you said your bias is what in G Idol?
Oh, in G Idol, I think it's Shuhua.
Shuhua.
Mian did the rap, so I mean, I should probably say Mian.
Okay. Do you stand Luna?
I really like. Okay, so Luna dissembled into Lusemble and Artemis, and also there's one of the soloists I don't fucking know. I haven't really kept up with them, I'll admit. Artemis has a song called Birth, which I really like. I thought that was really good.
Okay.
I don't know.
They're asking, do you like Yves? 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 What is that?
Eves, that's the member that broke off and became a soloist. I don't listen to her personally.
Okay.
Yeah.
How do you say it? Yves?
I think so. I don't know.
Okay. Chad, this is for a very specific group of people in this community, okay? I don't understand it either. There's like chatters are confused. They're like, is this a league? You know, or this?
No, this is not a fucking League thing. I have played League though. I'm in Janna.
Okay. Oh, you did play League? God, you are such a
Yeah, I
degenerate.
played League.
Holy
I like
shit.
it.
Holy shit.
I played Janna because she's like a cunty wind goddess and I like throwing tornadoes at people.
Okay.
And she's also like she's really fucking annoying to deal with. And I kind of like being a nuisance because I am a menace.
Question.
I don't know either.
Boy groups. Are you only a GG stan? Do you know EXO? Please, please,
EXO,
please.
I know of them. I don't listen to them personally though.
Okay.
I used to like Stray Kids a lot, but I haven't really listened to Stray Kids recently, or like any of the boy groups.
All right. We gotta get you a Steam Deck. Ask her about public transit. Yeah. How do you feel about living in Japan so far in comparison to other places you lived in? Because you said you live in Quebec, you lived in LA, and where else did you live?
Well, Tokyo. The fucking public transit here is literally so good. It's insane. You can just go places without needing a car. Just walk there and then take the train and then take another train and then you're there. It's fucking wild. This blew my fucking mind when I first got here. Like, it's actually insane. You can just go wherever you want without a car. It's crazy. I'm from Los Angeles. This shit is not something I'm used to.
Yeah, no, it's fucking amazing. I wish we could have it. Yeah, all we got is fucking Hyperloop. That's what we got.
We don't even. Do we even have? Is that like finished?
No,
I don't know.
that's not a thing. It's just it was very deliberately made to thwart any attempt of public transit. Yeah.
I remember they had a drill and then they drilled like 5 feet and then gave up. That's what I remember. I don't know if that's. I mean, I know they had a drill and they drilled like a little bit. I don't know if they continued, but it was not very effective. Clearly.
No. What kind of food do you like?
What kind of food? I like Korean food, I guess.
So you
like
you're like a K-pop. You really
I am
like.
not. God.
You fucking love
I
K-pop.
have to, great. Now I have to defend myself from the weeb and the Korea boo allegations.
No,
Lovely.
you're
Thanks for
okay.
that.
You're come on. You are a Korea boo. I think everyone that
I
likes
am not a
K-pop is a
Korea
little bit
boo.
of a Korea boo.
I am not a Korea boo. I just have listened to K-pop and like Korean food. That does
When
not
you
make
say
me
you
a
like
Korea
Korean food, which I like as well, it's just like you like Asian cuisine, but you want cheese on it. Like you want a little bit of Western imperialism peppered
boo. I want
onto it.
cheese on it.
That's how I describe it.
Asian food with cheese on it is how you would describe.
I mean, that's
Korean
why
food.
that's my favorite, at least. It's my favorite type of Korean food, like galbijim.
I like tteokbokki. I guess that's my
It's
favorite food.
pretty good.
Yeah. Your comments are all saying hi, chat. Hello, chat. Hello.
Wait, you're
commenters.
reading chat now?
No. The comments. Your comments. are fucking
Oh,
good.
my comments on TikTok. Oh yeah, those are. I
Someone
don't know
said
how
we need
to.
to play Dress to Impress.
I've never played it.
funny.
I don't know how to play
Yeah,
it. Do you know Keizo?
Do I know Queso? I have seen the clips on TikTok, and I think he's pretty funny. He's one of the
Yeah.
only ones I do know.
Yeah, he's great. He's wonderful. He plays a lot
He
of.
seems like a
Dress-
lovely person. He's
Yeah.
actually like good at the game. Like he has a good fashion sense, which is impressive.
Oh, for Dress
Like, I
to
respect
Impress, you mean?
Yeah,
I wouldn't know. I've
he gets like really into that game. I adore it.
hell yeah. We'll
Yeah.
set it up. We'll play Dress to Impress with Keizo.
I would be so down for that. Actually,
Yeah.
let's do that.
I'm not asking if she likes Celeste, chat. Did you play Celeste?
Oh my god, I am not a fucking stereotype. I do know a trans woman who's fucking obsessed with Celeste. I have never played Celeste.
I'm sorry. They were
Sorry.
just fucking being annoying.
Someone said I'm a Sally Mae enjoyer. Yeah, I'm friends with Morgana Ignis. She's the one who gave me all the fucking Sally Mae merch. I don't think you know what that is.
I have no idea what that is.
Yeah, a character from a show.
Okay. All right. Well, do you know when you're going to be back in America at all? If at all?
I'm going to be back in late April.
All right, cool.
Yes.
Maybe we'll have you on the pod or something if you're down to do that.
Hey, yeah, I'd love to do that. I think that would be great.
All right, that'd be amazing. Thank you so much for coming on. This was a wonderful time.
I had a great time.
Is there anything you want to say as your final words, as your final thoughts on the broadcast?
Hold on.
Give us your outro.
Get my outro is. Ignore that. Ignore that. That didn't happen. I was trying to do a thing, but this is angled at such a low angle that I can't stand up, so I can't serve as much content. My hair is in my face. Just okay. Okay. To all the people watching, keep serving cunt. Bye, bitches.
Okay. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Vivian Wilson. I hope you guys enjoyed that conversation. She was fantastic. You can find her on TikTok at Vivlanius and on Threads at Vivlanius as well. Yeah, that was cool. That was a fun time. Don't forget, everybody, keep serving cunt. You gotta have her on again. You two are so funny, Lamau. I can't. Wait, what is it? It's villainous, but Viv. Yeah, that was cool. Can't believe you make me join TikTok again. Why? It's yucky when you say it, big puppy. How dare you? She does remind me of Cutie a little bit. She did resemble a lot of Cutie Cinderella qualities, for sure. Thank God the apple fell far from the tree this time. I mean, yeah, she was dope. I'm gonna get her a Steam Deck so she can be a real gamer. Are you monolithizing white women? No. What? Maybe. But yeah, it was great. It was cool. Replace Cutie with Viv on Fear End, or replace Viv. Yeah, I agree. Place first Berserker Hazan. What? What's the game that everybody's playing? They're playing like a fucking Sims game or something? Is there like a new Korean Sims game? That's what I saw. In Zoe, it's AI generated? Yuck. Is that good? AI generated? What the fuck? W speed.
I love you. Thank you for teaching me Kung Fu. Welcome to Shorty. I'm not done though. I want to learn more though. I'm going to come back after the show, okay? Thank you. Thank you, Master Shan.
God, this man is living my
Thank
freaking
y'all.
dream, dude.
Like, actually, Master, I love you. Thank you for teaching me Kung Fu. Welcome to Shorty. I'm not done though. I want to learn more though. I'm going to come back after the show, okay? Thank you. Thank you, Master Shan.
It's not AI generated? What is that? What is this tendency? Why do people always say this? They always say like, "Oh, it's AI." MHUD. You asking?
Do you guys
Chad
like
if a game is
Fortnite?
good?
Why not?
Fortnite is cringe. Fortnite is so cringe.
Why?
Fortnite Battle Pass.
Why?
Fortnite is just cringe, okay?
Why? Do you guys like Fortnite?
They use their own content in the AI. It's basically their own pool of AI content.
Let's go!
Wild to look at. iShowSpeed, one of North America's top streamers, react live when taking China's high-speed rail, getting hype, first vid, in doubt, but then mind exploded second vid, and then converted the want to travel by rail third vid. Oh my god, this is literally, he's fucking living my dream. He's literally living my dream. I hate it. I hate it. I hate seeing it. I hate seeing someone else live my motherfucking dream, dude. Oh my god, I have to go to China. I have to go to China.
Let's go!
Let's go.
Speed is in for a hell of a character assassination with this pro-China content once mainstream media gets a whiff. I'm so jealous. I'm going to be the one who does it for him. I'm going to be the one... I'm going to be the one who character assassinates him only because I'm jealous.
Yeah, just take it, man. I am hungry. Let's go, let's go.
Yeah, this the tunnel she was talking about.
I'm still like 5'5". I'm 7.
This the tunnel she was talking about. Chat, if it lags, don't leave, okay? We're under tunnel. You can't get signal under the tunnel.
Still on.
Speedy's saying Nasa, tell him to fuck off. This is embarrassing. Yeah, bro. Yeah, we lagging.
Still haven't.
We're actually not lagging? Yo, China's crazy. We're underground and we're not lagging. Y'all have like internet underground too?
It's gonna take a minute for it to lag.
So you're saying it's gonna lag?
Yeah, because there's a delay now. So
It actually. Okay, now is it lagging now? It's still not lagging? We're
Okay, I'm sold.
Wait, how are we gonna get back?
We got snaps. We got drive it back. Yeah. Train will be faster though.
No.
We can try and sort that out if you.
No, we should train back,
You know,
bro.
you can just go to the train station and purchase tickets there. Because it was meant to at the end of
No, yeah, but that's not the case anymore. It's actually not lagging, bro.
Why are people saying F, dude? What the fuck? Is my stream effing again? What the hell?
Yo, China is insane. We're literally underground.
God damn. Please watch this clip.
Nah, bro.
So the first guy that the MCN company set up Speed with is not a real Shaolin master, but an actor. Chinese fans got angry and mass called the local tourism board. Then the local government got Liang Sifu, the real deal for Speed.
Yes, this is Gumbu. Okay. Mabu and Gumbu.
Okay.
Change.
Yes.
Okay. Here.
Mabu.
Yes. Wait, please. Mabu.
Mabu.
Yeah. Okay. Gumbu. Duck. Yes, this is. Okay. Stop. One. It's a.
Netizens got involved, dude. That's crazy. Netizens got involved. Oh my god.
This is Mabu and Gumbu.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Mabu, Gumbu, the third footstep.
This could have been me. No, it could never be me. I can feel the jealousy from you radiating. It is. I am so jealous. I'm jelly. I'm jelly bean. The proletariat spoke and the government listened. So dumb. It's true. I am dead ass applying for summer internship positions in China. I'm in the UK partly because of Hassan's China glazing. Thank you. Yeah, I'm freaking changing your lives for the better, dude. And that's what it is. That's what's going on. He said, I learned Kung Fu. I responded, Dr. Yakub is back. This time he's good. In parentheses, he invented Chinese people instead. Oh, my 10-year China visa got approved this week.
More relax. Maybe more bigger, please. Yes. This is.
I can't. Fuck.
Take care. Okay. What's the Pubu Mini? The Pubu Mini is duck like this.
Uh-huh.
You see here, if I duck,
Ooh.
spin, or here duck, here duck, here duck, here duck. The Mini is.
But I'm right-footed. I'm right-footed though.
Right foot.
Yeah.
Okay, right foot. You see, duck. Actually, the
Duck.
stick. Yes. This is Pubu. Okay, let's do the.
Bro, what the fuck? Dude, wait, I can't tell, but he seems actually good. Like,
Hush! Hush! Hush!
What the fuck?
Hush! Nee, nigga! Hush! 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 Hush!
Oh my god. Oh my god. You can't do that, Unc? No, I can't. Oh my god. He spent like 3.5 minutes and Xi Jinping's glorious energy, the revolutionary spirit, the spiritual atom bomb of Maoist thought has basically changed his core. Okay? Changed him to his core, dude. He is now capable of more impressive physical feats than ever before. Post this clip on Twitter, brother. It's better than this one by a lot. It's great though.
Hush! Hush!
This is the one we just watched, dude.
Hush! 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 Hush!
This is the one we just watched. It's so crazy. I'm jealous, dude. I'm jelly bean. Chad is like, bro, he's an athlete, and it's like, yeah, so is Nikola Jokic. What the fuck? No, I mean he is a very impressive athlete. Like he is naturally, he has an incredible gift. Cause like when you look at his flips, he fucking floats, dude. Are you kidding me? It's like insane. Like his agility is crazy.
Hush! Nee, nigga! Hush! 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 Hush!
He unlocked a new skill tree when entering the China map. It's true. God damn. You said it before, he's like Luffy. No, he is. He is IRL Luffy. All right, that's all I got for today, chat. Tomorrow, I'm probably going to collab with Jeff Wittek. We got collabs out the wazoo. You already freaking know, baby. So many fun things happening. He's going to cut my hair because it's been getting long. And I've been in need of a cut. Oh, shit. This is, hold on. All right. Oh, I'm going to have to do this again. But yeah, I'm going to you know, we're gonna be doing some fun stuff tomorrow on top of the news, so get excited for that. I'm not getting a summer buzz cut, dude. What are you, crazy? But yeah, I love you all, and I will see you tomorrow. Bye bye.
Uncle Uger's face sat in Discord at your prop. Great names take on breaks. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, her son is streaming, her son is streaming. There he is again, her son is streaming, her son is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat likes, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me in so many can he find the meaning through it all? There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming.